Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News. We continue our special coverage of the Israel-Iran conflict. After 11 days of strikes, tensions peaked when Iran hit Al Udeida air base in Qatar. That was yesterday, America's largest base in the region. The attack disrupted airspace and triggered calls for calm. Hours later, the US announced a ceasefire, one that's already been breached. So will Iran and Israel comply? More analysis coming up next. Now, US President Donald Trump expressed frustration with both Israel and Iran, accusing them of violating the ceasefire he announced just hours after Iran struck Al Udeida air base in Qatar. Speaking to reporters before departing for the NATO summit in The Hague, he said he was unhappy with both countries. They don't have any clue what they are doing. Let's listen to his remarks.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. Do you understand that?
With me in the studio today is Dr. Mahmoud Abdul Karim, economic and financial researcher. We are just waiting on an interview. Benny Gantz will be joining us, the former Israeli Minister of Defense and chairman of the Unity Party. But ahead of that, what did you make of Donald Trump's comments? And it's been a really volatile 12 hours. And how have the markets reacted?
Actually, against all the expectations, because, you know, the risk of the oil market remain uncertain, okay? But then after like a bit increase in the price, the price pulled back to like a level between we're talking about trading crude Brent between in the range of 76 to 78. Although like earlier in a week it was like reached like $76, okay? So that's the risk of that one, okay, still exists of that one. That the reacted, it was not as per like you know, the impact of what happened exactly of the strike. In addition to that, the fear, okay, mainly if we're looking at that, the fear of, you know, closing right now, if we're looking at that, because the closing the Strait Hormuz, okay, that's a really big fear for most, like, you know, countries, and specifically trader and investor all around the world, because you're talking right now about almost 20% of the total oil traded, the oil, you know, traded around the world, so globally. So that will affect definitely the oil price. However, you know, investors look at that from the perspective, it's they don't look at that as a really has a big impact on the price, because they thought from the perspective it's just a strike, and this is a finish, and life would continue, and the cycle of that, you know, going. Price, the strike finish, and they will continue like trading as a normal, you know, trader. That's the reason. So other aspect or other things that might affect the price, you know, more, you know, more damaged way. Like for instance, maybe like, you know, bombarding some kind of, you know, oil tank, that will affect the oil price.
Do you think that there's still a risk of that happening in the Strait of Hormuz? Because we've seen the Houthis do it before. Or do you think that's something we've called for a ceasefire now? Donald Trump and Israel and Iran appear to have agreed to that. So is it something that investors maybe should still be concerned about?
I don't think so, but if you think about it from the GCC perspective now, they should consider it, how just to protect that, that part, that area exactly, and how just to find the solution, how to weigh, how just to protect that area against any, closing or partially closing that area, because that will stop, all the oil trading and through that, channel, or let's say what they call it, that, as a water sea, that what they call it.
Well, I'm just going to have to stop you there, but thank you so much for that analysis. I will be back with you later on the show. Right now, we're going to be joined by Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and chairman of the National Unity Party. Benny Gantz, an absolute pleasure. Thank you for taking the time to join me this evening. Donald Trump is clearly furious as he rages...
Thank you for having me, and I'll be very happy if you would slow down a bit. After all, I'm Israeli, and it takes some time to understand English.
Yes, of course, no problem at all. Thank you for telling me. So,
Thank you.
No worries. Benny, Donald Trump is clearly furious as he rages at Israel and Iran for violating the ceasefire. He said, "I've got to get Israel to calm down." What do you make of that?
Well, first, it's very important for us to emphasize the importance of the last 12 days campaign that we went through. Israel actually set out to stop the promoting of potential nuclear threat that would threaten us as Israelis, but would also threaten the entire region and the world. So I think it was very important for us to decide. No one is looking for wars, but I think it was a very important event. I also want to convey my appreciation for President Trump for his historic decision to act strategically against the nuclear sites that the Americans have attacked. I've heard the president talking. Israel obviously obeyed the ceasefire until the Iranians broke out this morning around 10 o'clock our times. But I hope that the ceasefire will last, but even more so, I think it is very important to make sure that the Iranians are not going back to their ambitions and to make sure that this destabilizing potential of this region is not coming back.
Benny, the world is still in the dark about the terms of the ceasefire Israel and Iran has agreed to. Do you have any knowledge on what Israel has agreed to, and could this eventually lead to peace?
I don't know exactly what are the details. I think it's just a ceasefire as such. And I guess that the Iranians and the international community and the Americans will go back to their negotiation. It's very important to understand. We have nothing against the Iranian people. And we didn't initiate this campaign before we had to do it. So if no one wants us to go back to that kind of activities, the important is that it's going to be a very good agreement with full inspection and making sure that Iran cannot enrich uranium, it cannot go back to the nuclear track that it was on, it cannot continue to support all those militias around the world and to destabilize the entire area. That's what should be in this agreement, but let's see what comes up next.
Okay, so we still don't have any more details on the agreement. Israel said it held back on Iran and on an attack, and that was after speaking to Trump earlier today. Is Donald Trump the only world leader who has leverage over Netanyahu to stop this conflict? Or is Netanyahu determined to carry on regardless of what Donald Trump says?
The way I see it, Israel agreed to this ceasefire. And I want to be very clear. You know, I might be some kind of political opponent for Netanyahu. But on the issue of Iran here in Israel, there's no left or right. There's right or wrong. And I think we are right. And we don't want to go back to fight if we don't have to. We will go to fight and to act only if the Iranians will make us do so. So the important is to look not what Netanyahu is willing to listen or not. The important is to make sure that the Iranians are not moving forward with those kind of destabilizing and threatening activities. And if that's threatened up, if that's straight up and there's no such event from the Iranian side, everybody can sleep in comfortable.
The director of the nuclear watchdog warned Iran against undeclared nuclear transfer. Is Israel confident sites like Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan still have highly enriched uranium? Are you sure that that has gone? And if not, does Israel know where this enriched uranium is?
Of course, we will have to assess the outcome, the specific operational outcome of what we did in Iran. I think we've pushed it back heavily and seriously years back, whether this is a knowledge within the scientists' minds or whether those are enrichment facilities, etc., etc. Iran went very close and tried to go across the threshold between enrichment and nuclear capacity. But another threshold was crossed during the last 2 weeks, is the willingness of acting. I'm saying Israel and later on joined by the United States, we showed our capabilities, but even more so, we show we're willing to act if needed. And once again, we have no intention of fighting Iran to make sure it's not going back to this track. So I think that's very much important. So we can look at the achievement on the engineering perspective of it, on the tactical perspective of it, on the scientific perspective of it, but geopolitically and strategically we need to understand that we went a very important threshold, and if we'll have to act again, we know how to do it. Unfortunately, people have seen it.
So Iran would argue that it was operating an entirely peaceful nuclear program for civilian purposes. We also know Tulsi Gabbard, who is part of the Chief of Intelligence in the US, said Iran wasn't close to making a nuclear bomb. And I just want to know if you still think the right decision for Netanyahu was to hit Iran.
Yes, I think it was a right decision. I think it was a strategic necessity for us from existential perspective. But it was a very important decision on behalf of the region and on behalf of the world in terms of what Iran is presenting. We must understand that Iran is a global challenge, i.e. look at what's happening in Kiev, Ukraine. Look at what's happening with the Houthis in the Red Sea. Iran is a regional destabilizer. Before this war started, the highest number of rockets went on the Aramco facilities in Saudi back in 2019 by the Iranians. At the beginning of 2022, it went by the Houthis that are proxies of Iran to the United Arab Emirates. So it's not just an Israeli issue. So of course we have acted against a potential existential threat as we have done before in Iraq, as we have done before in Syria. This one was much more complicated, but we still could do it. The question is also stands there for the region. And you know, the only thing between a future of escalation and Israel reoperating if it has to do so, or a future of prosperity and stability, is the radical approach of the Iranians. If they won't go back there, we will see much more positive outcomes in the entire region. And we are favoring that. We are deep into the Abraham Accords, and I hope to see expansion of this to normalization with Saudi and other countries, and maybe to have some kind of agreement with the Syrians and the Lebanese governments. So we seek peace, we seek stability, we need security. So if we won't have to act, we definitely prefer the other tracks.
So I just want to speak to you about the scale of damage in Beersheba today. 4 people were killed and the damage is said to be extensive. What is the mood among people in Israel right now? And do they still support Netanyahu's attack on Iran, even though we have seen missiles hit inside of Israel?
Yes, Leigh Ann, you're absolutely pointing out, without saying it, the difference between what we are doing and what the Iranians are doing. We are targeting operational and military and industrial facilities that had to do something with security, that has to do something with the nuclear approach, etc., etc. We may attack Revolutionary Guards, we may attack the Iranian Air Force. We do all kind of things that are military and operational targets. The Iranians are aiming to civilians, like we saw tragically this morning, as you rightly said, in Beersheba. However, the public of Israel understand the need to stand for our security interest, and we have the resilience to go through this process. I've been to all those places that were attacked, whether those are in the south or in the north, whether the people that were hurt were Jews or Arabs in the village of Tamra. We here in Israel are all united that Iran cannot and will not be allowed to threaten Israel and to threaten its very specific existence. I don't know of any other country in the world that calls for the total destruction of other country and building the means to do so. We have seen what happened on October 7. One cannot give those kind of capabilities to radicals that one day might irrationally use them. And I think that this is very well understood among the public in Israel.
So you resigned from Netanyahu's government amid the months-long assault on Gaza. Do you support Israel's attacks on Iran? And I just want to say to you, according to official figures, around 606 civilians have died in Iran since the 13th of June, since Israel launched their attacks on the country.
Yes, but I'm very sorry for every civilian, Iranian civilian that was killed. Just as I'm very sorry for every citizen in Gaza who is being killed. But this is not because we are seeking to kill civilians. This is because we have to go after military or operational targets, and those are embedded into civilian society, and that's the results of what happened, unfortunately, in Gaza. You know, if you talk about damages, surrounding damages in military operations around the world, Israel is achieving the highest ratio, I would say, of kind of 1-to-1, but which, professionally speaking, considered to be a good operational ratio. But once again, I'm very, very sorry for every loss of life, which is unnecessary. We could take all those tons of dollars that went to terror organizations, that went to build those nuclear sites, that went to build those ballistic missiles that threatened the entire continent of, or half at least continent of Europe, and invest them in science, in education, in health system. I think the Iranian people themselves should be getting those kind of things much more than the attempts that the Iranian regime have done outside the Iran itself. So yes, I'm very sorry for every civilian who's being killed, and but if it comes to a point where we have to act, then we have to act.
Did Prime Minister Netanyahu carry out this mission to destroy Iran military sites and nuclear capabilities to make sure he stayed in power? Before these attacks, he was facing immense pressure from Western allies over the dire humanitarian crisis inside of Gaza. And every day, there are reports that people who are going to receive aid are being killed at those facilities.
We cannot afford to stop fighting against Hamas in Gaza, nor we should stop supplying food for the people of Gaza as much as we can. Unfortunately, during the campaign in Gaza, we saw that Hamas is taking control over the humanitarian support that is being pushed inside, keeping it in his own storage, and selling it to the society, to civilians in ridiculous high prices. So we are seeking always way to buffer between Hamas control of the humanitarian support and making sure that the people of Gaza actually gets them. So I think that's what we should do in Gaza to continue. And you know, in Gaza we are not revenging because there's nothing that we can do in Gaza to satisfy our revengement sense after what they did to us on October 7. Nor are we retaliating in Gaza. All we do in Gaza is securing our future over there, from there. And I hope that one day will come that we can build in Gaza something that the Palestinian can live with and we can live beside. I tell you first-hand knowledge how many peace people of the kibbutzim around Gaza were murdered. And those people were part of what we call here in Israel the peace camp. They took Palestinian patients to Israeli hospitals on a daily basis. They were murdered on October 7th. They were about to build an industrial zone for 10,000 workers from Gaza to work in Israel, and he was murdered. That was my friend, the head of the regional municipality of Lipstadt. God bless his soul. And those people were murdered. So we cannot afford for that to happen. Hamas controlled and threatened us and attacked us ever since they took control since 2007. Iran were supporting this Hamas group or Hezbollah in Lebanon or other militias in Syria and Iraq since they took control of Iran at the end of the 70s. And those two activities must come to their end in order to promote stability in the region.
So, Benny, I hear you there, and I have spoken to a lot of doctors who are operating in Gaza, and they have said to me that there's malnutrition, people are starving, not enough food is getting to them, and when people are being injured at these aid distribution sites, they have shots in their shoulders, and it is not warning shots. People are dying every single day of starvation. Do you think if the war with Iran is indeed over, attention is now going to refocus on the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, and also that Benjamin Netanyahu has failed to get the hostages back?
Well, we got lots of hostages back. It started with 251 of them, and now we have 50 more in Gaza. So I think we have done a lot, but it's very, very simple. Between rebuilding Gaza and to have a flood of humanitarian and rebuilding the place, there is very simple issues. Hamas must let down its arm. He cannot control Gaza. Our hostages must come back, and everybody will have whatever they need. We have no interest in Gaza other than that. So why to talk with us? Let's see what Hamas is doing.
Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and Chairman of the National Unity Party, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much for having me, and I want to emphasize, we seek peace, stability and security in the region for all the people in the region, Jews, Arab, no matter where they come from. The only thing between us is radicals, whether those are Hamas or the other proxies of Iran and Iran itself. If those things will change, I think we are facing a bright future, and this region can really flourish in all aspects that one can think of, and I hope that one day we'll get there. I believe that one day we will get there, and I'll do whatever I can in my capacity to promote this direction in future days.
Benny Gantz, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, following the announcement of the ceasefire between Iran and Israel, several residents in Tehran expressed deep concern about whether or not the truce will last. Let's hear what they have been saying.
Well, during times of war, everyone suffers economically, and that is to be expected. However, I don't believe we should be focusing on such matters right now. Our priority must be the aggression committed against our beloved country, and we must respond.
I don't think a ceasefire is sustainable. It simply isn't. I believe the blows that Israel and the United States have suffered will lead them to seek retaliation, and they are likely to attack again.
All Western countries have been exposed. They lied to the people of Iran, pretending to offer time for negotiations, only to attack from the other side. They targeted our infrastructure, even though they were the ones who suffered most, while we remained largely unharmed.
For more on this, I'm joined by Seema Sabet, a British-Iranian journalist and host of the Seema Sabet Show. Absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for taking the time to join me. It has been nearly 2 weeks since Israel first launched missile strikes on Iran. Were these attacks necessary? And what more can you tell us about the people and what they are facing in Iran?
Well, to be honest, I blame Islamic Republic that they brought this war into our homeland. This is the main thing that everyone has to pay attention when they are talking about this war. The stance that Islamic Republic had on its nuclear advancement, on nuclear ambitions, on the missile programs that they were trying to develop, the instabilities that they had in the region through their proxies, they're all factors that finally brought this war upon us. So the main responsibility goes to the Islamic Republic, but anyone else. They are the one who attracted this war. And on the other side, unfortunately, there are some civilians and casualties which came with it. Of course, I mean, innocent people are the ones who they pay a heavy price during the war. One of the main results of this one was that IRGC is now weaker than ever. Many of their top commanders are taken off. They're killed. And this is the results that no one could expect to see in a lifetime if it wasn't happening during the war. So the targets on the very first night took the main chain of command of IRGC, which they are the main responsibility. They have the main responsibility for firing the missiles, for advancing the nuclear bomb, etc., etc. These ambitions are not Iranians' ambitions. These are Iranian people. They don't want to have war with anyone. Iranian people, they don't have any war, any conflict with anyone in the region. They want to have good relationship. They want to have good economy, but they have been living in a miserable circumstances because of 2 decades of sanctions. But again, who brought these sanctions upon Iranians? It was the foreign policy that Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, and the government, and also the IRGC brought it into on our people. I think that these are the factors that when we are talking about a war, We have to realize that there has been reasons behind it. I remember the day that Grossi said that they cannot confirm the peacefulness of the nuclear advancement or nuclear activities of Iran. They announced that they are going to open another enrichment site, which is not announced. So this is a kind of, mocking the whole world, mocking the international community. What else did they expect? Everyone was worried about their nuclear. And now they don't have any nuclear. I don't know what they're going to negotiate over. They have to stop firing missiles. So this peace, like ceasefire, is going to last. But they started firing the missiles the moment after the ceasefire was announced. On the other side, I think Israelis also, they took their last chance in order to attack as many locations as possible that they could. And those locations were against IRGC sites, the police sites. One of the locations that was bombed, it was the location that they took Mahsa Amini to. It was called Wuzara. So, of course, it's at the heart of Tehran. But it's one of those locations that they took women there, the ones who they were not covered or had this Islamic dress code as the Moral Police wanted. So these have been a signal to people, and it has been very somehow significant in order to weaken the government's ability to suppress any kind of uprising or any reactions by the people. On the other side, I could hear people talking about how Iran was great, how they acted great. We have to know that inside Iran, many people are threatened to take a stance against Israel and to condemn the war, and also in order to make sure that they are praising Islamic Republic for that. So I'm not surprised if those people inside Iran, they are somehow saying it under pressure. There has been checkpoints inside Iran. The prisoners have been threatened to executions. They restarted executions again during the last few days, and then internet has been shut down, so people could not communicate with their families. Still, internet is very limited inside Iran. So there are laws going on under the skin of the society without anyone signaling it really, in a way that it is to the outside world. People have no voice because there is one government who has been suppressing them during the last 46 years. And then there another factor of war, which they have been living during the last few days under the bombings. So, yes, this is the real story that people are living under.
Seema, thank you so much for your insights into that. But I just want to ask you briefly, before I let you go, there was a terrifying plot to kill you and your colleague while both of you were working for an Iranian news channel based in London. Since these recent attacks, how do you feel? Do you feel safe within the UK as the threat has increased?
Well, no, I don't feel safe because the IRGC's agents, they're everywhere. They have been threatening journalists, they have been threatening many dissidents outside of Iran, at the heart of Europe, at the heart of UK, anywhere. It's not only me. My story came up because there was credible evidence of what they were doing. I'm lucky to be alive because one of the people involved was a double agent. If that wasn't the case, I have been killed a long time ago. My only sin was that I was presenting a show which was extremely popular. And of course, we were exposing what is happening inside Iran in terms of human rights, in terms of the political activities of the government. So yes, and at the moment, I know that there is another presenter whose her family have been taken hostage by the Islamic Republic. Her mother, her father, and her brother have been taken away from their home, and the father was forced to call her and say that resign from your job. And the fact that IRGC is violating many of the European countries' integrity, sovereignty, there is absolutely no respect for them, for the international low, let's say. But now when they are in danger, they're seeking international support. They're talking about the international orders, etc., etc. But this is not what we have been seeing from Iran during the last 4 decades when they came to power. So anytime that they can use the international norms and orders and regulations, they use it. But in the meantime, a journalist at the heart of London has to be targeted just because exposing or saying the news as it is.
Seema Sebet, British Iranian journalist and host of Seema Sebet Show. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Dr. Mahmoud Abdul Karim, who was listening to that, is still with me in the studio. I went through 2 long interviews there. Apologies, but we are back with you. I just wanted to pick up on something our last guest was saying, Seema, when she was talking about the state within Tehran at the moment and what people are going through and the economy. I found this fascinating that Iran's annual GDP is around $418 billion. And that is with a country that has 94 million people. Why is GDP so low in such a big country?
Simply because of sanctions, okay? And also because the huge restrictions that they're putting on sanction. And as that's well known that for everyone, that Iran, under the blacklist. So, in the sense that they cannot export or import anything, even the 1.4 million barrel of oil that they sell in daily basis, they sell it at discounted prices. So, some, like estimation, they say like 50% discount of the market price. Some other estimation, they say 60%. And all this goes to where? To China. So they get to sell. So they're not really getting. And in terms of a country that has any core or a core substance of economy that or something can generate income for that, they don't have anything because they're not allowed to use or import any raw materials that allow them to be involved in the production and to have an economic cycle which increase the GDP.
So what is the answer now for Iran? Because they said that they were enriching uranium and that was for civilian purposes. It was for that use. Now we are hearing that these US and Israeli strikes has obliterated those enrichment facilities. Where does this leave Iran in the way of power? What resources are now left in the country, and how does the country pick itself up again?
Mainly they rely on oil. They don't have anything else to rely, neither agriculture nor production.
So are things going to be harder now economically for the people?
If they don't lift the sanction on them, that will be so tough on them. Okay, and that lifting the sanction, because it will go through a process. First of all, the peace talk. And you'll never know how long it will take also to reach the peace talk. After that, okay, the investigation. They will send some kind of people who would expert in for nuclear weapon, okay, to understand and also to look for any nuclear plan that they are hidden or something like this, okay? So that will be a really long process. I think that they should, in the diplomatic way, they should just, request some, interfere by European Union to support them financially. And at least, okay, if not support them financially, directly support them through third party like Europe, like United Nations or UNDP or something else, okay? If you don't want to just give Iran, okay, money, okay, because you're just afraid for the sake of proliferation, for anything that to develop a nuclear weapon, then you might have many channels that are just to send money to them, okay? I'm specifically here send money to the Iranian people, not to the Iranian regime, because the Iranian regime, they are, as per what they are reading, okay, we are reading that we've been reading a lot, they are so rich, okay, especially like, we're talking about like, the president or all those people who are surrounding the working in government, they are so rich. But when it comes to the people, they are, they're suffering. They are most of the people, they're under the, poverty level. Yeah. So at this end, okay, you want to support Iran? Okay, go there. Okay, try just to support them through like a proper channel, like UN. Just don't go there and just, send money directly to them.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was great to have you on the show. And I want to thank you once again, Dr. Mahmoud, for your insights and financial expertise.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Now, let's look at regional reactions to President Trump's ceasefire. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry welcomed the US-brokered truce between Israel and Iran, affirming its desire for de-escalation after 12 days of conflict and thanking President Trump for his efforts. We can now speak to Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, political strategist and expert on regional security and also US-Saudi affairs. Ahmed, pleasure to have you on the show. Saudi Arabia has welcomed US President Trump's ceasefire. The agreement, however, it does appear fragile. How concerning is this for the Middle East region?
Thank you for having me, and my greetings to you and to the viewers. Definitely, you hit the nail on the point. The agreement is not even fragile. The agreement is just on the news. We need a solid agreement, define the role of Iran and Israel and how the treaty needs to be look alike, because we cannot afford in a 1 year time, 2 year time, maybe after Trump's time, another war will erupt in this region. So it's need to be redefined, it's need to be rewritten. And I think the way that we've seen the motto of President Trump today and his mood, that he is really willing to take this even further. And he is basically today has put himself in a same distance between Iran and Israel in his announcements, even when he didn't announce Israel by bombing Iran again, or by actually praising them because they actually stopped the conflict and they are stick to their guns right now. Also, he took it a step further by basically opening new markets to the United States. He mentioned that Iran is going to be a great trade partner in the future, and it's a good signal. It's a stability for us in the region, for Saudi Arabia, which is very ambitious, and they have a Vision 2030 that it's been, promoting the whole peace in the region and zeroing all their, conflicts in the region. Again, it's need to be redefined, it's need to be re-stressed, and I think everybody needs to come on a roundtable meeting.
Ahmed, Qatar's Prime Minister has said relations with Iran have been scarred by the Iranian missile attack at the US airbase in Doha. Are other US bases in the Middle East now on high alert following that attack we saw this time yesterday?
The whole area is basically on alert. It's going to probably take a while, and all these kind of let's say alert codes goes down. Everything is possible. We're anticipating everything. I'm sure there's back channels has been taken, but there is some other stuff we did not understand as an observer, why Iran did hit the American base in Qatar, while Iraq is the traditional Ain al-Assad, it is the traditional base to hit, or it's closer than Qatar, they could have hit the Incirlik in Turkey. So there's a lot of things that we've seen, or the Fifth Fleet in the Arabian Gulf. So there's a lot of things that really to consider and to see, but definitely I think the relationship between Iran and Qatar, it is probably they assess this is the easiest, probably country that they can have a back channel with. Qatar has been a promoter of peace and a mediator on the Iranian file on so many times. Probably there's a back channels over there, but still it's basically conquering the Qatari airspace, sovereignty, all of that. This is not going to be forgiven easy, not by Qatar or by the GCC, and it's really made a scar not only on Qatar, for the rest of GCC. I mean, the only allies was for Iran in this region was the GCC, especially Saudi Arabia, when they have this big, huge airspace that could have helped the United States to refuel their B-2s to bomb Iran. Prince Mohammed bin Salman has refused this to be happen because he doesn't want to be part of this conflict, and he wants to be the, sound of wisdom to bring all parties to peace and stop the war. And yet Iran has actually fired their missiles into one of our GCC members, our neighbor, which is Qatar. And you know how the GCC is very sensitive when any other GCC country or members get into any under conflict. But I would like to reflect on your guest, Dr. Mahmoud and Seema. I feel the pain of the Iranian people. The only people who lost in this whole conflict are the Iranian people. They are struggling. As a Saudi national, as a human, as many of my colleagues here in Saudi Arabia, we feel very passionate to the Iranian people for what all the killing that happened and the damages that happens to the Iranian people. And we hope for them that we see them one time coming to our region, share with us the economy, share with us our culture. We share with them their culture. We share with them their history. They share with us with the history. It's been over decades and decades for the Iranian people. They've never expressed what life is all about, what the world looks like. I think maybe with all these things happening in the region, it's going to really define the role of the government and the regime of Iran to give more breather to the Iranian people, that we share a lot of values within this region. I hope the best for them, and I share all the pain with Seema and with Dr. Mahmoud.
Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, political strategist and expert on regional security and US-Saudi affairs. It was a pleasure to have you on and your insights. Thank you so much for sending your good wishes to the former guests. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And now we go to The Hague, where NATO leaders are meeting for a historic two-day summit to endorse a new defence spending plan that could see allies increase their spending by 5%. President Zelensky is urging NATO allies to invest in Ukraine's defence production and avoid any measures in favour of Russia. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Please increase your investments in Ukraine in joint weapons production. And all the weapons we produce become part of a new, stronger European defense and security system. European countries need to increase defense spending. We believe that 5% of GDP is the right level. And there is no significant Russian weapon today that is produced without components, without equipment or materials from other countries. Please, let's make sure that our defense potential and the potential of our partners works for our peace, not for Russia's madness.
We can now go live to Counterpoints host Melinda Nucifora, who is live from the NATO summit at The Hague. Melinda, thank you so much for joining us. So we're expecting a meeting between Trump and Zelensky on the sidelines of the official leaders' dinner night. Has that been confirmed, and do we know anything more?
We know that the two leaders are going to meet. Exactly when it's going to happen, that's still open to some speculation at this stage. It's highly watched, this meeting, because let's not forget that President Trump scrapped a planned meeting with President Zelensky on the sidelines of the G7 meeting only a couple of weeks ago, when he decided to leave that summit early. So that's put even more emphasis on the meeting between these two leaders here at the sidelines of NATO. It's widely speculated that meeting will happen tonight at the official dinner hosted by the Dutch King, because interestingly, President Zelensky hasn't been invited to the leaders' working session on day 2. He is invited to the formal welcome dinner tonight, but not the official leaders' session. That really breaks with tradition over the past couple of years, because we have seen President Zelensky not only invited as a guest, but also invited to speak, to address the leaders at those working sessions at NATO over the past couple of years. There is some interpretation that perhaps that's a sign of Ukraine's faltering path to membership, something we know the US does not support. And it's also being reported that any reference to Ukraine's path to NATO membership is likely to be left out of the joint leaders' statement this year. Again, another break with tradition that we've seen over the past couple of NATO leaders' summits.
So, Melinda, President Trump posted a message exchange between himself and NATO chief Mark Rutte earlier. It was kind of highly unusual, wouldn't you say? There was a lot of praise in there.
I can tell you, Leigh Ann, it had everyone in the media centre almost gasping when that came out. Everyone was looking around thinking, is this real? Did the US president actually post a private message from the NATO Secretary General? It is highly unusual. What is also has been raising some eyebrows amongst the media, amongst the analysts here, is the language that was used in that message. It was so glowing. The layers of praise were being heaped on thick and fast. We heard Mark Rutte saying things like, "Donald, you have driven us to a really, really important moment for America, Europe, and the world." He went on to say, "You will achieve something no American president in decades got done." He also praised President Trump's what he called decisive action on Iran, saying that was truly extraordinary. So glowing praise to the president, something I'm sure Mark Rutte expected to be kept private, but President Trump has decided to put it right out in the public view. We do know, though, that Mark Rutte is really well known for being a slick diplomat. If we cast our minds back to 2018, during that infamous NATO summit in Brussels, where it seemed like President Trump, during his first term, was almost going to derail the whole thing, when he said US could go it alone if NATO doesn't stump up on some extra funding. And it was Mark Rutte, then the leader of the Netherlands, who started shuttling between President Trump, between the Chancellor of Germany at the time, Angela Merkel, to try and smooth things over. In European circles, he's known as a bit of a Trump whisperer. So he obviously is trying to keep the president on side, because his joining of the summit tonight at the welcome dinner and at that working session tomorrow does have some European leaders on edge.
And Melinda, it's absolutely fascinating that we got that insight into the workings that happened behind the scenes on text message between Donald Trump and Rutte. So after all that excitement today, the scheduled events for day 1 of the summit are pretty much wrapping up. Do you think it's been a really successful start?
It's been quite an unusually slow start to the NATO summit, I would say. Again, a highly unusual NATO summit. This one here in The Hague is really going to go down as the summit that has broken with so many traditions. Usually, we see leaders sitting down for working groups across the various agenda topics that NATO spans over 2 days. And yet that's not happening this time around. Day 1 has been a very scaled-back schedule. It's been only at ministerial level. It's been mainly dominated by ministerial sort of forums and talk fests, where they're getting various ministers and various academics together to discuss some of these NATO issues. It's not leader-level working sessions. So that's been really unusual. Again, there has been some speculation, some reporting around the sidelines, that schedule has been orchestrated especially by the Secretary-General Mark Rutte, to target President Trump himself, to appease the US president, because he is notorious for having a short attention span at multinational gatherings like this. He left the G7 early, and that had everyone worried that maybe he might leave the NATO summit early too. So day one's been really scaled back. We have, though, had a lot of emphasis on Israel-Iran. It's kind of overshadowed Ukraine on day one. So we did see the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen trying to refocus the agenda, saying things like in her statement to the media that the future of Europe is written on the front lines of Ukraine. So an unusual start, a slow start, but definitely not a boring day. It's been quite interesting.
Counterpoints host Melinda Nucifora, thank you so much and all the best at the NATO summit. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines around the world today. The US Supreme Court has granted the Trump administration permission to resume deportations of migrants to countries other than their homeland. The court's order halts a decision from the US district judge, which found that deporting migrants to third-party nations without due process violated the Constitution. The case involves migrants from Myanmar, Mexico, Laos and Vietnam who were sent to southern Sudan. Still on US immigration, in the interest to ramp up mass deportations, Florida has started building a detention facility to temporarily hold illegal immigrants. The facility will cost about $450 million a year to operate off an airstrip in the Everglades. Florida's Attorney General said the detention center could be built in 30 to 60 days and hold an estimated 1,000 people. Now, WhatsApp messaging service has been banned from all US House of Representatives devices. An internal memo deemed WhatsApp a high risk to users due to the lack of transparency in how it does protect user data. In response, Meta disagreed with the move. The House has banned other apps from staff devices in the past, including TikTok. Now, protesters in Venice are celebrating after Amazon founder Jeff Bezos was forced to change his main wedding celebration to another location. It comes after Greenpeace joined the demonstrations to his marriage to Lauren Sanchez. Mayor Luigi Brunogna had defended the Amazon founder's wedding, saying it would boost the local economy. Let's take a look at the top business news now. And Google may have to make changes to its search services in the UK to ensure greater competition. Competition watchdog, the CMA, said it was not accusing Google of anti-competitive practices at this time, but it has set out a roadmap of changes to the company could make to its businesses ahead of a final decision in October. Amazon is ramping up its presence in the UK with a massive £40 billion investment over the next 3 years. The company says the expansion will create thousands of jobs, with fulfilment centres opening in Hull, Northampton and also the East Midlands. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called it a massive vote of confidence in the British economy. Turning to all the sports news now, tennis star Emma Raducanu has praised Wimbledon for ensuring her safety and blocking a man who had been stalking her. The man followed her to WTA events in Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Dubai and Doha. Earlier this week, Dubai police laid a restraining order and banned him from all the tour events. And Manchester United have made an improved bid of over $81 million for the Brentford striker Brian Mbeumo. That follows an earlier offer of $61.2 million. The 25-year-old, who scored 20 goals last season, could become United's second signing after Matheus Cunha. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe. Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. With global attention focused on the situation between Israel and Iran, deadly violence continues in Gaza, where local health authorities say that at least 140 people have been killed during the last 24 hours alone. Well, this is a result of Israeli gunfire and airstrikes. Well, of these deaths, several people were killed in Israeli fire on crowds of displaced Palestinians who were awaiting food aid. Well, since aid deliveries to Gaza restarted in late May, close to 400 Palestinians have been killed and around 3,000 others have been injured whilst trying to get food. Well, let's get more. We can speak now to James Elder, who is a UNICEF spokesperson who joins us from Amman in Jordan, having just returned from Gaza. James, thank you very much for speaking to us. Last time we spoke, you were actually in Gaza. Just tell us briefly, to set the scene, when did you leave Gaza and what was the situation you left behind you?
I left yesterday. It deteriorates now by the hour. I had a sense, this being my fifth time back, Tom, that this was as bad as it's ever been, which is a very, very perilous bar. To think that, given the bombardments and the denials and the restrictions, to think it's got worse. And I spoke to many, many other humanitarians just to check, to qualify. And yes, it gets worse now by the hour. And that's for a couple of reasons. Primarily, that's now water. Fuel is water. Fuel is what pumps the desal plants. Fuel gets trucks across the Gaza Strip. Whatever word you would use for that, it's like a famine of water. So we've gone the bombardments, the nutritional crisis. But as someone said to me, James, we've learned to live without so much, without loved ones, without our homes. We've somehow learned that we can live without for a week or two without food. You cannot live a couple of days without water. That's why now it's an hour-by-hour proposition, so long as fuel is not allowed into the Gaza Strip.
And it's extraordinary, isn't it? And part of the tragedy is the fact that, you know, as things deteriorate, as you say, and are perhaps their worst point so far in these last 20, 21 months, this story is being eclipsed by other events in other parts of the world. And really, the world news cameras are not really trained on Gaza at this particular moment, are they?
No, they're not. Probably less so than at any time. And this is not a quiet moment. As we say, it's exactly that level of criticality, because because people are on their knees. People's coping capacities have been smashed. We've said that for a while. Yes, there is something remarkable about Gazans, no doubt, given all they've endured for decades. There is something we saw in the ceasefire, the way they can respond. But right now, with a nutritional crisis, with a virtual blockade, with a water level where people are already drinking brackish water, salty water, and on top of this, of course, we have these militarised aid points where every day eclipses the day before when it comes to mass casualty events of civilians. They're abhorrent sights. Everything we spoke of, Tom, 5 weeks before the United Nations en masse, that humanitarianism at its best is needs-based. You find out the needs and you go to where people are, and that's what's happened since World War II. But we don't need to go back 10 years from Ethiopia or Somalia. We go back 2 months to the ceasefire. 400 distribution points across the Gaza Strip, malnutrition going that way, disease going that way, access to water going that way. All of a sudden, this attempt to circumvent the world's most efficient aid system, as I say, since it was invented in World War II, for militarised sites where everything we mentioned, what happens to old women? I've had old women in tears saying, I can't go there. I've had men who've been there 7 times and failed every time. Men stabbed. I met a little boy, 13-year-old boy, Abdul Rahman, who went, trying to be the hero of his family. Tank shell, shrapnel all through his lower part of his body. Such a brave boy. Tom, checked on him every day, sitting up, getting braver. And the last day I left, he died. So that is whatever that is, and that's increasing a level of desperation across the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, it sounds like that boy's story and the horrors of what he went through in the last days of his life, something you're never going to forget. That's going to be with you for life, isn't it?
Yeah, without a doubt. There are things you compartmentalise, and there are things you cannot move. And several things with him, Tom, and he's not alone. I get a chill when you mention that. There's 50 children that could flash through my head because of the gravity of their wounds, because to see a child losing an arm and to see 4th-degree burns that I didn't know existed. This time round was somehow different in that it was the first time I wasn't just seeing these horrendous wounds of war, I was hearing them, such as the horrible lack of painkillers that you would hear children, because 4 or 5 children to a room, but one's paralysed, one's amputated, one's got shrapnel in their abdomen, and it's a scream. And this little boy who sat up to want to do a video with me, wanted to sit up but hadn't had painkillers all morning. I will remember him. I'll remember that bravery. I will remember his mum, that anguish of, she's done everything. She's done the medical form. She's done the medical evacuation. It's another part of a system failing her son. So yes, that brave little boy, I'll remember that anguish of her mum. I remember walking out of that room and meeting another mother who took 9 years, Tom, 9 years to conceive, and her telling me her only child and husband had just been killed. That's what I mean. You turn around and everyone has a story that will rightly break your heart. Unfortunately, so long as this is allowed to go on by those nations with leverage, as they continue to turn away, more of those harrowing stories are being formed.
Yeah, I mean, truly horrific stories that you're telling us there. I mean, and clearly the one of the little boy, of the Rahman, stands out amongst them all. Just tell us a bit more about the mother you were just mentioning there, a lady who'd taken many years to conceive a child, and then she died and she lost the child. Is that correct?
No, sorry. So I just met her in a corridor because people come to you because they want help. They want, how do I get on a medical evacuation list? Medical evacuation list was a very single problem. Children who survive a bombardment in hospitals where medical care is denied. Previously, it was always they denied exit. Now, increasingly, they're allowed to leave, and countries around the world have closed their doors and therefore, in my books, closed their hearts. So that's one very clear call to all those people. I know there are tens of millions around the world who are outraged by what's happening. A very clear call to their governments to open their doors to allow these children who survive these injuries. So you've always got mothers and parents coming up saying, I'm on this list, but nothing is happening as my child, gets closer to death. And this was just a woman who came to say that her little son and husband had just been killed and she had taken 9 years to conceive. And that's a look I'll never forget. Her look, this proud woman, just of utter despair.
I mean, it's a horrific situation. What's your message to world leaders and who would you like to see doing what?
I think it's now 2 parts. Okay, we called for a ceasefire forever. Let's focus in on water. Fuel, which again is the water trucks that go around, the desalination plants, has not been allowed into the Gaza Strip for more than 100 days. I mean, so the world somehow got used to starving a population, and now they're going to see if they can get used to having a population die of thirst. Children will die if this continues. Children will start to die of thirst. Malnutrition and a lack of water are horrible partners. So one is put pressure on Israel to abide by international law and allow fuel in so people have water. The second is, yes, all those governments around the world, increasingly we see Western nations making strong statements to show their outrage at what is happening to the citizens of Gaza. Well, then match it with deed, and those 2,000 children who are critically ill in Gaza, allow them into your country, allow them to get the medical care they deserve so they're not added to the 50,000 girls and boys who've been killed or wounded in this war.
I mean, James, you sound like you're really traumatized by what you've seen and heard and the things people have said to you. I mean, there's clearly nothing in your professional career that you can compare the situation in Gaza to. Is that correct?
That is correct, for sure. I think my animation, I wouldn't say traumatized. I would say I'm outraged. I would say I feel my role is, to try and share that outrage, although it's an interesting word because UNICEF does a huge amount of trauma work with children. This is an entire population that need mental health support. We've never seen that before. But in Gaza, child psychologists don't call it PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, for children because there's no P, there's no post. You can't call it post because a week later a child may have an entirely different type of trauma impact them. So that's trauma for children, girls and boys in Gaza. But no, I'm always loath to compare crises because in my heart a child is a child, and there's 5 million girls and boys displaced in Sudan right now. There are children in the DRC and Haiti, horrendous scenarios. But no, I've never seen the scale of this. Certainly, I don't think the world's ever seen a scenario where so many children are bombed and nowhere is safe and they're denied the care they need and they're denied the ability to leave. I don't know in modern history a time when civilians are denied the ability to leave a war zone whilst being denied the things they need to survive that war zone.
And just lastly, let me draw on your expertise in the humanitarian field and ask you what's going so badly wrong with this Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? Why does it seem incapable of delivering aid to people without these scenes of mass violence that seem to accompany it? What's the underlying reason for it?
The underlying reason is that humanitarian aid has to be impartial. The humanitarian organisations work with both parties, whoever they are. Wherever you are in Somalia, you're somehow dealing with al-Shabaab whilst you're dealing with the government. 10 years ago in Afghanistan, you're working with the Taliban and the government. You're impartial. You have trust of the community and you go in there. This is a combat site. This is not a demilitarised site. It is a combat site surrounded by Israeli soldiers. There are 3 of them, so instead of 400. So there's great desperation. And so it's militarised, it's politicised, it's weaponised. That underlines the problem. Nonetheless, still, how do you then, because I've spoken to many people who go, who ask me, Palestinians, I go there at 8 o'clock at night and we line and we sit like we're in a cage, and then suddenly a quadcopter will come over and shoot some people. Why do they do that, James? Now, that is a question. So why these things keep happening is because it was a system that was always has nothing to do with humanitarian aid. It's weaponized, it's politicized, it's a combat site. There is so much disinformation and misinformation. People don't understand where they're meant to go, and apparently if they walk a metre off track, then they meet a fatal end. So there's many elements to it, Tom, but I think the most clearly is that you only have to go back 2 months to see what happens in a ceasefire. 400 distribution points, not a single person injured. Remembering, whilst that GHF is happening, and nearby there you're having these massacres, UNICEF is doing a nutrition distribution somewhere. We're getting water. Another organisation is getting food out. There are no casualties at these events because they're not militarised and because you have the full trust of a community and you don't have soldiers nearby.
Okay, and just very briefly, I know I've got to let you go in just a second, but what's your message to someone who's watching who feels powerless and outraged, as you say you feel? What's your message to them? What can they do about this?
I think this one, Tom, is around medical evacuations of children. Now that it's become clear to us that increasingly the problem of getting a child with horrendous wounds of war to safety is about the country receiving them. European countries, Asian countries, wherever they are, countries in the Middle East, there is a great lack of countries willing to take these children in. So wherever you are, your member of parliament, whoever has a voice, whoever has leverage, those children who somehow survived an airstrike lay in hospital with an arm amputated, potentially going to lose another arm in 3 weeks. That's what happens if they don't get medical evacuation. And they are sitting there slowly dying or being pulled apart because governments around the world are not opening their doors and facilitating that. That is a game changer to, as I say, thousands of critically injured children. And that's something tangible right now beyond the political nature of a ceasefire.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you talking to us. James Elder, thank you for your time.
Thanks.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities or destroy Iran's regime? What's Israel's real objective as its latest conflict escalates? Netanyahu says he's changing the face of the Middle East. But could his plan backfire and galvanise Iran and the region against Israel? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The Israeli Prime Minister has told the Iranian people he's clearing a path so they can reclaim their freedom. It's well beyond the operational objectives he relied on to justify Friday's strikes. Here he is in two separate interviews.
We are changing the face of the Middle East, and this can lead to far-reaching changes even within Iran itself.
But U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict.
Israel clearly wants to capitalise on its upper hand and exert maximum pressure while it can. Not to be deterred, Iran is actually taking steps towards a nuclear weapon now, threatening to leave the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's a race against time on both sides. Meanwhile, US President Donald Trump denies his early departure from the G7 meeting in Canada has anything to do with working on a ceasefire.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent?
Yeah, or giving up entirely.
The US has always insisted it wasn't involved in this conflict, but recent social media posts from the president suggest otherwise. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our panel if the US is on the brink of active involvement. Is regime change in Iran the real objective of this conflict? And could it backfire on Israel and push Iran closer to developing a nuclear weapon? Stay with us. To discuss the growing escalation between Iran and Israel and the prospect of US involvement, I'm joined by Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert, author and host of The Scott Horton Show. Dan Pfefferman also joins us, chairman of Shakar and former IDF intelligence officer who specialises in Middle East affairs. And rounding out our panel, Negar Mortazavi, editor and host of Iran podcast and the senior fellow at the Centre for International Policy. Thank you to our panel for joining us here on Counterpoints. On social media, we have seen the US president say, "We have control of the skies over Iran." I emphasise he wrote "we." And he went on to post that US won't take out Iran's supreme leader yet, and called for the country's unconditional surrender. This all comes as the US moves more military assets in the region. Some military analysts see this as preparations necessary to execute a bunker buster strike on Iran's nuclear facility hidden deep underground. So, Scott, let me start with you. Does it now sound like, even though the US has been distancing itself from Israel's operation, is the US preparing to bomb Iran?
Well, I don't know for certain, but I'm afraid that they are. And I have heard from sources that I would think would know, in a position to know, that they're certainly prepared to, and that, they had been told that it could happen as soon as yesterday, which thank goodness it did not happen yesterday. I know there's been a lot of outcry and public opinion in the United States against it, including and perhaps especially on the right from Trump's base against this. And I hope that he's hearing that and at least considering his options more carefully. But I think it's right that the Israelis have total air dominance over at least much of the country. I don't know exactly how much of it. And I'm sorry, because I have been traveling and I'm a bit out of touch on the very latest reports. But I don't believe, from what I've heard, that Israel has even attempted yet or succeeded in completely destroying the underground facilities at Natanz and Fordo, where the centrifuges are. And so there's the possibility, I'm not a military expert, but it seems possible that they need American heavy bombers to bring in big enough bombs to accomplish that mission. And so it could be that the Israelis have, to some degree, cleared the way for that at this point.
Dan, we're hearing those words from President Trump. We have control of the airspace. We aren't going to take out the supreme leader yet. Is this Israel's conflict, or is this the US's war?
This is a conflict that, unfortunately, Israel was burdened in dealing with for the entire free world. And when I say free world, I mean many parts of the Middle East who have been under Iranian terror and subjugation since 1979. President Trump, of course, campaigned on a platform of ending U.S. involvement in foreign wars, limiting U.S. participation, and rightfully so after America went into Afghanistan. Very correctly so, but it didn't go well. It was poorly managed, poorly planned, and in the end, America left, and the Taliban came back in office. And of course, the Iraq War in 2003. The reasons for it are under dispute to this day, whether it was smart or not. Certainly, the execution of it didn't go well. Iraq is not a democracy today. So I get it that Americans are burned by the concept of regime change and bringing democracy to the world, and I do sympathize with that idea that Americans don't need to be playing regime kingmaker or matchmaker in the world. That said, nobody's talking about right now, at least, a regime change. Israel is certainly not talking about regime change. And if Israeli leaders are entertaining any kinds of those thoughts, I would caution them against it. That said, Iran has been very declaredly so the greatest enemy of Israel, of the West. It literally chants death to Israel, death to America as it parades them on intercontinental ballistic missiles through its streets. It has threatened in word and in practice. It backs virtually all of the proxies that attacked Israel on October 7th, since October 7th, and for the past 30 years. And so Israel is really fighting this war, first and foremost, for its own safety and security, but really for the stability, safety, and security of the region and of the free world. And there's a reason why virtually all of the region's powers are not rushing to condemn Israel in this, because almost every country now in the Middle East and most of the G7 and the European and Western powers are very happy to see a degraded Iran as far as its nuclear and ballistic missile program. And I don't think anybody would shed a tear to see this regime gone.
Negar, what's your assessment?
Well, I don't know what the strategy and the end goal here is exactly, because if the problem is with Iran's nuclear program, that issue was being resolved at the negotiating table with the United States, and U.S. intelligence just yesterday in reporting reiterated that the program remains civilian. And yes, the Iranians had expanded the program, but that it wasn't weaponized, and they didn't seem to have any plans to weaponize the program. So if that's the issue, that was being done through diplomacy. In fact, there was a round of talks scheduled on Sunday in Oman, which now is called off thanks to the Israeli attack that started 2 days before. And it seems like actually diplomacy was one of the main targets, because the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu actually has been on the record, it's no secret, on and off the record, has been trying to sabotage any form of diplomacy between Tehran and Washington, any form of normalization, the removing of pressure, of sanctions, of this isolation that one political camp, at least in Iran, has been pushing for 2 decades. Netanyahu tried to sabotage diplomacy under President Obama. He tried to sabotage it, even though it wasn't going anywhere, under President Biden. He tried to pressure the U.S. for the past 2 decades to go to war with Iran. Since the invasion, the U.S. invasion of Iraq, Netanyahu has been calling for a war in Iran on its nuclear sites, etc. So this seems to be, it's been out in the open. He wants a war with Iran. He doesn't want diplomacy normalization. And I don't think the nuclear program is really the problem. The other thing I want to add here is the experience of these regime change wars for the Americans. The reason poll after poll has shown in the U.S. that there's no appetite for another big war in the Middle East is because of the failures that's in front of everyone's eye. $1 trillion wars, Afghanistan and Iraq. After 20 years, the U.S. had to give the keys back to the Taliban and return. In Iraq, U.S. interference, invasion brought more instability, more chaos to the entire region, and not just Iraq. Beyond that, I mean, look at the birth of ISIS, the more instability that has been spread across the region. And then finally, the Iranian people, the Iranian people, a lot of them, as we've seen in protests, are not very happy, big fans of this regime. But at the same time, bombs falling from the sky on their homes, hospitals, ambulances, a TV station that's having a live air show, gas stations, all of these civilian infrastructures being bombed. This is not something, nobody wants their family to be bombed when they're sleeping at night. So people are essentially being clear-eyed about what is happening to them, even though they may not be fans of the regime, and they may, in fact, not care so much about the attacks on the nuclear sites. But it's way beyond that, just nuclear, political, military targets, and the civilians are essentially paying the price for this too.
Dan, I just want to... jump in, Scott.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what she was saying there about it precedes Netanyahu. If you go back to the 1990s, Yitzhak Rabin, in fact, intervened when Bill Clinton wanted to normalize relations with Iran back then, because his strategy was to deal with the Arabs, including a sort of pseudo-Palestinian state, at the expense of the Iranians, and turned on the Iranians then, before Iran ever started backing Hamas in the Gaza Strip. And so it was a huge part. And then, of course, during W. Bush, it was actually Iranian-backed Iraqi exiles who helped lie the Israel first neoconservatives into lying the American people into war. And it turned out that that war was to benefit the Iraqi National Congress, it was called, which had a base in Tehran. They told all the Zionists that the new Shiite Iraq will be best friends with Israel and will force Hezbollah to stop being friends with Iran and to be nice to Israel, so that Israel can get away with stealing the rest of Palestine and not have to worry about Iran using Syria to arm Hezbollah on their northern flank. And of course, it completely was a hoax. And the neoconservatives fell for it and lied the American people into war based on that. And of course, all they did was they put Iran's best friends in power in Baghdad, the Supreme Islamic Council and the Dawa Party. And as the king of Saudi Arabia told Zalmay Khalilzad in 2006, he said, it used to be us and you and Saddam against Iran. Now you have given Iraq to Iran on a golden platter. And that was why they then turned around and backed al-Qaeda in Syria all these years, and the Saudis did too, was to try to make up for the fact that they had given Baghdad to Tehran. So now they tried to take Damascus away from them. And that was what led to the rise of the caliphate in the Obama years, and then Iraq War III to destroy the caliphate again. And these are related kooks, are the same ones who seized power in Damascus in December. So this may be very good for Israel, that they want to limit the Ayatollah's ability to use Assad to back Hezbollah, which is also severely weakened now. But that's none of this is interest in the American people at all. Our enemies are the bin Ladenites, the vanguard radical of the Sunni edge, the Ayatollah's enemies. And they are one major faction that are sure to benefit from this.
Dan, I can see you shaking your head there. What's your assessment on what Scott has said and what Nagar was talking about, that it is Netanyahu and his predecessors who've been sabotaging diplomacy?
Sure. First of all, I'll just say there was just such a big mix of conspiracy theories with bits of historical understanding. Saddam Hussein was certainly no friend of the U.S. or the West. Again, whether it was smart to invade and take him out and try to do a regime
that was
change,
a reference to the 1980s war. That was a reference to the 1980s.
We can go back to the 1980s, and certainly.
Let me explain. America,
hang on a second.
America and Saudi Arabia backed Saddam against Iran. That was backed by Israel. Israel backed Iran all through the 1980s war before Rabin turned around and stabbed them in the back. Long after the Iranian Revolution, isn't that right?
Okay. Let me respond, please. They never tried to claim that Israel has never made mistakes in its foreign policy throughout the years. Israel is constantly faced with hammers and rocks and hard places from different sides, and in trying to navigate one of the most difficult regions in the world, certainly has made our share of mistakes, as have the Americans, but this is not an easy place to navigate. Regarding sorry, I forget your name, what the other panelist here said, the lady.
Nagar.
Netanyahu is not sorry?
Nagar.
Nagar, I'm sorry. Thank you. Regarding Netanyahu sabotaging diplomacy, Israel has no interest in sparking wars with its neighbors. We're a small country in a very hostile region. I think my feed is frozen here. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Dan. You can continue.
It's not about sabotaging diplomacy, hardly. It's that the JCPOA and other attempts at reaching agreements with Iran are short-sighted, and they rely on Iran standing by its promises, something that it's shown consistently over the last 20, 30 years that it never does. And so if there's an actual agreement through diplomacy that ends Iran's nuclear program, Israel will be the first to get in line and welcome that. If there's any actual diplomatic agreement that brings Iran back into the international community, with Iran stopping the incitement against Israel, attacks against Jews worldwide, anti-West rhetoric, backing proxies all over the Middle East, most of whom attack Israel, Israel will be the first to get in line. However, that's not what we're seeing. That's not what we've seen. The October 7th attack, by the way, with Iranian proxies in Gaza, Iranian proxies in Lebanon, Iranian proxies in Yemen, was actually a deliberate attempt, as exposed by the Wall Street Journal, to stop the upcoming Saudi normalization and put an end to the Abraham Accords. So if we want to talk about sabotage, it's usually in one direction and not the other. Iran has said it is an existential threat to Israel. We in Israel have learned to take seriously threats to our existence. We're too small of a country and too traumatized from our history to sit back and let it attack. We're not like those in the West whose enemies are thousands of miles and oceans away. And so when regimes pay and arm and train their proxies at us, when they hold parades with ballistic missiles that say death to Israel, death to America, and when they literally call us a cancer and say they're going to commit another Holocaust while denying the Holocaust on a regular basis on public television, we take those threats seriously.
Negar, what do you make of that? Is Iran not upholding its commitments? Has it been using its proxies to wage war on Israel? So is this not then justified?
Well, first of all, unlike Dan, who seems to be speaking on behalf of his government, maybe I'm not here to speak on behalf of any government, and I certainly don't agree with every policy that Iran is launching. I'm a critic of Iran's anti-Israel sentiment. I'm a critic of Iran's anti-West, anti-US sentiment. I think the cost of that to the Iranian civilians, to the population, to the country has been immense. The isolation, years of economic sanctions, and their insistence on sort of this aggressive foreign policy, regional policy in the region has had more costs than return. So I'm a critic of that. Let me just make that clear. But at the same time, I think Dan, in a way, he agreed with me. So what he reiterated is that the Israelis didn't like the deal that was made by the U.S. under President Obama, and then now as President Trump was engaging, and that's why they went for the sabotage. So he explained the reason why they try to sabotage diplomacy, but nevertheless they do. And this is the goal that Prime Minister Netanyahu has achieved. He hasn't bombed Iran's nuclear program to destruction, because nuclear experts say that's actually not even a possibility. First of all, you can't bomb all of these underground sort of sites in every location of the country, regardless of also its health, environmental danger that now experts are warning, the toxic material, the radiation, that's not just a threat to Iranians, but also people beyond, which the Israelis seem to have total disregard for. He hasn't achieved that, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's attacked or targeted or at least killed civilians. The casualties high on the Iranian side, over 200 killed, 1,500 injured. I'm also very sorry for the civilian side on the Israeli civilian loss on the Israeli side. I think the October 7th attack against civilians was a horrific attack, and I've condemned it. I'm ready to condemn it again. But again, what is the end goal here? Is this a regime change war? Is this trying to destroy the nuclear program through bombing? It hasn't achieved any of that. What it has achieved is calling off the nuclear talks and potentially destroying the prospect for diplomacy. And if in the long term, in the future, Iranian hardliners take the upper hand and they eventually actually weaponize this nuclear program, which they have threatened that they may do if the nuclear program is attacked, then we have Benjamin Netanyahu to thank for it, because he attacked a civilian program and essentially prompted the Iranians, in defense of their homeland also, to weaponize and go for the nukes.
That's exactly right. And the Israeli here is saying, essentially conflating them having a nuclear program at all. He said, oh, Israel would love a diplomatic deal where Iran gives up their entire nuclear program. Just completely conflating it with a nuclear weapons program, which they do not have. They mastered the fuel cycle at the end of 2005 and have been enriching uranium and have proven essentially that they could enrich up to weapons grade for 20 years now. And they haven't this whole time. And as the Director of National Intelligence in the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, reaffirmed in writing in February and in testimony in March, and apparently there's a brand new report that says that the intelligence agencies in America put out a new report last week telling Trump that Iran still has not made the political decision to try to break out and make a bomb. And if they did, it would take them approximately a year to have enough weapons grade fuel, fissionable fuel, to do it. But then the CIA estimated it would take them 3 years to have a deliverable device. And even then, almost always a miniaturized nuclear bomb that can fit on a missile, on a ballistic missile, is virtually always a plutonium bomb and an extremely extensive, extremely complicated implosion system that no one thinks the Iranians have the ability to do. The threat here, and they have no plutonium route to the bomb. They have no reprocessing facility that they would need to purify their plutonium waste in order to make weapons fuel. So their uranium route to the bomb is a route to a gigantic gun-type nuke that America dropped on Hiroshima, which they had no ability in the world to deliver to Israel other than maybe in the back of a flatbed truck or something. So the whole thing is completely a hoax. And there is nothing
saying, other than Netanyahu's ridiculous, completely unverified claims, that there was a recent change in Iran's nuclear program, that somehow now they're breaking out towards a nuclear weapon. And when someone confronted President Trump about this, a reporter asked him about this and said, your director of national intelligence says that nothing has changed, that here you are in the middle of negotiations, and America's demand is no enrichment at all. And the Ayatollah won't give in to that. So now you just want to pretend and essentially conflate them having enrichment at all with that somehow they are now breaking out towards a nuclear weapon, and we have to race to stop them by launching an aggressive Pearl Harbor type sneak attack, an illegal aggressive war like this. It's insane, and it's completely dishonest. That's why they have to lie all the time. And by the way, he was also lying that on October the 7th, that was a joint attack by Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis. No, Hezbollah and the Houthis got involved later in reaction to Israel's campaign there, as everyone knows who's not a liar and is doesn't have a script that they have to stay on here. And he's right that Hamas launched October 7th to sabotage the Abraham Accords.
Dan, your response to Scott.
There's just so many things to respond to, and most of them are completely fictitious. I mean, there's just ridiculous accusations.
Okay, well, how about this one, Dan? Is it true that Iran was close to a nuclear weapon, or is it more correct that the US intelligence has said it was at least 3 years away and that Netanyahu was looking for an excuse?
First of all, I will clarify to Nagar's comment earlier, I'm no kind of spokesman for anybody. I'm a private civilian, which means I'm also not privy to the intelligence. And last I checked, neither is anyone on this panel. I tend to have a good sense of when public comments by democratic countries like my own and like the United States are accurate as far as intelligence assessments. And from what I understand, Iran had made a policy change that was much closer to a nuclear weapon than what Scott is trying to say here. This is not some kind of
What's your source for that?
Iran.
What's your source for that?
What's your source for that? What's your source that you don't know? From what I hear from
I just quoted the Director of National Intelligence of the United States of America.
The IAEA has said that Iran has been making strides towards weaponization. This is not a civilian nuclear program. Let's not pretend any kind it is. Iran apparently had made a dash in recent months. It was not in negotiations in good faith to actually end its nuclear program. And this is a regime that constantly threatens.
Yeah, no, of course they weren't. Again, you're conflating having a
By the way, I don't know where you live, but I have, excuse me, I don't know where you live, but I have actual ballistic missiles falling on and near my house on a regular basis and on my children. This is not some kind of hypothetical
your government should have launched an aggressive
I don't get to
war
sit in ivory towers wherever you live in the United States. I don't get to sit in ivory towers and wax poetic about some potential conflict. This is a real threat on my family, my country.
Your country started an aggressive war.
My country started, we started on October 7th when we had left Gaza in 2005.
Okay.
We left Gaza in 2005. There was a ceasefire in place on October 6, 2023. And we somehow started a war against Iran and its proxy armies. Iran, since the entrance of the Islamic Republic in 1979, has been trying to colonize the entire Middle East and build a ring of proxy armies around my country. And by the way, the buying off the Arab countries realize Iran is their biggest threat. They realize Iran and radical Islam is their biggest threat. That's why Muslim Brotherhood is outlawed. That's why they are very happy to make this agreement with Israel and with the United States, because they realize Iran is the real threat to their own stability and security, and not Israel. And they want to be in alliance with Israel because they realize Israel is a force for stability in this region. And Israel is the country that will actually stand up to Iranian aggression, and they can't do it themselves. And so
that's not true.
Okay, Scott, I'm just going to have to interrupt you there because I need to keep us on track because we're going to run out of time.
They have agency of their own.
I'm going to move us on just to ensure that we don't run out of time and we hit all of our topics that we need to cover. So bear with me. I just want to move on to our next segment. Israel justified its preemptive strikes by claiming that Tehran was on the brink of building nuclear weapons, as we've just been discussing. discussing there taking out military targets and parts of Iran's nuclear program. But since then, the operation appears to have broadened. We've got suggestions from Prime Minister Netanyahu on US television that killing Iran's supreme leader wouldn't escalate the conflict but would effectively end this conflict. So, Negar, let me ask you, was regime change always the goal here, to your mind? Was Israel using the premise of nuclear weapons as an excuse to force regime change in Iran?
Let me first explain a term here that the Israelis are using, and it has legal, international connotations, and that's the word preemptive strike. Preemptive strike in legal terms means when an enemy is about to imminently attack you, and you figure it out, and you go for the attack first to prevent that imminent attack. It's self-explanatory. Preemptive strike. And Israel is yet to produce evidence for that preemptive strike, essentially the imminent threat that was there. And in fact, U.S. intelligence just contradicted that again, saying that Iran was not weaponizing its program. And as you also said, it's 3 years away to even getting close to that. So there's no imminent threat here, and these are not preemptive strikes. This is a war that Israel started by attacking Iran 2 days before the next round of nuclear negotiations with Washington. As far as regime change, again, I want to go back to Benjamin Netanyahu's own public and private commentary in the past 2 decades. He has been on the record in the U.S. Congress, all over. It's no secret that he wants an attack on Iran, an end to the Iranian regime. It's something we also hear echoing in Dan's commentary. And by the way, I've yet to hear any criticism of the Israeli policy from Dan. I haven't. I'm sorry that you and your family are in harm's way. My own loved ones are in harm's way. I was up all night trying to help my family navigate how to evacuate Tehran after the U.S. president basically ordered a city of 10 million people to get out of Tehran immediately. So these are real life consequences
and
we're
I wish
talking
them
about.
safety.
And yes, thank you. And yes, we see that regime change seems to be very much embedded in the commentary, the public commentary of Israeli officials. In fact, you see a sense of sort of hope or even encouragement by the Israelis, sort of encouraging Iranians to not take matters into their own hands and essentially bring down the regime. And this is while people have bombs flying in the sky onto their house, car bombs going off, et cetera, et cetera. And so, yes, I think regime change is one goal. I don't think Israel can do a regime change with just sporadic aerial strikes. They haven't been able to destroy the nuclear program. Experts say they're not going to be able to. And without the U.S. getting pulled into this or even supporting Israel, Israel can't fight Iran long-term alone. And so that seems to be the main goal, to somehow manufacture a point of no return for the U.S. to get pulled in eventually into the next big, endless regime change war in the Middle East.
Okay. Dan, was a regime change always the plan?
I'm not sure, to be honest. And I do, first of all, I appreciate the concern for my family and civilians in Israel. And again, I do extend that to Iran civilians. And I will say nobody in Israel has any kind of malice towards the people of Iran. And the people of Iran are not being targeted in this strike. However, I don't think regime change is the goal. I honestly hope regime change is not the goal, not because we want this regime to be around. I think this is a regime that has been an absolute terror to its own people and to the peoples of the region, the peoples of Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, and certainly the people of Israel. However, I don't think Israel is equipped to do a regime change. I don't think we certainly don't know how to do it in the Palestinian areas or in Lebanon, which is much closer to home. We definitely don't know how to do it in a much more sophisticated country of 80 million people that's 1,500 kilometers away. The goal is to dismantle or at least set back, because I agree with you also that while we know how to harm the nuclear program, I don't think we know how to take it out entirely. because Iran has the scientific know-how and the sophistication to build this program again and again. The best Israel can hope for is to set it back significantly. I would agree with you that it might be foolish to bomb and hope that a regime change takes place. And that might be a sentiment, certainly in much of the Israeli public and in certain parts of this government. I just don't think it's a good strategy. So I'll agree with you on that part. I think the most important thing is the Israeli leaders sensed, and from their perspective and from their intelligence assessments, that Iran was dangerously close to a nuclear weapon, that there were indications that it might try to hand off some kind of strategic weapon to their proxy armies, especially the Houthis, who also have ballistic missiles that they've been firing nonstop at Israel. And I'll just say, this is not just an Israeli attack out of the blue on Iran. Iran and its proxies started a war unprovoked against Israel on October 7th. Let's not try to hide and say that the Hamas did it on its own. That Hezbollah fired continuously dozens and dozens of rockets and missiles at Israeli civilians every single day. The Houthis have been firing every day. Again, it's me and my family having to run to the bomb shelter.
Okay.
There are buildings in my own city that have been hit. I think what Israel should be going for, and what President Trump seems to be saying in his strategic communications, is that there needs to be a surrender by this regime to give up its nuclear weapons program and ambitions. And then if the people of Iran want a regime change, that's up to them. That's not something Israel can impose.
Okay. Scott, should the Iranian regime surrender? Have they been effectively weakened to the point of no return?
Well, no, America should stop its involvement in all of this immediately. I also don't know whether the goal ultimately is regime change or not, but it goes to the question of the latent nuclear deterrent. The whole point was, for now, we only have a civilian nuclear program. Don't make us weaponize it. If you bomb us, we'll weaponize it. Well, now we've bombed them. And that could have been the basis for the deal, was that sort of permanent standoff. Now we've bombed them. By the logic of government programs, it only makes sense to keep going and get regime change, because if you leave the regime in power, now they're going to repeal the old fatwa, or certainly they're more likely to go ahead and pursue a nuke now, especially if they kill the Ayatollah, replace him with somebody younger and angrier, which is usually how those things go. They're more likely to pursue a nuclear weapon now and in a deeper bunker under a taller mountain somewhere, and go ahead and achieve nuclear weapons capability that they have, again, thus far spent 20 years not developing, when all along they could have, and we knew that they could have.
Okay.
And speaking of the Wall Street Journal, it's just not true that Iran attacked Israel on October the 7th.
I'm just going to interrupt you, Scott, there.
Okay, but that's a lie, and so I had to refute it. It's just not true at all. And the Wall Street Journal showed that U.S. intelligence doesn't say that that's true.
Yes, I agree with Scott. And the Iranians have said publicly, I mean, and implicitly calling it an independent Palestinian operation, which means they have nothing to do with it. In fact, I don't even think they knew it's coming.
Negar, I'm glad you jumped in, because I want to ask you, Prime Minister Netanyahu is saying that he's clearing a path towards freedom for Iranian people. Is that something the Iranian people even want? Do they want leadership change?
Well, this is your freedom invasion of Iraq, freedom invasion of Afghanistan, freedom bombing, nation building, democracy post-invasion. This is the same rhetoric. This is the regime change rhetoric. This is what I was talking about as far as Prime Minister Netanyahu, and taking his word at face value. He has basically done everything he has talked about and pushed for. As far as the Iranians, I want to be clear here. Of course, I don't speak on behalf of all Iranians. It's a big country, 80 million people, very diverse. You sometimes have disagreements within the same family. A big part of the population, I can say with confidence, is not happy with the regime. They're opposed, they criticize, they protest, they have economic, political, social grievances, and the government hasn't addressed that. That, however, doesn't mean you want bombs flying from the sky on your homes, on your family, on the road when you're trying to flee or evacuate, on ambulances, on hospitals. So Dan says the Israelis are not trying to target civilians. Then how come the toll is so high? There aren't so many civilians living next to the nuclear sites. Why is a television station being bombed while it's live? Why are ambulances burned? Why is the civilian toll over 200 1,500 injured. And so I feel like the Iranians, even those who thought that they would be saved and freed from the regime with sort of a foreign intervention, are having a clear eye, because from the beginning of that night, there were about 80 civilians killed. From the beginning of the attack, the Israeli attack that night, residences were attacked. They were calling it homes of these commanders and political leaders. What about their neighbors? What about the families, women and children who were sleeping with these in these units? Entire apartment buildings that were leveled. So it's certainly not just a war on the regime or regime officials. And now I feel like even the part of the population which is opposed to the government and its policies is having a clear eye about how this sort of freedom bombing is going to impact them and their families.
Okay, it brings me to our final segment, I suppose, because there could be a flip side to all of this. Israel may have actually accelerated Iran's desire for nuclear weapons. Although it maintains it has no plans to create weapons of mass destruction, the Iranian leadership is preparing a bill to pave the way for its departure from the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So, Dan, let me ask you, could this all backflip on Israel and actually galvanise the Iranian people against Tel Aviv?
Well, you essentially asked two questions here, right? One is could this backfire against Israel, against the United States, etc., that attacking the nuclear program if the Iranians had not actually made a decision to go for full weaponization, will backfire and force them to make a break for that. And the other one is regarding the Iranian people and whether they will galvanize against the regime. Look, I've been closely tracking and involved in researching this debate for a good 20 years, and that's always been the key debate between people who agree that Iran shouldn't have a nuclear weapon, and do you attack, do you not attack, because it'll coalesce the regime, it'll force it to make a decision. The understanding in Israel, the understanding in much of the analyst community globally, certainly in the West about this issue and in the Middle East, is that Iran actually did make a strategic decision that it is going for nuclear weapons as the ultimate insurance policy. The debate was whether it would actually use it or whether it would use it as in a North Korea style deterrence and insurance for its own regime survival. That is the debate. But I think it's clear that it has patiently and cautiously made its way towards a nuclear weapon, getting as close to it can over the years without actually crossing the nuclear threshold. And I think it's really an academic debate whether it's going to force it to rush to a weapon or not. I have a strong sense that Israeli intelligence on this issue is far more accurate and in tune. Again, I would hate to think that this is just some kind of Iraq 2003 redo. Speaking about what the Americans did, is rushing towards a regime change regarding Saddam Hussein. I agree with my co-panelists here that I think that, while morally correct, would be a strategic mistake on Israel's part, just because I don't think we can pull it off.
Okay, Nagar, I can see you raising your hand there.
Can I just make a two-finger here? Yes, just very quickly, because this is not said enough and many mainstream audiences don't actually know it. Israel is the only nuclear weapons power in the region. They have an undeclared nuclear program, about 90 or so nuclear warheads that can obliterate the entire region, any of their neighbors. So we need to reemphasize that Iran doesn't have any nuclear weapons. Israel is not a signatory to the NPT, the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which Iran is. And Iran has opened its program to international monitoring and investigation, the UN nuclear watchdog. That was actually one good result of the JCPOA nuclear deal made with President Obama, the most rigorous inspection and monitoring regime of any nuclear program. And then finally, I just wanted to say again, I don't want to cite Iranian or Israelis on this issue because they're obviously both parties to this, but I want to reiterate U.S. intelligence time and again, and including today again, saying that their program remains civilian and they were not planning on weaponizing it.
Scott, can you imagine this accelerating the desire in Iran for nuclear weapons, even if they didn't have it before?
Yes, and I guess I'm sorry because I anticipated your question with my last answer, but I do think that is a real danger here. And it's just not true that they were slowly and steadily working their way towards a bomb. Under the previous deal,
they shipped out all of their enriched material to France. And then the French would turn it into fuel rods and ship it back so they could burn it in their reactors. And then, as I was saying, they don't have a facility for reprocessing plutonium waste. And so they had no plutonium route to the bomb, and the Russians under the deal would come and get their plutonium waste and take it out of the country for them. And so their uranium route to the bomb was limited to the point where they would have had to withdraw from the NPT, withdraw from their safeguards agreement with the IAEA, kick the inspectors out of their country, beat their chest, and announce that now they are beginning to make nuclear bombs. And everyone would have known it. There's no way in the world that they could have done it in secret. And so in the meantime, on the surface, it looks like, oh, they're getting closer to nuclear weapons, and you'll hear this propaganda. Well, they have this stockpile of 60% enriched uranium-235. But that's the bargaining chip to negotiate away. Again, we're in the middle of talks here. And again, they have to conflate the Ayatollah's insistence on the ability to enrich and conflate that with the ability to make a bomb or even progress toward a bomb, when in fact, the Ayatollah has already proven 10 years ago, this summer, 10 years ago, he had proven that he was willing to negotiate away any stockpile of enriched uranium, that all of it would go out to our European allies, America's closest allies since our revolution against the British, the French, and that they would be the ones to turn it into fuel rods, et cetera, et cetera. So in other words, the promise of the deal was, because again, they were already members of the NPT. They already had a safeguards agreement full of additional protocols and subsidiary arrangements. And the JCPOA 15, all it did was add more protocols and more arrangements, expand the inspections regime, and roll back their program. They poured concrete into their Iraq heavy water reactor, and they made this deal to severely restrict their amount of their enrichment. A bunch of their centrifuges at Natanz right now are inactive under the old deal that they're still abiding by. So it's just not true that they've made this breakout toward a nuclear weapons capability. Your audience should know that is a lie.
Dan, a final response for you, and then we'll go to Negar, and then we'll be out of time.
Yeah, it's not a lie. And if you believe everything that Iran has been saying in regards to how it abides by the NPT, then as the old saying goes, I have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
I didn't say anything about
Iran has
what
consistently
they said at all.
lied. It shoved a number of
Iran
clauses
is not
into
the source for my claims.
Excuse me, you just had your chance.
CIA
Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. You had your chance.
Give me a break. All you can do is obfuscate because you have no truth you can stand on.
And pressured the Americans for a number of clauses that made the JCPOA next to a useless agreement. The fact that you had to have a month notice before inspecting any site, it wasn't any time, anywhere as it was supposed to be. The fact that there were sunset clauses that didn't demand any kind of actual good behavior and actual substantive changes on the part of the regime. And in 10 years' time, they can go back to enriching. And we know now that there was weaponization work going on under the table. You seem to place a lot of trust in the regime in Iran that nobody else in the world.
You got nothing but claims from your prime minister.
I will just say in response to what Negar said, Israel is Israel, according to foreign sources, supposedly has nuclear weapons. I've lived in Israel most of my life. I don't recall ever seeing a parade in Israel calling death to any other country in the world with ballistic missiles. And so it's one thing if
no, they just send their neocons to do it.
And something that the West should take very seriously is that if there is a regime that calls for your erasure, that calls for your destruction, and then continues to work towards getting the capability to do that, we take that threat very seriously.
Okay, final comment from you, Negar.
Well, I just want to say a part of the political system in Iran is actually very critical about that policy of chanting death to this and that. And they have been trying to at least reform or change the system for the better, for something that I think me and Dan would agree on. But the Israeli actions and also sort of the neocon US actions have actually weakened that part and emboldened the more hardliner and more militaristic core of the regime. And if we want to sort of turn this around, if Iranians chanted on the street, which by no means I'm super critical of that, Israeli officials have been saying similar things about Iran, and they are the only, as I said, nuclear weapons power, 90-something warheads, that can obliterate the entire region, if not the entire world. So if we want to talk about threats and the capacity to sort of obliterate the other side, it goes very much both ways, if not so much. And then Israel just launched this war on Friday and started it against Iran. And now we're seeing civilians being attacked on both sides. So at the end of the day, I think
civilians are not being attacked in Iran, and this war was started by Iran and its proxies 600 days ago. This is not a war that began on Friday. Let's get that straight.
Well, if you want to keep going back, Dan, then I think the Palestinians would beg to differ. You have to go back 70 years and talk about every single piece of history. The history also didn't start 2 years ago. Anyways, let me just talk about an off-ramp, hopefully less killing and bombs on civilians, including Dan's own family. I think the off-ramp here is for the U.S. to call for a ceasefire de-escalation. They have immense leverage over Israel. Basically, Israel wouldn't be able to fight this war against Iran alone without U.S. support, U.S. material support, financial support, also the war in the past 2 years on Gaza. So the United States, if they really don't want another regime change war in the Middle East and to be dragged into it, they need to call for a ceasefire, be very serious, both sides to de-escalate. The Iranians have said that they would de-escalate for obvious reasons. They're the underdog here. They're being, completely hammered by the Israeli side, who has supremacy, military supremacy. So if the U.S. can push for a ceasefire and then serious negotiations on the nuclear issue, return back to the negotiating table and try to resolve issues with diplomacy. More war is just going to bring more civilian casualties in the region in both of these countries, and then potentially even beyond that, as we saw with the other two wars in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Well, on that forward-looking, hopeful, peaceful off-ramp, we will have to leave it there because we are out of time. We appreciate everyone's contribution. Our panellists, Scott Horton, an American international affairs expert and host of The Scott Horton Show. Dan Pfefferman from Middle East 24, who specialises in Middle East affairs, and Negar Mortazavi, the editor and host of Iran podcast. Thank you for your analysis here on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for watching us here on Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. You can, of course, catch all our debates and interviews, and make sure you avoid missing out by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. Thanks for your time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Meanwhile, the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, ESCWA, recently published a report which focuses on financial inclusion across the region. Well, perhaps the most striking figure to emerge from this report is this: 64% of adults in the Arab region are excluded from formal financial systems. This means they are essentially locked out of economic opportunity. Well, the data shows sharp rural-urban divides. But the good news is that when it comes to active financial engagement, Saudi Arabia stands out with relatively high scores. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to the Esquire Economic Affairs Officer, Mario Jallis, who's the lead author of this report. Mario, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Saudi Arabia does well in some areas relative to the rest of the region. In which areas in particular are you seeing Saudi Arabia excel?
First of all, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. And as for your question, one of the main areas where Saudi Arabia has excelled is on digital financial services. It has gone beyond its peers in the region and has achieved very high levels of access to financial services. The recent report published by Esquire, the annual SDG Review 2025, shows that Saudi is actually a regional leader in financial inclusion. And together with Bahrain, it has the highest levels, the highest scores in the Esquire Financial Inclusiveness Index. This is a sign that a lot of strong policy, a lot of strong investments in digital infrastructure and digital innovation have been put in place to make this a possibility.
Okay, so would you say that's the main reason why the kingdom has done so well in this particular area, in the sort of digital area?
So the digital aspect is a big aspect. One of the other areas in which the region does better than some of its neighboring countries is in relation to financial literacy. Financial literacy is, low levels of financial literacy is a major problem throughout the Arab region. But in the Gulf countries, and particularly in Saudi Arabia, while it remains a problem, it's not as widely present as in some of the other countries. And by financial literacy, I mean that a large portion of the society usually does not know how to use financial services. So Saudi Arabia has recognized this early on and has established a program for financial literacy, which aims to educate those vulnerable groups that don't have access to financial services and help them building their capacity in using the financial services. So this is also another area in which much has been achieved. But going back, I would say, to the Vision 2030 that was put in place in 2016 by the Saudi government, that was a major game changer because at that point, the Saudi government recognized that moving towards a cashless society and investing in digital inclusion was a primary way to move forward in the financial sector. And it's now collecting some dividends from this decision.
One of the issues that's raised right across your report, not just with relation to Saudi Arabia, is the idea of underserved communities, particularly highlighting something we've talked about with other guests, the difference between people who live in urban areas, people who live in regional areas, perhaps outside of urban communities. How is the Saudi banking sector reaching out to sort of the underserved communities?
Well, one of the ways that this is being done by some banks is, for example, by establishing specific branches that address specific groups. There are banks that have SMEs or SME-centric branches. So by SME, I mean small and medium-sized enterprises. And this has increasingly been successful in reaching out to those small businesses that normally have a problem or have a more difficult time in seeking loans from these banks. And one of the ways to do this is to be more flexible about loan applications and finding solutions that do not match what a standard transaction would be towards traditional larger businesses. And part of this sometimes is related to having loan repayment formulas that are different from the standard ones, which has also been successful in reaching out to some of the SMEs. However, some major problems still remain, and one of them is related to the gender gap. So the Arab region and Saudi Arabia both have a very large gender gap. And by a gender gap, I mean a large difference between the share of women that have a bank account and the share of men that have a bank account. Particularly for Saudi Arabia, only 63% of women have a bank account, while 81% of men have a bank account. So there's an 18 percentage point difference between the two. And this is among the highest in the entire world. So despite progress, we see that the gender gap remains there. One other area that I would cite where much progress is still needed is related to persons with disabilities. So there has been a lot of progress in Saudi Arabia, especially in digital finance. But we see that this digital finance has not always taken into account the needs of persons with disabilities, and accessibility is a major issue. Some recent studies that covered 32 fintech websites in Saudi Arabia concluded that none of them were fully accessible for persons with disabilities. So if we want to really be fully inclusive, we should be thinking of all people, including persons with disabilities. So accessibility should be integrated from the very beginning.
Okay, and just to pick up on what you were saying a moment ago about digital payments, and in Saudi Arabia, of course, has seen a sharp increase in the number of digital payments. I mean, basically, we're talking here of a really good example of the democratization of the banking system thanks to technology.
Exactly. And also behind this, there's an action not only of the banks, but of the central bank and the government by instituting policies that push towards that. So a few years ago, the payment system in Saudi Arabia was much less decentralized, and there was less structure into it. And with the regulatory reforms that have been introduced and the new payment systems made it much more easier across the board for digital payments. And also the complementary actions of the government to bring further strength to the system by, for example, making it mandatory to have digital payment in certain sectors like taxis and fuel stations or retail. So this also has provided some additional push into the digitalization. And one final aspect I could also cite is the government itself in its actions has also been promoting financial inclusion. For example, by making social protection payments or wages conditional on being registered and having a bank account. So this has also pushed for digitalization of the system. And by doing that, encouraging the users to also use payments in their everyday life. So it has been shown by studies that once you receive your salary or your pension through digital services, that you're more likely to also use digital services when you make your purchases.
Okay, and just looking more broadly at the whole region that's covered by your report, I just want to ask you, pivoting away from Saudi Arabia, why does financial exclusion, how does financial exclusion impact poverty and inequality, do you think?
So financial inclusion is actually seen as a lever for the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's built in the 2030 agenda along a wide set of the SDGs, because financial inclusion can permit the citizen to not only control its money, but be able to seize opportunities. And here I'm getting closer to the idea of entrepreneurship. So there's a link between the lack of access to financial services and the inability to explore the potential of the individual. So once a person has access to financial inclusion, that person is more likely to have the chance to invest in his or her education, healthcare, and business opportunities. So there's a link, it's been proven through studies, that increased financial inclusion leads to greater education attainment and healthcare attainment and the exploration of business opportunities that at the long term can create inclusive growth, create jobs, and contribute to society's well-being in general.
When you were making this report and just reading through it, I mean, what would you say are the key measures of success when it comes to financial inclusion? What are your main metrics?
So the most traditional one is access to financial services, but this is a very incomplete measure because it only shows us that someone has the potential to use financial services, but not necessarily that that person is using financial services. So we need to go much beyond the access to financial services. The figures I cited earlier were about financial access to financial services, but we actually need to look into usage. So how often do people make savings? They are able to have an insurance, they are able to get a loan from the banks, and also going further, and this is the next step, this is the frontier of the investigation on financial inclusion, is the impact of the usage. So we start with access, then we go to usage, and then we move into impact. And the impact is by measuring job creation and so on, and comparing different groups, some that might have access to financial inclusions and others that don't, and seeing what were the results in terms of not only having an account, but the results in everyday life, and usually linked to income and education achievement and health achievement.
Okay, and what would you say will be the consequences of inaction in the long term on this issue of financial inclusion right across the Arab world? What will happen if governments simply decide to disregard it and sweep this under the carpet?
Yeah, if we continue as it is, or as it was for most countries recently, we will just be losing the opportunity to start a positive wave of investment in small businesses that can lead to greater growth. And if we look at the 17 SDGs, like as I mentioned earlier, most of them are linked to financial inclusion in some way. So it's when we're thinking of healthcare and education and entrepreneurship, financial inclusion is a necessary step. And financial inclusion by itself, again, is not enough. This needs to come along with other types of services. So these are auxiliary services that must be provided together with financial services. And here, attention to SMEs and entrepreneurship is a major step. And financial literacy can also help not only the small entrepreneurs, but the population in general to be able to use the services safely. Because also just using the services, if we're not looking into consumer protection and in safe use of financial services, might lead to undesirable consequences. So we need to make sure that this consumer is protected, that the person is aware of how the banking system works and how to best use financial services. So it should be safe and affordable access and usage of financial services.
Okay, just to wrap up, Mario, I mean, what are the single most important steps towards improving financial inclusion, and who should be taking them?
All right, so this step will vary a lot from country to country, depending on how well developed the financial system is. But in general, countries start by developing a national financial inclusion strategy. And there are 10 countries in the region that have already done so. 4 are on the way to developing them. And usually, this is taken, the initiative of leading this is taken by the central bank, not always by the central bank, but usually by the central bank in conjunction with other government institutions that are interested in that subject. Sometimes that could involve women machineries or the agencies that support SMEs, groups that support persons with disabilities, and so on. One very important agent also is the Ministry of Agriculture for those countries with a large rural population. So usually these national financial inclusion strategies, they set up a mechanism to manage the production of policies and regulations to guide on financial inclusion. They usually involve these government agencies, but also the financial sector. So usually the Association of Banks or Association of Microfinance Institutions are also part of these committees or councils. And increasingly we see, not yet in the Arab region, but in other parts of the world, the inclusion of representatives from the underserved groups to also bring their concerns and their suggestions to the table.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Mario Jallis, lead author of that ESQA report. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
You've probably heard of Israel's Iron Dome, but what about President Trump's Golden Dome? U.S. President says he plans to spend $175 billion on a next-generation missile defense system capable of intercepting attacks even from space.
Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space.
President Trump claims this futuristic system will outperform Israel's Iron Dome.
As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced.
The Golden Dome would defend against hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, advanced cruise missiles. Trump says these threats would be, quote, knocked out of the air. This would be the first U.S. missile defense system with weapons in space, something Ronald Reagan once dreamt of during the Cold War with his Star Wars project. Now Trump says that he is here to finish the job. One of the key challenges, unlike Israel's Iron Dome, the Golden Dome would have to defend the entire United States, a country that is geographically much larger. And not just the US, Canada too.
Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can.
Experts warn that the Golden Dome could be too expensive, too ambitious to complete in just 3 years, and might even spark a new arms race in space with rivals like China and Russia. However, Trump fired back.
Well, they're wrong. It's about as close to perfect as you can have in terms of real production. I think it's something that is great. If you can afford to do it, we can afford to do it. You know, we took in $5.1 trillion.
I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The world has been fascinated by the faltering bromance between the US President Donald Trump and the world's richest human, Elon Musk. Reactions ranged from astonishment to amusement. Some were dismayed, others dumbfounded. My guest today knows what it's like to be in the crosshairs of the Trump administration. Ibrahim Rasul was dismissed as South Africa's ambassador to the US earlier this year. He was declared persona non grata after being accused of being a, quote, race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Well, I met the former ambassador here at the ENCA studio in Cape Town, and in a fascinating conversation, we discussed Trump, Musk, President Ramaphosa's Oval Office encounter, South African politics, and the Rainbow Nation's place in the world. Ambassador, it's good to have some time with you. It's been a while, actually, since I last saw you, and a lot has happened. Now, having come back a few months from the USA, are you glad to be home?
I think it's been great to be home. It's not where I expected to be. I would have preferred to have completed some of the objectives I had set myself for the US, but I think I did achieve one greater objective, and that is to really call out something that I think needed to be called out. And so in the light of that, I'm happy to be home.
Ambassador, I have to ask you to explain a quote of yours after coming back. It is good to feel the dignity of being African.
I think that particularly the USA, and maybe to a lesser extent the Western, Northern hemispheres of the world, have lost an enormous degree of civility. I think that there's no civility in the conduct of conversation. I think that they lose a lot of dignity in the pursuit of efficiency. I think that they've lost a lot of civility in the intensely robust and personal nature of their interactions and the conduct of their politics. And therefore, when an ambassador from a particular country comes in, his country is under attack, this government is insulted and demeaned, and the worst elements of that society who had oppressed South Africa are received in the White House and so forth, then you think, okay, this is diplomacy 202. To defend your country, you can't be the sheep that is smiling nicely. You've got to be as robust as what they are, but not crude and rude. Right. And I think that it's in that regard that it was really great to come back, that to feel this African dignity, because we grow up with a sense of Ubuntu, the interconnectedness of our humanity. We use that dignity and Ubuntu to settle with our former oppressors and reconcile with them despite the anger and the rage that may be beating in our hearts. We impose discipline upon ourselves in our conduct. When they see our former oppressors, that reconciliation is done on their terms, they will reconcile with you if you support their Springbok rugby team. And on those days we will all be united. If they turn your heritage, and it's a heritage of genocide, of slavery, of frontier wars, of dispossession, but they turn it into a great pride day, a day to barbecue, rather than to reflect on where we've come from, and you reconcile with them, then you begin to understand that there's an extraordinary African dignity. Mm-hmm. And for me, it was just such a wonderful thing to escape the hostile atmosphere of Washington, particularly towards South Africa, and return to this warmth, this loving, dignified, even if you know that there are people at the airport who differed with you.
Well, you know, of course, Ubuntu, togetherness, unity, was very much the mantra of South Africa in the post-apartheid era. I wonder how you felt being, or suddenly finding yourself in the crosshairs of the Trump administration.
I think that it demonstrates, therefore, that there is a hard edge to Ubuntu, that you don't sacrifice humanity in order to be humane. You don't turn a blind eye to inhumanity in order to be humane. And therefore, I felt that I had done my job. Of 200 plus ambassadors in Washington, there is one that was heard in the Oval Office. There is one that stung in the White House. There is one that moved a Secretary of State to issue a persona non grata declaration. I think I did live up to my standing for humanity, my standing against inhumanity, and for calling it out, whether it was the humanity of the Palestinians or whether it was even the humanity of those who are on the other side of supremacist instincts.
So presumably when you were having that discussion and those words were picked up, that was your intention, I guess, to highlight what you felt very strongly about?
I think it was an intention to prepare South Africa for the fact that the rules have all been eroded, that there is a different animal in the White House that do not operate by the normal diplomatic conventions, by normal trade negotiations. It is a warning that when you prepare your position on trade, brace yourself for the assault on your humanity. It was one to explain to them that on the basis of rumors of a genocide against white South Africans and the removal of their land from them, that already 8 billion rands worth of aid, particularly for HIV, AIDS, and other diseases, had been cut, not on the basis of fact-based interventions, but on the basis of receiving a delegation who alleged certain things, and on the basis of those allegations, a White House issued an executive order that suddenly meant 20,000 health workers out of work, 200 health clinics and facilities closed, that possible 1 million new infections with HIV. That is the dastardly nature of it.
We'll get into it, but I wonder, you did say you wish you'd been able to complete your time and achieve certain things that you'd hoped to while in DC. At any point, have you felt it was perhaps a misjudgment to put yourself in that position?
I think that I didn't feel it at the time, and certainly looking back, I don't feel it, because I felt that the mentality of the Trump administration is that they relent after they have a win. And so if the win for them was that they had my blood, and that opened the door to the president leading a delegation into the White House, then it would be a worthwhile thing. The other win that they may have thought that they wanted was to say, if you want to come in, you don't bring the new envoy along. as is the rumor mill in Washington, because this new envoy said even more blunt things about President Trump. And so I think that it's the mentality. If you can force Zelensky to say thank you for all the aid, if you can force Zelensky to sign a paper signing over all Ukraine's critical minerals, then we may consider what you need after you give us the win that we want.
Well, the White House rhetoric under Donald Trump has been quite sharp, as most people have discovered. But Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State who declared you persona non grata, called you a race-baiting politician and a Trump hater. Would you say that's a fair claim?
Hatred doesn't come easily to a South African. If we were taught not to hate, even those. I served in the Western Cape as a minister in a coalition government led by the last apartheid police minister, security minister. Now, hatred does not come easily to me. And so it's not about those kind of emotions. And certainly if race baiting is to regurgitate a fact that is at the center of Republican politics, that the white voting electorate is 48%, that there is the possibility, if all others were to denounce voting for that, then there would be effectively be a majority of minorities. And that's analysis by me. It's not race baiting.
Is that the argument you'd use to convince those, perhaps even supporters of Donald Trump, that your intention was not to appear as a race baiting politician and Trump hater?
I owe them no explanation.
Okay.
And so I wouldn't go out of my way. If anything, my interactions with the US after that would be what I would call the forces for change. Even if I disagree deeply with Democrats about how they conducted themselves regarding Palestine, the blindness with which they look at the expansion of NATO. I could disagree with all of them, but I see a modicum of touch points with them because I can appeal to them on human rights. I can have a conversation with them. There is a civility with them that, despite the disagreements, I can conduct. So my job is not to deal with the MAGA forces to convince them. My engagements have been far more to say, how do we return the US to a rational entity that we can talk to again?
Well, that makes me wonder, your first stint as ambassador was from 2010 to 2015, just before Donald Trump came in, under President Barack Obama, the US's first black president. Describe to me how different that time was for you.
So, in the Obama era, I had the privilege of knowing him before I went to Washington because he visited Cape Town and had a lot of time here. So we got to know each other somewhat, and it's partially the reason that I was asked to go to Washington. And that was the time of the great upheaval in the Muslim world, particularly the Arab world. President Obama was willing to do what the establishment wanted him to do and to shut down the Arab Spring, but there was a rational conversation in which I could say to the president, in 2009 you went to Cairo and called the Arab masses to their finest when you called them to rise for human rights and freedom and democracy and all of, and they've answered you in 2011. Now you want to be the one to shut it down. And so that was the kind of hard, fundamental conversations.
Without retribution.
Without retribution. If anything, there seemed, and I'm not taking credit for it, but there was a way in which Obama allowed the Tunisian elections, allowed didn't enforce his red lines in Syria, allowed the Egyptian, he then had to relent to the establishment when the counter-revolutions happened. But what I'm describing is a robust, very dangerous moment in the geopolitical history of the world. And a South African ambassador, given our own history, coming from the land of Nelson Mandela, could at least be listened to and not dismissed out of hand. And so South Africans often have to act like the canary in the mine. When the oxygen is depleted, the canaries raise the alarm. Because our attuneness to the infractions on human rights, on democracy, on freedom and so forth are such that we can act like the canary in the mine.
Let's dig in a bit into the whole the farmer issue and the farmers going to the US as refugees, the land debate. How is that heating up here in South Africa?
When I came back from Washington, I took my car, went to the garage, and unlike the US where you throw in your own petrol, here you have garage attendants. And when they recognized me, they all came running up to me and saying, "Hey, Comrade Rasul, you were really, really brave. Thank you very much for standing up for us." And the white guy who thought that his car was being neglected by his attendant running to me, didn't know the pump was on automatic, he said, "Why are you doing?" And these guys, the petrol attendants told me, "You know what? We're already being punished for taking his land. Why don't we just take their land?" So the point that I'm making is that the very things that we are being punished for and haven't done, the backlash may mean that there is a demand for South Africa to do those kind of things. If we have been slow on land reform, but we are now being punished for land confiscation, why don't we accelerate? If we are being punished for discriminating against whites and not giving them management and those jobs, there may be a demand. Why don't we accelerate the pace of transformation? And the same with the ownership on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. I mean, 90+% ownership by white people. Why don't we accelerate? So what I'm saying is that there is an absolute disappointment that after 30 years of attempted reconciliation, you get this going to the White House, invoking a punishment on South Africa, and yet we have nothing to show for the allegations that are made against us, and therefore, should we not be accelerating the pace of transformation?
Now, if I heard it correctly, it's a phrase I haven't heard before. You said backlash.
I think so, because I think that that maybe our white community thought that they were the only people whose feelings must be mollycoddled through 30 years of transformation. Maybe there was too much of an expectation that black resilience is just so secure that nothing can shake it. I think that not even poverty can shake your resilience, as the idea that you are being insulted and punished for your patience, that suddenly you are accused of something that you have withheld yourself from doing. And that's what would be the essence of what I call a backlash.
Moving on to the G20 now, then, you've got South Africa as the chair. What are the main benefits for South Africa?
I think that, first, the main burden for South Africa is that South Africa completes 4 years of global South leadership, starting with Indonesia, India, Brazil, and now South Africa. So the global South had been building up for a reform of the global architecture, issues like debt, issues like development, just energy transitions, etc. The challenge for South Africa is that we hand over the chairperson or the presidency of the G20 to President Trump.
That's right.
And so that's the challenge. The burden is we've got to complete a job of the global South. The challenge is we've got to hand it over to Donald Trump. So South Africa has to decide, in a sense, whether its presidency, under these very unpredictable, difficult geopolitical circumstances, whether it salvages a few things that it runs with, or whether it tries to push through that agenda and give it to Donald Trump, whether Trump will even be there to receive it. Those are the imponderables for South Africa. And so if I were South Africa, I understand that I'm probably in a holding operation. The big systemic changes won't be made. Maybe out of the global financial architecture, we can get some debt relief. Maybe out of that we can get the 19 of the 20 to invest in making up some of the aid that was lost as a result of the actions by the 20th member. I think South Africa needs to see how much of that agenda it can complete, seduce Donald Trump to come and take up the chain, find him on a day that he may be maverick enough to take on the global architecture. I think it's a very unpredictable year for South Africa.
A day when the cushions had time to recover, yeah? So I'm going to quote you here on that. You said, our friends are mighty in the G20, but they're also the downtrodden, the oppressed, and the occupied. Do you feel Donald Trump is trying to bully the G20?
I think he's trying to take over the presidency of the G20 on his terms. We don't yet know what it is. But if, for example, he thinks that the G20 is going to be the place, another site of struggle in his trade war, if he thinks that this is going to be his platform to lord it over the G20, he could have one of two reactions. He could either have acquiescence, that people sit him out, or they go along with him, or he might just be able to translate America first into America alone. Because the G19 may well say, listen, if we sit out next year, let us act on an agenda that I think gives us strength in the trade war and in the face of this kind of bullying from the United States.
Is it essential that he attend, that the US attend?
As President Ramaphosa said, we don't want to hand over the leadership to an empty chair. Because that's what it is. It could either mean that he sends someone else to receive it, or it means that it could be the end of the G20. If it's like disqualification in a relay race. If the baton is dropped, or if the runner refuses to run, you have disqualification. So that really would be the kind of options available to us.
Personally, do you think he will come or not?
I think he has enough of a sense of the grandness of the occasion. If vanity is a driving force for him, there is nothing more vainglorious than coming to say, I am now the president of the G20. So I think we should work with that instinct rather than anything else.
To wrap up the last part of our wonderful conversation, Ambassador, let's bring it back to South Africa's relationship with the USA. Where do you believe things stand now, overall?
South Africa's relationship with the USA has always been at three levels. We've always had troubled relations with its executive, its White House, who basically see South Africa's allies, whether it's Fidel Castro and whether it's Yasser Arafat, and then thought that they could lecture to Nelson Mandela about who his friend should be, and Nelson Mandela told them where to get off. So we've always had that one. Reagan never wanting to impose sanctions on apartheid South Africa. So we've had a troubled relationship at the White House. We've had 50-50 relations with Congress and Senate. It took until 2008 for Congress to remove Nelson Mandela from the terrorist list. 2008. But there were glorious moments in which, led even by Republicans, they overturned Reagan's veto and passed the Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. So it's a 50-50 thing. But we've always had wonderful relations with the people of the United States. Those were the people who refused to eat our oranges, who refused to unload our ships, who refused to have anything to do with South Africa. And whether it was Danny Glover, the actor, whether it was even disputed as it is, Bill Cosby having on his fridge boycott apartheid for his shows, the musicians, etc. So And you see, that's what frightens a Donald Trump. That South Africa is actually the one country with a constituency in the United States. That when South Africa does something, like, for example, the case against Israel, it does find echo because South Africa has been a moral beacon for ordinary Americans. So, all in all, it is Congress that decides a goer. It is the executive and the administration that decides on trade. And so we can create a pressure from the bottom, but we've got to do smart negotiating in the middle. And the negotiations has to be based not on, oh, we're so poor, please help us. It has to be based on the fact that says, this is our leverage. We have 600 US companies, they're making enormous profits, and if you impose these tariff and trade restrictions on us, they suffer. That we have 80% of the world's platinum. Every car needs platinum for its catalytic converters. And if you want our platinum, then we negotiate this deal. So I think and then, believe it or not, to say we have 20 South African companies in the USA. They employ thousands of Americans. And if you do this, it will have an adverse effect on how Sasol is able to bring in its feedstock. And if you put tariffs on that, then 10,000 Americans lose their livelihoods in Louisiana. So I think we've got to become hard-nosed. That's the language of transactionality. We'll not win the language of values. Let that narrative go. The world knows who's the adult and who's not, who's the liar and who's not. But the fact is, if we don't go in there knowing what our leverages are, we'll be eaten for breakfast.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Istanbul, definitely a glory of the world. Istanbul bridges two continents, marries civilizations that highlights the best of the Roman, Byzantine, and Ottoman empires. Take a look and see. Perhaps the most popular among tourists is taking the Bosphorus cruise in Istanbul. They say a trip to the city won't be complete without taking this route. It provides a majestic overview of the city, taking both European and Asian shores. You'll see century-old places and mansions to marvel at. There are also several options of cruises to take for your convenience. The Hagia Sophia is definitely a sight to see too. It's a splendid church-turned-mosque-turned-museum that's considered one of the world's greatest architectural treasures. Also head over to the Archaeology Museum in Istanbul. It is considered one of the city's hidden gems, displaying one of the world's richest collections of classical antiquities. Here, you'll find the marvelous sarcophagus of Alexander the Great, depicting important phases of his life, the blue-tiled Karaman Marab, the beautiful tiled pavilion, and the Treaty of Kadesh, which is known as the world's earliest surviving peace treaty. When it comes to shopping, Istanbul has its Grand Bazaar. You can go bargain hunting to your heart's delight. It is over 500 years old, but still one of the largest covered bazaars in the world. Locals visit the place every day to shop and bargain like pros. The Grand Bazaar is also known for its carpets, leather, ceramic, jewelry, plus souvenirs you can bring home. Not to be missed are the local markets that will allow you a taste of different cultures of continents. Turkey's kitchen is in fact known to be the richest of all. Their dishes are known to be made with only fresh produce. Plus, you can buy the ingredients firsthand at the local markets. Then, of course, you can't miss the Galata Tower. It is one other way to see the best of the city. You'll get a 360-degree panoramic view of Istanbul. Its very high tower also has a restaurant and cafe for you to dine in at the 9th floor. Feel free to enjoy the view and the food too. Definitely a great way to see, experience, and absorb the beauty that is Istanbul. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Trump loses patience with Israel and Iran, accusing both of violating the agreed ceasefire. NATO allies, including Trump, arrive at the historic summit in The Hague as they pledge a monumental defense uplift. And WhatsApp is banned from the US House of Representatives because of security concerns. US President Donald Trump has expressed frustration with both Israel and Iran, accusing them of violating the ceasefire he announced just hours after Iran struck the Al Udeida airbase in Qatar. Speaking to reporters before departing for the NATO summit in The Hague, he said he was unhappy with both countries. Nothing. They don't have any clue what they are actually doing. Let's listen to his remarks.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what they're doing. Do you understand that?
Earlier, I spoke to Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and chairman of the National Unity Party. I started by asking him what he made of President Trump's frustration. Take a listen.
Well, first, it's very important for us to emphasize the importance of the last 12 days campaign that we went through. Israel actually set out to stop the promoting of potential nuclear threat that would threaten us as Israelis, but would also threaten the entire region and the world. So I think it was very important for us to decide. I'm very, no one is looking for wars, but I think it was a very important event. I also want to convey my appreciation for President Trump for his historic decision to act strategically against the nuclear sites that the Americans have attacked. I've heard the president talking. Israel obviously obeyed the ceasefire until the Iranians broke out this morning around 10 o'clock our times. But I hope that the ceasefire will last, but even more so, I think it is very important to make sure that the Iranians are not going back to their ambitions and to make sure that this destabilizing potential of this region is not coming back.
Benny, the world is still in the dark about the terms of the ceasefire Israel and Iran has agreed to. Do you have any knowledge on what Israel has agreed to, and could this eventually lead to peace?
I don't know exactly what are the details. I think it's just a ceasefire as such. And I guess that the Iranians and the international community and the Americans will go back to their negotiation. It's very important to understand. We have nothing against the Iranian people. And we didn't initiate this campaign before we had to do it. So if no one wants us to go back to that kind of activities, the important is that it's going to be a very good agreement with full inspection and making sure that Iran cannot enrich uranium, it cannot go back to the nuclear track that it was on, it cannot continue to support all those militias around the world and to destabilize the entire area. That's what should be in this agreement, but let's see what comes up next.
Okay, so we still don't have any more details on the agreement. Israel said it held back on Iran and on an attack, and that was after speaking to Trump earlier today. Is Donald Trump the only world leader who has leverage over Netanyahu to stop this conflict? Or is Netanyahu determined to carry on regardless of what Donald Trump says?
The way I see it, Israel agreed to this ceasefire. And I want to be very clear. You know, I might be some kind of political opponent for Netanyahu. But on the issue of Iran here in Israel, there's no left or right. There's right or wrong. And I think we are right. And we don't want to go back to fight if we don't have to. We will go to fight and to act only if the Iranians will make us do so. So the important is to look not what Netanyahu is willing to listen or not. The important is to make sure that the Iranians are not moving forward with those kind of destabilizing and threatening activities. And if that's threatened up, if that's straight up and there's no such event from the Iranian side, everybody can sleep in comfortable.
The director of the nuclear watchdog warned Iran against undeclared nuclear transfer. Is Israel confident sites like Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan still have highly enriched uranium. Are you sure that that has gone? And if not, does Israel know where this enriched uranium is?
Of course, we will have to assess the outcome, the specific operational outcome of what we did in Iran. I think we've pushed it back heavily and seriously years back, whether this is a knowledge within the scientists' minds or whether those are enrichment facilities, etc., etc. Iran went very close and tried to go across the threshold between enrichment and nuclear capacity. But another threshold was crossed during the last 2 weeks, is the willingness of acting. I'm saying Israel and later on joined by the United States, we showed our capabilities, but even more so, we show we're willing to act if needed. And once again, we have no intention of fighting Iran to make sure it's not going back to this track. So I think that's very much important. So we can look at the achievement on the engineering perspective of it, on the tactical perspective of it, on the scientific perspective of it, but geopolitically and strategically we need to understand that we went a very important threshold, and if we'll have to act again, we know how to do it. Unfortunately, people have seen it.
You can watch the rest of my interview with Benny Gantz, former Israeli Minister of Defense and Chairman of the National Unity Party, on the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel. But to discuss all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami and Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intengento. Thank you so much for both joining me. Rawia, I had a really long conversation with Benny Gantz a little bit earlier on. He referred to himself as a political rival of Netanyahu. We covered so much ground in this interview. What did you make of what he had to say?
He touched, quite honestly, on a lot of points. Now, he does market himself as a political rival of Netanyahu, and he's called this by so many other politicians in Israel. Now, during the Biden administration, he was considered America's man in Israel, and he was at serious odds with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he was going back and forth to the States, but that was during the Biden administration's rule. Now, since Donald Trump took office, there hasn't been any talk about him being involved in political decision making. Also, we have to bear in mind that he doesn't hold any official position in the government, even though he's a member of Knesset also and the head of a political party. But as he said, I noticed that he said something, and that is very, very true. When it comes to Iran, you can say that all the Israeli community, with its political leadership, they're all united on the issue of Iran, that they need to destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities, its nuclear program, and nuclear ambitions as well. And that's what they've been trying to do in the past 12 days. Now, he said, and it is true, there are no verifying reports to confirm that actually the American strikes to the 3 different nuclear sites in Iran have been successful, and they have truly obliterated Iran's nuclear capabilities. We still don't know what happened with the 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium reaching up to 60%, yet we don't know if it's been moved from Fordow to a secret location or from any other known site to any secret locations. We have seen, though, satellite images that have been published recently in the past couple of days, dating back to the 18th and 19th of this month, a couple of days before the American strike, and it shows clearly that there was a lot of activity and a lot of movement, a lot of vehicles at the Fordow nuclear site, which could indicate that actually some of this enriched uranium has been, and the subterfuges as well, they've been moved somewhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are lots of unanswered questions that everyone is looking to what's next in this. And like you said, maybe it's sending people in to assess the damage. And that's something that I'm sure we'll see in the future.
We still need to know, as you said, what are the terms of this ceasefire.
Yeah.
It seems, up until now at least, it is just that, as Benny Gantz called it, just a ceasefire, which means negotiations are going to come later.
And that's always the difficult part,
of course,
when it comes to actually negotiating peace. But Wandi, it's fair to say today, oh gosh, we watched President Donald Trump. He was not a happy man on his way to NATO today, was he? And I think it's just furious frustration, isn't it, coming out of President Trump?
Of course. I mean, it is frustrating for Trump. And he used a word that obviously I can't say here.
I think everybody guessed it from the beep.
Yeah, everyone's getting
yes. And there are two F words that Trump can't stand: failure and frustration. And of course, I mean, he said what he said after accusing Iran and Israel of violating the ceasefire. But, you know, there are people who are asking, okay, fine, we're not clear of what the ceasefire agreement is, but then what exactly did they violate, and what are the consequences of violating this deal? But now, going back to obviously what he said, Trump supporters are not surprised by obviously how he portrayed himself, and some might say it's unpresidential for him to say what he said.
To say the least, actually, using such words in public, on television.
Yes, and I was reading an article actually by Independent UK. Trump is the first ever sitting US president to use the word that he used live on TV. But then, of course, I mean, Joe Biden was not a saint as well. I mean, he was caught off guard at some point during a press briefing, basically mumbling a very distasteful word to Fox News reporter Peter Doocy. And this is the same with George W. Bush, who used a similar word that Trump used in an interview with Tucker Carlson. But with George W. Bush, it was recorded, obviously, in a magazine, and with Joe Biden, he mumbled it under his breath, so it wasn't recorded. So, I mean, in Trump's first presidential term, there was a point in May 2019, in a single speech, where he managed to throw around 10 very strong words. And of course, I mean, for our viewers or for some of us here, I mean, if you don't know what those words are, I think I will encourage you to go on the internet and look them up. But he's very, he never follows a script.
Yeah,
he doesn't. He is very
that's true.
Spontaneous.
He's always off script. He's always spontaneous. But, you know, Donald Trump has defied that presidential role. And I think a lot of his base absolutely love that about him. They love that they feel like you see Trump's emotions. He tells you the truth. There's no fake news. And he's also sold himself on that. But to be honest with you, I think everyone
it's
today...
shocking.
We watched that and we were all like...
To be honest with you, I mean, I think President Donald Trump reinvented kind of the American presidency, or the shape of it and how it is portrayed. But I have to quote, actually, I'm not surprised, and I understand President Trump's frustration, but I have to quote, actually, a BBC correspondent who wrote about this, and he said that he's been working in the White House, or with so many different presidents, covering so many different press conferences, and he said that Trump tends to reserve his anger usually for the social media, and that he likes to present himself publicly and keep the image of a cool, calculated deal maker. Now, there are many reasons, I think, why he is frustrated. If we put things in perspective, President Trump promised to end the war in Ukraine. He failed to do that, and as you said, he hates one word with F, which is failure. He also promised to end the war in Gaza, and he failed on that. And basically, what he managed to do, at least as an achievement so far, if you remember the conflict that happened recently between Pakistan and India, he managed to stop that. And he actually spoke to the press at some point, asking them, you know, I did this, and nobody wrote about it. You didn't even mention it. So he is after the credit. He is after the achievement, the recognition of this achievement, and he's not getting it. And now with this, first of all, he managed to claim that he obliterated Iran's, at least, even without the verification, that he obliterated Iran's nuclear program, and that is a massive achievement. He still has his eye on the Nobel Prize, and he's hoping that he is going to get it by ending the Israeli-Iranian conflict. And so when, you know, after all the work that he's done, after getting the American military involved directly into this conflict, to the opposition of some of his MAGA base, then these two countries are still violating the ceasefire.
And I think the MAGA base is a really interesting thing, because everyone saw Donald Trump as the president of peace. He said we're not going to have any more forever wars that have happened before, and, you know, one and done. And that's sort of how he said these strikes in Iran were going to be, weren't they? One and done, we're going to get in, we're going to get out, and then there's going to be peace. And that was how the whole thing
And that's exactly what happened, and that's how he played it out.
And that's how he wants it to play out.
And he's not going to have Israel or Iran ruin that for him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, when you're looking at, obviously, his history, his emotional history, from his days at The Apprentice to obviously when, during his campaign trail, when at some point he even said, well, I'm not going to say it, but he used profanity when talking about Kamala Harris, I mean, during like a presidential debate. Some would say it's totally on brand. He's a very controversial figure.
And that's
I don't think anyone is surprised.
That's why they voted for him.
Yeah, that's why they voted for him.
Because he's so different than the typical... you know, candidates
robotic
that run for presidency from within the establishment of whether it is the Democrats or the Republicans. And even though obviously he ran as the you know, a Republican candidate, but he's so different than the usual candidates that the Americans are used to.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I think we could talk about Donald Trump
forever
and his fruity language all night, but really great insight. Thank you so much. Stay right there as we move on to another story, which is related. NATO leaders are meeting for a historic two-day summit to endorse a new defence spending plan that could see allies increase their spending by 5%. President Zelensky is urging them to invest in Ukraine's defence production and avoid any measures in favour of Russia. Let's have a listen.
Please increase your investments in Ukraine in joint weapons production. And all the weapons we produce become part of a new, stronger European defence and security system. European countries need to increase defence spending. We believe that 5% of GDP is the right level. And there is no significant Russian weapon today that is produced without components, without equipment or materials from other countries. Please, let's make sure that our defense potential and the potential of our partners works for our peace, not for Russia's madness.
Earlier, I spoke to Counterpoints host Melinda Nucifora live from The Hague, who gave me a breakdown of the summit.
It's been quite an unusually slow start to the NATO summit, I would say. Again, a highly unusual NATO summit. This one here in The Hague is really going to go down as the summit that has broken with so many traditions. Usually, we see leaders sitting down for working groups across the various agenda topics that NATO spans over 2 days. And yet that's not happening this time around. Day one has been a very scaled back schedule. It's been only at ministerial level. It's been mainly dominated by ministerial sort of forums and talk fests where they're getting various ministers and various academics together to discuss some of these NATO issues. It's not leader-level working sessions. So that's been really unusual. Again, there has been some speculation, some reporting around the sidelines that schedule has been orchestrated, especially by the Secretary-General Mark Rutte, to target President Trump himself, to appease the US president, because he is notorious for having a short attention span at multinational gatherings like this.
So, Wandi, despite the conflict that we've been speaking about between Israel and Iran, which has been dominating over the last 12 days, we're actually expected to finally see President Trump and Zelensky at a leaders' dinner tonight. Is that going to happen? And I'm sure much to Zelensky's delight, really.
Of course. I mean, Zelensky has been looking forward to such a meeting. I mean, Trump basically escaped, abandoned him at the G7. So Zelensky definitely wants to meet up with Trump. But I think it's also important for Trump to meet up with, obviously, his allies, talk about his long-term desire for NATO members to increase defense spending. He's been saying this since 2017, by the way. He's been preaching the same song, and now he's tired, frustrated, of course. I mean, he's always frustrated. And he wants them to, he once said, I need you to pay your fair share. And a fair share for him, I mean, is 5% of their GDP. And this number, of course, is different for each member country. But now I just want to describe the dinner. Trump has already, of course, arrived for the NATO summit, and he will attend a formal dinner with the Netherlands Royal Palace alongside the Queen and the King. Very posh type of dinner. And, you know, he will also take a NATO family photo. But I know you said we should not speak about Iran and Israel and Iran. But it will be obviously at the center. Would you not ask him about it if perhaps you were seated next to him?
I'm sure, yeah, I would. Personally, I would. But I think, I mean, that is the whole point, that Trump was hoping to go to this summit with a big win, basically, that he managed to convince member states to pledge 5% of their GDP to boost security and defense capabilities.
What an embarrassing moment to arrive after promising, obviously, I mean, like you said earlier, he basically told everyone his ambition to end the war and whatever, and then now he arrives, obviously, with, at this type of summit, and he has basically failed.
Well, no,
let's not say
he
failed.
Hasn't failed.
Okay,
he brokered, basically. He managed to hit and strike Iran's nuclear sites, claiming that he obliterated it. That's a great achievement in his eyes. Also, he managed to end the recent escalation between Israel and Iran with the ceasefire. Yeah. His frustration that we saw with while using profanities, basically, to talk about the breaches of this ceasefire reflects that he considered it a huge achievement and a big success.
Leigh Ann.
And by the way, he tweeted, or he posted on social media, on Truth Social, while he was on Air Force One to The Hague, saying, no, don't worry, everything is back on track, the ceasefire still holds. So he's holding on to that achievement.
I love how you are, highlighting his successes, but I mean, it's still an embarrassing moment for him. But at the signature issue, of course, it's, the strikes, the Israel-Iranian strikes.
But I also think what's quite interesting is it's NATO gathering with Trump. And right now, we know Europe is really wanting Trump on Ukraine's side as the Russia-Ukraine war now enters its fourth year. there's been so many casualties on both sides. And really, I think this is the time for European leaders to really re-engage with Trump when it comes to that situation. Because, yes, our focus might be changed right now on Israel and Iran.
But for Europe, this is what really matters.
Europe,
this is what really matters.
You know, and for Europe, it's happening on their borders.
Of course.
And, of course, Donald Trump is talking about defence spending. But Poland and Estonia, which Poland borders Russia and Ukraine, it's up in that eastern bloc, is spending more of its GDP on defence than the US is.
Absolutely.
So, you know, Europe
This is the ironic thing, Leigh Ann, that this entire summit is basically for the member states to pledge the 5% of GDP increase in defence budgets. Now, if you look at the breakdown, Trump himself said that he doesn't see that the United States has to. And it is definitely spending less than 5% of its GDP on defense budget to do with NATO.
Well, it's actually, if you have a look at Poland and Estonia, I'll have a look at the thing. Poland and Estonia are ahead of the US. The US is spending 3.19% of its GDP.
Yes. While these two countries are spending a bigger percentage of their GDP. And now we're talking about other countries that are pledging. They're not spending enough from basically Trump's point of view. Britain, France, Germany, Netherlands are all pledging to basically increase that defense budget by 2035. But I think, to be honest with you, the whole point is it's a big win for Trump to have convinced or forced these countries to make that pledge. And that's exactly what comes in the next point we're going to talk about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about this next point, but we have to be brief, actually, because we're running out of some time. But something else Donald Trump did today, I absolutely think this is just classic.
Classic Trump.
He got a message from Mark Rutte, who is, of course, the NATO Secretary General, and he's sort of a Trump whisperer. And that's what a lot of people say.
If you use praise.
Yeah, and he had texted Donald Trump a message. Donald Trump actually then uploaded it on social media.
Absolutely, and it was full of praise, and I should imagine that goes down very well with Trump, as praise usually does with him. But let me just quote some of the points that came in the message, because it's very telling and it says it all. Well, Mark Rutte basically congratulates President Trump for his decisive action in Iran. Okay, put that aside. He said it was extraordinary and something no one else dared to do. He also said that it made us all safe, and he congratulated him for pushing NATO countries to pledge up to 5% of their GDP for their defense commitments. He said, and I quote, "Donald, you have driven us to a really, really important moment for America and Europe and the world. Europe is going to pay in a big way, as they should, and it will be your win." Now, that sentence alone being published, being posted for everyone to see, including the Europeans he is going to see and meet during the summit, whom he forced to pledge this big of a percentage of the GDP, which some countries have said they cannot afford to do that.
The likes of Spain.
Yes, it's unreasonable, they said, and we won't do it.
But
that is a big win.
I think that is one hell of a message to screenshot and put on your social media. But once again, it just shows that, you know, Donald Trump is dominant right now when it comes to the global standing of leaders. Everyone wants to make sure they're doing enough right now to have Trump's backing in the future.
Because you remember at some point he threatened to pull out of NATO and to say, you know, Europeans defend yourselves by yourselves. And I mean, we all remembered all what was written in the media, the panic that Europe felt, all the calls for Europe to unite and have a joint defense budget and to actually try to move away from dependence on the US for their security. So it is a big issue, and Trump has a lot of leverage.
Absolutely. And I like to wrap this all up. Mark Rutte was actually asked if it was embarrassing that his private message had been shared, and he said absolutely no problem. There was nothing in it that was secret. Okay, there we are. So let's move on to another story now. And the messaging service WhatsApp has been banned from all US House of Representative devices. The ban has reportedly come into play due to a high risk to users in terms of the protection of data. Gosh, okay, Rawiya, WhatsApp back in the headlines here, but this isn't the first app ban that members of the US House of Representatives have had. But why WhatsApp?
I'll tell you in a minute, but definitely this wasn't the first time that this happens or something similar happens. TikTok was banned, as you remember, in 2022
but I think
from
that's
the House
people
devices.
were scrolling. They were doom scrolling and they weren't doing their work.
At the time, they cited security reasons and security issues. But, I mean, which are the same reasons that are cited here. But let me just be very specific about these reasons. The Office of Cybersecurity has deemed WhatsApp a risk, a high risk to users because of the lack of transparency, as they say, in how it protects its user data, and because of absence of stored data encryption, and because of potential security risks involving or involved with its use. Now, Meta had a response, and ironically, the response basically disagreed with this move altogether and in the strongest possible terms, as they said. And they said that, in fact, WhatsApp has much higher security levels than most of the other apps that have been recommended. Wanji will tell us about them in a minute. But the thing is, we have to remember another incident that had to do with WhatsApp. Apparently in January, a WhatsApp official said Israeli spyware company Paragon Solutions has actually targeted scores of WhatsApp users, and that included journalists, politicians, and even civil society. I don't know if this ban of WhatsApp from the House of Representatives devices is related to this incident that happened in January or not, but this is what they're saying. It's security issues.
National security, yes, absolutely. So, Wandi, Rawiya just said, it right here. Signalgate was one of the things that came up a lot. We spoke a lot about Signalgate. Is there a suggestion of a more secure alternative? Because actually, in the memo, some were recommended.
Yes, there are alternatives. I'll first start with the traditional alternatives. Perhaps we need to go back to, sending a dove. Sending it away to deliver.
Let's send a raven.
What's a pigeon post?
Is it a pigeon or a dove?
Or I don't know. In Game of Thrones, it was a raven.
Oh wow!
If you remember,
but that's only, I think, if you're
in the north.
Yes, yeah.
or at this point, use a burner phone. Or use a burner phone. But of course, I mean, there are alternatives that were listed. Of course, Signal. Microsoft as well was part of those, companies that were listed, and Amazon Wick as well. But then, what really makes this type of platform secure? You need to have strong privacy features and, of course, end-to-end encryption, of all messages and voice calls. There is a startup. Well, it's not a startup. I mean, it's a young company called Threema in Switzerland, which operates under a very, very, very strict law that doesn't require a phone number to sign up. We all know that most of these
they use a phone number.
Apps, like WhatsApp and Signal as well, they require a phone number. So there are so many options: a dove, a burner phone. And of course, the Signal is also listed there. Telegram, right? I've never used Telegram.
Well, I've never used Telegram, but a lot of people use it.
But I mean, Russia uses, Iran uses,
and Ukraine. They all use Telegram. But what I think is really interesting is actually the Scottish government over in the UK. They've also this week ended WhatsApp for their government workers and ministers over security concerns. But what I was thinking is, WhatsApp has been featured so much in the UK, I'm just talking from my experience, is, you know, when we had these big COVID inquiries into what actually happened and what went wrong, why governments weren't prepared. The governments, people in power at the time, had these WhatsApp groups, but they deleted those messages ahead of those vital inquiries. So my question is there a bigger discussion here that an app like what you mentioned should be developed? So that
that's what I was thinking, to be honest with you. First of all, a big inquiry like the COVID, some of the Western governments failing to deal with the COVID pandemic. Why would the findings of such an inquiry be sent on WhatsApp?
Well, this is
why would it? It would be sent like through emails or through other channels that are. This is a very informal way of communication. The WhatsApp. It's not a documentation. It shouldn't be.
It is instant. It's completely convenient. It's how most of us are in contact now, and we take it for granted.
But we're not
we
politicians and we're not members of a government.
How dare you?
That's the reality.
We're running the world.
But I have to say something.
I'm saying we're less important.
No, we're not less important. But what I mean is that there are different channels for communication for different purposes. And I wonder why these governments do not develop their own apps, communication apps like WhatsApp, that are entirely secure for the use of their officials and, members of government.
No.
Or anybody, civil servant or anything.
No, and I think that a lot of people will be asking those questions too.
That's logical.
It's logical. Yes, it is logical. Anyway, we're going to move on. And finally, Rawiya and Wandi have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Rawiya, yours is about a child psychologist has revealed 5 phrases a parent should never use on their children. Fascinating insight into this psychologist's
I have
mind.
to say, my story is not very quirky. It's more educational and it's a bit more serious and heavy. Now, I know none of you have children. I do.
No.
I'm going to tell you the different phrases that the child psychologist and parenting coach actually mentioned. And I have to say, I agree with some and I completely disagree with others. Anyways, the first phrase that you should never say to your children is, because I said so.
But I bet you...
That is so authoritarian.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, because I said so.
Yeah, it's not logical. For a little child, that's not an answer to it. That's what I thought when my mom said that to me. That's not an answer. You didn't answer my question.
Exactly.
Why can't I do this? Because you said so? That's not a good enough answer as far as I'm concerned. And probably I was 5. But the psychologist says that instead you should say, I know you don't like the decision. I'll explain. And then we're moving forward.
Wandi seems to be all for this.
Yeah, I love soft parenting. Do they call it soft parenting?
I think so.
Or modern.
Modern.
Oh,
modern
I would
parenting.
be such a soft parent. Yes, go on.
I think... Okay, let's go through this and then we can have the discussions.
Yeah,
okay?
let's go.
Okay, phrase 2, don't say, if you don't listen, you lose X and X privilege. You should never say that.
Okay.
Because these are threats, and threats create defiance and force kids into a defensive state. You should say instead, when you're ready to do whatever you need the child to do, then we can do X and Y, whatever privilege they were asking for.
So my only thought about this is, I know Wandi likes soft parenting, you and I, you're probably in the middle.
Yeah.
I was just having to think about that when you said that. It's negotiating with your child. And to me, the world doesn't work like that. You get out into the workplace and you're not negotiating with your boss. You're not negotiating with your colleagues. So you have the softly approach as you grow up as a junior or a child, and you get into the real world and no one's negotiating with you.
No.
You get given work and you do
just
what
have
you
to
get
do it.
given.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then you don't know how to obey. But then do we want a future generation that are obedient all the time? Do we or do we not? I don't know. To be honest with you, Sorry.
I come from an African house. Well, we're both Africans.
Yes, we're both Africans. Yes.
I'm Arab.
Okay.
Arab, there we are.
It's also very conventional.
Okay, yes. Yeah. So I come from a very strict home. So I think soft parenting, I might want that for myself, but I don't come from that. I come from because I said so.
Yeah, well,
type of
having I have 2 children.
Yeah.
And I can definitely assure you, no child is like the other, okay? They're both my children, they both have the same parents, they both grew up in the same house, but they're both very different. And what worked with one child did not work with the other. So that's why I'm saying that it's not necessarily a rule that you can apply to everyone.
Yes. Yeah.
But if we press on with the phrases,
ahead.
phrase 3 says, do not ever say, stop crying, you're fine, which is dismissing a child's emotion. I agree with that.
Oh, what?
That I agree with. Now, I'm not sure I agree with the alternative, though.
But some kids just have crocodile tears.
Yes, but I agree with that. But that depends.
I always
cried
to get my own way.
You need to know
You always
child.
cried crocodile tears?
Yeah, to get my own way when I was a child.
Manipulative.
Oh, very. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, apparently you should say, I see you're really upset. Tell me what's happening.
Yes.
Okay, but I am for dialogue with your
Yes,
children.
okay.
Make them feel that they're heard, they're respected, their feelings are not dismissed and invalidated. That is very important. But to what level as well? You cannot validate every single tantrum and every single emotion that a kid, a 5-year-old has. Also depends on the kid's age as well, you know. And I truly, truly believe that there should be division of roles between the mother and the father. Now, there are traditional roles where the father is the disciplinarian, the mother is the one who gives unconditional love. That seems to work in my household. Maybe in other households it doesn't work. You can, each couple can choose what role each of them would like to have. But definitely there has to be division of role. There has to be a balance between discipline and love, and unconditional love in any child's life, I think.
And then just give us the last 2, because
the last 2, okay. So
go to 1D story.
Apparently, you should never say, how many times do I have to tell you? Because that is a frustrated question, and it makes your child appear like he's being intentionally difficult, while it could be just confusion and disconnection. You should say instead, I've asked about this a few times. Help me understand what's making this hard for you. I think that's logical, at least for me. The last phrase, you should never say, you know better than that, because that is shaming. I definitely agree with this. Shaming is bad because you're shaming the child, I feel, will internalize that as a personal problem, as a personal trait, that I am bad rather than my behavior is bad. But apparently, you should say instead, just before you continue, something's getting in the way of your best self right now. Let's talk about it.
Oh, that's quite sweet.
Yeah.
But I just wonder if you're in the moment as a parent, are you going to remember something around me is getting in the way right now? But we're going to move on right now.
No, I don't think so.
We're going to move on to 1D's story. It's something got in the way of Jeff Bezos' wedding in Venice.
Yeah, so Amazon founder Jeff Bezos has been forced to change the wedding venue. And the wedding was supposed to happen, I think, Today is what? Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. So I think it's supposed to happen Thursday. And like many times in history, protesters have recorded a victory. They managed to drive, I shouldn't be laughing, 200 guests are affected by this move. So they've now moved to a different venue called, I think it's Arsenal. I've never been to Venice. So
I haven't been.
I have been to Venice. Have you? Been.
Arsenal. Yeah. So those who've been...
That's not Arsenal, the
football
the football
team. No. So, yeah, they've moved to a different venue. And this week, Greenpeace did also come out basically celebrating over the fact that they might not obviously hold their wedding in Venice. But really at the core of the issue is Amazon's tax evasion in Italy. And also, I think on the ground, people feel like if you are going to host such a lavish, posh wedding, you need to also pay your taxes. And of course, Amazon has been battling with Italy when it comes to tax evasion. And it's not just like 500 million, no. It's billions of euros.
But you know, it's so funny because when George Clooney married
I was
Amal,
thinking about that.
no
protests.
No protests whatsoever.
To the contrary, people were just very excited and they traveled there to watch.
Yeah, and it's so funny, isn't it, that now we see the people going against Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. But I also think, my final thought on this, and we're going to wrap it all up now because I've been told in my ear that I have to do that. But basically, what it is that I just think the whole situation is they'll bring so much money to the economy in Venice. You know, think about the amount of money that they're going to be spending to hold their wedding there at the location, the guests they're going to be bringing in. Does Venice really want to set the precedent that they don't want to have these big celeb weddings anymore? I'm not sure.
But then again, there are scores and thousands of tourists that go to Venice every week and every month, and it's packed.
I've been there.
I don't think they have any shortage of money coming in from tourism and all that.
The only thing that I'm upset about is I didn't get an invite to that wedding.
Neither have I.
Jeff Bezos.
That matter.
If you've got a private jet, 3 girls.
Yes, we love that.
We're available.
And we will not protest.
Yeah, we won't protest. We're available. So thanks to today's guests, Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami and Al Arabiya English journalist Wandi Intantengo. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thanks for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, a fragile ceasefire between Iran and Israel is brokered, which President Donald Trump hopes will draw a line under their 12-day war. But with both sides accusing each other of violations, we ask, will that ceasefire hold? And what happens next to ensure further de-escalation? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest on the fragile ceasefire between Israel and Iran, following on from the 12-day war between the two countries. Well, the US President Donald Trump, who was the first to declare that ceasefire, has warned both countries against any breaches of the deal that he helped to broker. Well, each side has accused the other of violations, but speaking to reporters at the White House before departing for the NATO summit at The Hague, a visibly irritated President Trump expressed disappointment at both countries for these reported violations.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because of one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that.
President Trump speaking there. Well, that 12-day conflict between Iran and Israel also saw American involvement with strikes carried out during the course of the weekend on Iranian nuclear facilities. Well, US B-2 stealth jets used massive bunker-busting bombs in a bid to destroy Iran's underground uranium enrichment sites. Well, in response to that involvement, Iran last night launched a barrage of missiles at the largest US military facility in the Middle East, that is the Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Well, there are no reported casualties from Monday's unprecedented attack, which Tehran stressed was not against Qatar, but that it was an act, it said, of self-defense. Of more, we can speak now to Major General Chip Chapman, security and military expert and former head of British counter-terrorism. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Always a pleasure talking to you. I want to start by asking you about where things stand right now. Obviously, this ceasefire is still quite fresh, and I just wondered whether it's normal, whether it's to be expected that there would be some violations within the first couple of hours of a truce being announced. And does that usually happen as two warring parties down their weapons?
Well, in this case, in the dying embers of conflict, when there's often a slip between the cup and the lip, and from an Iranian perspective, because a lot of their command and control and commanders have been hit in the ensuing 12 days, that slip between the cup and the lip may have meant that the communications and down the chain of command just didn't work as expected. That's why often you get a time frame which is not the one you want. It's also Israeli doctrine, of course, to retaliate a disproportionate retaliation in accordance with a dire doctrine, should that occur. And it seems that was the thing that was ratcheted back by President Trump. So I do think this ceasefire will hold. I do think that's the end of this conflict. But the key thing is the object of war is a better peace, but from whose perspective and whose rules will apply in the future. So is this just a round, and that in the future, in terms of future timeframes, there'll be another round, because this is really just conflict termination. It is not conflict resolution. OK, so you're saying that the ceasefire to end the 12-day war is likely to hold, but who knows what happens after that? I mean, what are your thoughts? Well, the first thing is I always thought this would not go on that long, because having war gamed this a number of times, the bar for the Iranians has always been pretty low. The first requirement of the Iranian regime is always regime survival. The second one is domestic security. So if those are fractured or under pressure, they will always try and have some amelioration for the regime. And that is what they've done here. And therefore, I think the first couple of things that will happen from an Iranian regime perspective is the first priority really will be their counterintelligence priority, because it seems that they've been massively penetrated by Mossad and by people who work for Mossad in terms of the exquisite intelligence that the Iranians seem to have. The second thing from a purely military perspective is they need to look at their future air defense posture. And the third one is the real big question is Israel often does warfare as war. That is, because they're a small country, they have to take military action, which seems appropriate at the time, but that doesn't bring about the political solution, which is what wars are all about. Wars are, policy by other means, the military means of trying to achieve that. So the real outcome of this, if it were to be really successful, would be to convince Iran to reconsider the viability of a future nuclear program. The real perspective of the US would be, Trump's notion this morning about peace and harmony. For that to happen, of course, you would have to have everyone drinking from the common well of the Abrahamic religions. Now, at the moment, the sort of theocratic regime in Iran has an explicit doctrine of confrontation with Israel and the West. And indeed, one of the other dying embers things, of course, that the Israelis did yesterday was bomb the destruction clock in Palestine Square in Tehran, currently set for 2040, and symbolically bombed the gates of the Evin prison, again, a sort of open the gates for the population to overthrow their regime should they do that. There has not been an explicit doctrine, certainly from Donald Trump, of regime change. There may be centrifugal forces which do lead to regime collapse. So I think, again, one thing to look for in the next few weeks is how regime repression takes place. And again, another indicator and warning of that is how much internet access digital access will the Iranians let people have. It was down to 5% during the 12 days. If they feel they're threatened still in the next week or 2 weeks, they'll keep that connectivity low so the information flows amongst the population will not be great.
Sure. I mean, just sort of listening to you and thinking back on these last 12 days, I mean, events have moved incredibly fast. Even the last 24 hours, we had that long-awaited Iranian retaliation on US interests, and we've had the US ceasefire deal. I mean, clearly we're in a very unpredictable chapter right now. But let's sort of go back a couple of steps. I mean, how did a strike by Iran on US interests in this region lead to such a rapid de-escalation, do you think?
Well, actually, I think that was part of the choreography of this, because one of the things that is being evident in Iranian doctrine, again, since the revolution, is that they've always had to drink from the chalice of poison when they're threatened. They did that in 1980, and they did that in 1988 indirectly when they had to end the Iran-Iraq war. But part of the catalyst for that was the American Operation Praying Mantis, which just about destroyed the Iranian fleet after the Iranians were going to lay some mines, which nearly blew up a American destroyer. So there's always been this notion of drinking from the chalice of poison. The key thing from the Supreme Leader's side, therefore, has been what is the survival defiance spectrum? And of course, it seems to have gone down to the survival side at the moment rather than the defiance. It's also part of Iranian doctrine that retaliation should be deemed to be legitimate and proportionate and should be accepted by the West, or the Americans in this case. That is why it satisfies Persian honor and why it was choreographed and therefore was not to be high casualty, in the same way that they did the same approach in 2020 on a couple of bases in Iraq after the killing of Soleimani under Trump's first regime.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of days ago, there was a lot of worry that this was going to broaden, that the conflict could, you know, bring in other players. I mean, there was even talk about the UK, your country, getting involved in this conflict. I mean, one of the things that some people might find quite surprising, I don't know what your thoughts are, no country seemed to come to Iran's aid. Did that surprise you?
Not really. The cavalry came over the hill for the Israelis and the Americans using the GBU-57 bombs on the Fodor. But it's always been the case, firstly, in the Middle East, of course, because Iran is largely a Shia pariah. They have no friends in the largely Sunni GCC region. And secondly, because although there was an agreement sort of 6 months ago with the Russians, it is a sort of fraternity type agreement. It is not a treaty agreement in that we will aid you in times of war. So though there's sort of an authoritarian axis in conceptual terms, and of course, Shahed 136s are provided by Iran to the Russians. The Russians, for example, have enough on their plate with Ukraine and don't want to disturb the imbalance with the US over Ukraine. And China really has two functions here. Firstly, it is a sort of soft superpower, or approaching that, but it doesn't want to get in hard power in the way that the Americans do. And secondly, of course, it needs the continued oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz. So it was never going to support Iran in going to its sort of right of arc option of closing the Strait of Hormuz.
We're coming to the end. I mean, are you satisfied that Iran's nuclear program has been more or less paralyzed, or would you say that it's simply been delayed?
Well, I think you need to firstly establish what battlefield damage assessment would tell you. The second thing you'd need to know is whether there was a part of a covert program within this. So one of the indicators of that, of course, is that Iran is still a part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. So the IAEA inspectors should come in. If they are not allowed to do that, and Iran pulls out of the NPT, then you could say that Iran is still at some time going to go for a dash for a bomb. And that is really what is the short-term paradox wrapped in the long-term paradox. The short-term paradox, you may have paralyzed the nuclear program at the moment. The long-term paradox is they still might go to it, particularly if you still had this type of regime in power in the future.
And just lastly, President Trump due to arrive at The Hague fairly shortly for the NATO summit. I'm assuming he arrives, I'd love to get your opinion, with his head held high, looking like he's emerged from all of this victorious, despite some of his own party members telling him not to act the way he did.
Well, the thing that Trump has been consistent with is particularly, he said this about Ukraine as well, that he doesn't think in terms of winning or losing. He thinks in terms of stopping the killing. He looks at things through a humanitarian peace prism. That is not necessarily the same as a just peace or a better peace, but that's the way he looks at it. But I think he can go with his head held high. He's played a sort of a hand of cards, which seems to have come up with a royal flush at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate you speaking to us, Major General Chip Chapman. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Michael Oren, who is a historian, a former Israeli ambassador to the United States, and a former member of the Knesset. He joins us from Tel Aviv. Ambassador Oren, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. First of all, I just want to start by asking you, because on Saturday you gave an interview in which you said that your gut feeling was that the United States would become involved in the Israel-Iran war, which it did within a matter of hours of you making that comment, and we'll come back to that in just a moment. But do you think that brief US involvement with the bombing of the Iranian nuclear sites is really what drew a line under that 12-day war?
First of all, good to be with you, and thank you for complimenting my gut. It's good to know that sometimes it's accurate. It was a decisive move. Israel, over the course of many weeks, could have achieved the same thing with successive bombing raids against Fordo, Isfahan, and the Natanz facility, perhaps even with ground forces, with special forces. But there's also a tremendous symbolic weight to the president's decision. It sent an unequivocal message of America's commitment to Israel's security, America's commitment to the security of the Gulf. It sent a very powerful message to America's adversaries in the world. I would imagine that there were people in Beijing today who are saying, well, maybe we have to think twice before we attack Taiwan. Russia also took a step backward after President Trump gave the order to bomb Fordo. So in many ways, that action not only changed the balance of power in our region, it had global ramifications geopolitically.
Why were you so sure that President Trump was going to do what he did right then and not use those full 2 weeks that he said he might use to think about it? And then at the end of it, he could have simply got cold feet and said, we're going to do nothing.
I don't have a terrific answer, because, in fact, if you look at the sort of the cold facts, they would seem to strongly militate against a decision by the president to act. The polls taken that week showed that close to 90% of the American public was against American military involvement against Iran. And you know about there were divisions within the White House, between the divisions within the MAGA movement, and isolation as part of that. That movement was very much against military involvement by the United States in Iran. And so the president really went against the odds, went against public opinion in a very major way. But at the end of the day, I think the president saw an opportunity. He likes winners. Israel was emphatically winning. He saw an opportunity to put an end to the war through American intervention. And look, it succeeded. Right now, we've got a ceasefire. The big question is what happens next, and what's going to be America's position if and when the Iranian regime comes back to the negotiating table.
Okay, well, let's talk about that a little further and bring into the fact that you've got this track record we've established for making accurate predictions. Are you confident that this ceasefire deal that was announced in the early hours of this morning, are you confident it's going to hold?
It depends on how you define hold. I'm sure that Iran will try to cheat, just like Hezbollah tries to cheat almost every day. And the Israeli military has to respond to those attempts and remind Hezbollah that we're watching very carefully. Now, Iran will try to cheat in various ways, and Israel will want to respond. The question is how much leeway will be given by the United States. We saw what happened today when we tried to respond to an Iranian missile attack on our southern city of Beersheba that killed 5 people. when Israeli jets took to the air, Donald Trump said, basically called them off and used some very harsh language in discussing Israeli decision making. So we don't know. We don't know what our leeway is going to be, and we don't know what the red lines are. For example, the Iranian regime this morning declared victory and said they're going to start rebuilding the nuclear sites that had been damaged and start replenishing their missile arsenal. Will that constitute, in the eyes of the United States, a violation of the ceasefire? Is it a ceasefire in place? And such a notion exists in international law, in situ. But will that be the case? If not, will Iran be able to rebuild its military capabilities under the shield of a ceasefire? And that would be very difficult. It's a very similar situation that we face in Gaza with Hamas, that Hamas will use a ceasefire to rearm and reorganize, and Israel will have to pay a big price for that in the fast. It's one of the arguments used against those people who are against a ceasefire. And so that is yet to be seen. If, and this is a big if the situation is navigated successfully by the United States, what has transpired over the last 12 days can really be a transformative moment for the entire Middle East. The independence of Lebanon will be guaranteed. The independence of Syria will be guaranteed. A solution to Gaza can be found on the basis of demilitarizing the Gaza Strip and releasing all of Israel's hostages. Who knows, maybe in the future, under a different government, Iran will make peace with Israel. We will have a profoundly different Middle East. Or we could go back to a situation which is not all that different than what existed before October 7th, 2023, where Iran's nuclear capabilities will be capped, will be limited but not eliminated, and Iran will get sanctions relief and will use that money to reestablish its terrorist proxies and reclaim Syria as a colony.
You mentioned a change of government in Iran as being a possible outcome later on down the line. I mean, how vulnerable would you say the leadership in Iran is looking right now, and how likely do you think it is that there will be a change of leadership?
Well, I don't think it's going to be very likely in the short term. I don't know the degree to which opposition in Iran, and there is opposition in Iran, whether it's organized, whether in the current situation where many hundreds of thousands of people have fled from cities, certainly from Tehran, where there's no internet, whether such organization is possible. It is possible that a serious opposition can be mounted within the leadership as well, by elements within the IRGC, within the army, certainly. The army doesn't like the IRGC. It's a very weak army, however. We don't know. What is true, and I think that this would be hard to gainsay this, is that the weakness of the regime has been fully exposed. It has lost its proxies in Hamas and Hezbollah. It doesn't have the ring of fire anymore. It has been proven to be not just a paper tiger, but kind of a tissue tiger. And Israel has also struck down some of the tools of oppression in Iran. It has bombed the entrance to the Evin prison, where political prisoners have been held and tortured. I know some of them personally. And it has bombed the headquarters of the Basij, which is the paramilitary group that is used to suppress opposition very, very brutally. So I think that maybe people in the street, I don't know if they love the state of Israel and love what America and Israel have done in terms of bombing Iran. But it doesn't mean that they love the regime either. It may not take steps to remove what has been now for decades a deeply corrupt, inefficient, wasteful regime that has spent countless billions of dollars building terrorist organizations, building nuclear facilities, and not spending that money on the people of Iran, on schools, hospitals, and infrastructure.
Just going back to the conflict, the 12-day conflict, I mean, what do you think would have happened had the US not got involved when they did? I mean, suffice to say, I mean, how much longer would it have dragged on for had President Trump not decided to take action on Saturday?
I think it would have dragged on for weeks. And then we were already into what I would call a war of attrition, not just between two militaries, but between two societies. And which one would surrender first? Now, we were causing significant damage to Iran, breakdown of electricity, breakdown of finances, banks, again, hundreds of thousands of people leaving their homes. But within Israel, we had no school. The economy was paralyzed. There was no travel. There were upwards of 150,000 Israelis who were stranded overseas. One of them being my son was stranded overseas. And that was also exacting a price, as were the daily rocket attacks, the missile attacks. And I'll tell you now, as someone who I have children and grandchildren, going into these bomb shelters 1, 2, 3 times a day and night, and the building would shake with these explosions. It was extremely, extremely distressing. So it was a question of how long our society could hold out, how long their society could hold out, which would be the first to raise a white flag and say, okay, we're ready to go back to the negotiating table. And what the American intervention did was to break the cycle of the attrition and come in and really make basically a sea change in the struggle. Now, I have cautioned on Israeli media, I do a lot of Israeli commentary, is that, there's no such thing as a free lunch. That when the president makes that decision, he's going to come and make demands of the state of Israel. And
what sorts of demands? What sorts of demands, Ambassador, do you think he will be?
Well, one was that we, for example, when Iran fires a ballistic missile at Beersheba and kills 5 people, we're not going to go back and stage a major bombing reprisal against Iran. In the end, we took out a small radar installation, but it could have been much bigger. But I think down the line, the president, I think, here's a gut feeling. You want to hear a gut feeling? I think the president will revive his deal of the century, his two-state solution deal, which didn't succeed back when he first he tabled back in 2019. And full disclosure, I was one of the advisors on that program, and I've been predicting for a long time that it would come back. We haven't seen the last of it. And unfortunately, the Palestinians didn't discuss it. I think maybe this time they'll think a little bit differently about it. And that's going to put some serious challenges to the Israeli government, certainly the current Israeli government, which is quite right-wing, as you know. So we shall see. It is not the last we have heard or seen of Donald Trump, not just militarily, but diplomatically.
Yeah, I mean, so on the one hand, we're giving credit to Mr. Trump for being a catalyst, for bringing about a swift conclusion to the 12-day war. But on the other hand, I mean, I'm sort of getting the sense, not just from talking to you, but from talking to other people in Israel as well, that perhaps there was appetite for more fight, for more to be done, for more to, more striking while the iron was hot, so to speak. Do you think there is an element in Israel that feels like there was still a lot of work to be done, and this is a job not entirely finished?
Well, I think the Prime Minister came out and said that the IDF had achieved almost all of its military objectives. It's the way he could maybe signal that he doesn't want to continue. But I think the big proof is what happens next. And I'm reiterating what I said earlier, is that if Iran now moves to rebuild its capabilities, if it violates the ceasefire, what will be the response of Israel? What would be the response that the United States will allow Israel to have? And will ultimately the United States act as well?
We heard from the US president, and we didn't broadcast those exact comments, but he did make some pretty strong comments earlier on today as he boarded the plane for Europe for the NATO summit, using some strong language. It sounds like he's losing patience. Sounds like he's taking all of this very personally, and it has been a personal risk to him because he went against quite a lot of elements in his own party by deciding to get involved. Do you think patience is somehow running out with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well?
And maybe his patience is running out with the Middle East in general. He seems to I don't want to quote him, but to sort of paraphrase him, he said that these two countries have been fighting for a long time and they don't know what they're doing, and he used an expletive in the middle of it, probably the first time ever publicly by a president. Israelis going to listen to that and say, that's not fair. We didn't attack Iran in 1979. They attacked us. They wanted to wipe us off the map. We didn't want to wipe them off the map. We're just defending ourselves. And we're not enthusiastic about the moral equivalency of it all. At the end of the day, we're just trying to live here. We're not trying to destroy them. It's not symmetrical. It is very asymmetrical. And if Iran can have any regime it wants, it can be a theocracy, it can be an autocracy, it can be a monarchy, it can be a democracy, as long as they're just not trying to harm us or trying to get proxies to harm us. And I don't know. That understanding is very rare. I do a lot of American television as well, and all the time you hear, Iran and Israel have been fighting for decades. No, we haven't been fighting for decades. Iran has been trying to destroy us for decades. We've been defending ourselves for decades. It's very different, and it's a substantive difference. And in that difference lies the key to what can happen next. Because if Iran stops threatening Israel and other neighbors, and if Iran stops being the world's largest state sponsor of terror in the world, complicit in the murder of hundreds of thousands of people in the Middle East, there's 500,000 Syrians, thousands of Americans starting in Beirut in 1983 and through the Iraq War, responsible for attempts to assassinate American leaders. They tried to assassinate me when I was in Washington. This is a very evil regime. If that can end, the Middle East can enjoy, I think, an unprecedented era of peace.
Just pivoting to Gaza, I did say we were going to bring it up as the conversation went on. We've got 2 million people suffering in famine-like conditions there in Gaza. The opposition leader Yair Lapid saying this has got to come to an end. Using your powers of prediction, how much longer can this go on for?
Not very much longer. Not very much longer. And it's very divisive in Israeli society right now. It's certainly causing major damage to our international relations. But the question is how it ends. And I think the majority of Israelis would agree to a prolonged ceasefire in exchange for releasing the hostages. Now, I'm not naive. I don't think that Hamas is going to release all the hostages. They read the Israeli press, they read our WhatsApps, and we always say, let us relieve the hostages, and then we'll go back and we'll eliminate them. They'll always keep a couple of hostages for safekeeping. But we can get most of the hostages out, certainly the living hostages out, for prolonged ceasefire. The big issue for this Israeli government, I stress this Israeli government, is whether at the end of the ceasefire, Israel will retain the right to renew the fighting. Because what's at stake here is whether Hamas will emerge from the tunnels and once again take control of the Gaza Strip. It will rearm and it will stage another October 7th, because that's what its leadership say they're going to do. They actually hide it. They said they're going to do it 10,000 times. If that's the case, that not only will Israelis not go back to living in the areas around the border, I don't know if you have children, but you wouldn't put them there either. They're actually firing rockets again this week. It barely made the news. But it will send a very powerful message of Israeli weakness and Hamas strength around the Middle East. Around the Middle East. It will, not just the Middle East. Hamas is a wing of the Muslim Brotherhood. And the Muslim Brotherhood, according to a secret report that was leaked from the French government, the Muslim Brotherhood has established a state within France. Hamas wins in Gaza. You're going to see repercussions for that in the streets of Paris. And so the issues here are very serious. And so as a person who, I don't represent the government, I very much want to see that ceasefire. I very much want to see our hostages released. It's crucial for me personally, morally, every way. But I think we have to have an answer about what is the future of Gaza. Will it be demilitarized? Will the leadership of Hamas be exiled to another country? These are crucial questions. Then how do we rebuild the Gaza Strip? Is it an international force, inter-Arab force from the Gulf? Certainly. And how do we re-educate Palestinian young people that in a way that for peace and not for bloodshed and not for terror?
Yeah, but I mean, in the immediate term, I mean, there are horrific scenes playing out. We're all seeing them. And you've mentioned that they've tested relationships between Israel and its allies. I mean, just today, 21 people killed as they waited for food. They were killed by tank and bullet fire. I mean, what people do not understand in the rest of the world is why are starving people being shot at while they're waiting for food? And this is what Israel's allies are asking.
Unfortunately, it's a tragically simple answer, and the answer is Hamas. Hamas is embedded with all these people. Hamas is trying to disrupt the distribution of food. Hamas will shoot at these people, shoot at Palestinians. They will kidnap people who are trying to distribute food.
But Hamas doesn't have tanks.
They're under hospitals, they're under schools, they're under mosques. So, if they're firing at Israel from behind the civilian population, we're going to do our best not to kill civilians, but they're going to be in there. And so Hamas bears responsibility. Let the world say the following. Hamas, surrender. Put down your guns, give out the hostages, go wherever you want to go. Israel will not follow you. You get away scot-free. And the war will end. It'll end literally in a minute. Okay? But to ask Israel all of a sudden to stop and let Hamas come out and rearm and recapture the Gaza Strip, I don't think that's a viable request for anybody to the state of Israel. I was on a European television station the other day. They asked me, okay, why don't you just stop? Why don't you just, stop, give out food, stop? I said, okay. But what's your answer for when Hamas wins and once again turns the Gaza Strip into a terrorist state that's going to prohibit from Israelis, hundreds of thousands of Israelis from going back to their homes? And then it's not just a tactical threat, it becomes a strategic threat. And Israel is in a very complex environment. None of this is simple. None of it is simple. It is politically, morally, very complex.
Just lastly, Ambassador, and to end this conversation on a more upbeat note, you're also quoted as saying that President Trump could go down in history as, quote, the greatest peacemaker of the 21st century. Now, you've already given me a few hints as we've gone along, but just sum up for us what that assessment is based on.
Well, I think that Lebanon has been given a glimpse of freedom that it has not enjoyed in decades. Same thing true with Syria. And even in Hamas, even in Gaza, there's hope for the future that didn't exist 2 years ago. Because all of these areas were controlled to various degrees by Iran. They're all under Iran's thumb or its foot, whatever you want to, part of the body you want to put it, that they were under it. So they've been given an opportunity for freedom. And I think that many of the people in these areas will use that freedom to try to make peace. They're not going to all of a sudden turn around and make war. And I think peace between Israel and Lebanon would be extraordinary. It should be transformative for the entire Middle East, our two societies sort of pooling our resources and our talents. And with Syria, I mean, Syria has done nothing but threaten its neighbors since the 1940s. This would be a big, big difference for the entire Middle East. Peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia is not just peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia, it's peace between Israel and the Sunni world, or most of the Sunni world. So if Donald Trump can engineer all this, he'll get not one Nobel Prize, he'll get a whole row of Nobel Prizes, and he could be the greatest peacemaker in the 21st century. It really hangs on the balance right now. And I as an historian, I can't remember a moment like this, really, not even after the Six-Day War.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Thank you for your time, sir. That's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye. Well, for more, we can speak now to Daniel Ben-Naim, who is a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary for Arabian Peninsula Affairs, who joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. This ceasefire deal has been struck with the goal of ending the so-called 12-day war. How do you rate its chances?
I think there's a lot of motivation on all sides to keep the ceasefire. I think you saw some wobbles at the very outset, in part because Iran scored a pretty significant strike on Israeli civilians a few hours before the ceasefire. But you saw both parties, Iran and Israel, trying to get in the last word and then reined in by President Trump. So I think there's a pretty good chance that this ceasefire holds, because I think Iran is not looking for a further fight, and Israel at this point has accomplished most of its military goals on the ground in Iran.
We heard from the US president just a short while ago before he set off for Europe for the NATO summit. I mean, he sounds like he's taking this whole situation very personally. He also sounds like he's running out of patience, using some pretty unprecedented language for a US president. Where do you think that impatience is directed, Daniel?
Well, he was pretty clear about it. He doesn't want to see either party violate the ceasefire, and he doesn't want to see Israel in particular launch a major retaliation in response to Iran's actions. He did use some colorful language, more suitable for a New York construction site maybe than the White House lawn. But his point, I think, was a valid one, which is that the two parties need to make a hard pivot from the war that they've been fighting toward upholding a ceasefire. And ultimately, I think it's in everyone's interest to see a major pivot toward diplomacy here, because there's so much that we don't know about where we are. We don't know how badly damaged the Iranian nuclear program was. We don't know what will happen to the remaining stockpiles, and we don't know whether Iran will really go to the table or try to go underground and race for a more serious nuclear program outside of international view. Now is the time to test those things and engage in real diplomacy. And the Gulf states are well positioned to be in the lead of that effort, as Qatar was in de-escalation. This is not 5 years ago. All the Gulf countries have developed détente and relations with Iran that they can use to bring life into the next phase of diplomacy in this region and further lower tensions.
I just want to pick up what you were saying there with regards to the state of the Iranian nuclear program. I mean, it doesn't sound like you're 100% sure that the United States has indeed eliminated that nuclear threat, but have they at least delayed it?
Well, presumably they've delayed it by some amount of time. I mean, they bombed most of the key sites, but whether that's a few months or several years will depend on the battle damage assessment. But honestly, more than that, a few years is a blink of an eye. So what we're really looking for here is a diplomatic solution that will take these military gains and turn them into something more lasting.
Okay, I mean, do you think that the leadership in Iran can survive in its current form? Because we've got some quite mixed messages from the Trump administration. There was talk of regime change. There was talk of how, it wasn't off the table, the idea that the supreme leader could be assassinated. And now they seem to have gone back to sort of talking about, the longer-term survival of the leadership in Iran. What's your understanding of what the American sort of desired outcome is here?
Well, I think they were trying to make clear to the Iranians that they had something to lose by continuing this war. I think that was the clear message of the United States. It came out unclearly at various points, but I think that the reason that Iran signed on to the ceasefire was to ensure the survival of the regime.
Okay, and how do you rate their chances of surviving? I mean, have they been domestically weakened by what's happened, would you say? Do you think they can survive?
Well, they've lost a lot of face with their own people. They have been domestically weakened. But the question will be, who would dislodge them and in what way? And there, I think there are more questions than answers that may well keep the regime in power.
So do you think the United States has taken a decision here not to try to even serve as a catalyst to bring that about, and that if it happens because the Iranian people want it to happen? Would you say that's roughly the calculation that's been made here?
Roughly, yeah. I think they decided that that wouldn't be a goal of a military operation, but something left up to the Iranian people. And if they destabilize the regime a little bit through this, and that leads in that direction, so be it. But I don't think it was a military goal. That was focused on the nuclear program.
We understand there has been contact between Washington and Tehran. It's been described as direct and indirect contact. And I just wonder whether you could sort of draw on your experience in your official capacity as US Deputy Assistant Secretary for Arabian Peninsula Affairs. What does indirect contact look like between Washington and Tehran?
Well, it has a lot of different flavors. I think when the parties are talking directly and indirectly, that's probably the most constructive, because it means that indirect is not about passing just a few messages. It's about trying to sketch out what's possible using an effective mediator. When they're not talking directly, indirect talks can be a way of buying time or conveying key messages. But to really get things done, ultimately you need to be in direct talks. But I do think that an intermediary like Qatar or Oman, these are countries that are very good at interpreting the positions of both parties and trying to bridge them and trying to avoid potential misunderstandings. So I think using indirect diplomacy through the Gulf as a complement to direct discussions with Iran is probably the best case of all here.
Do you see a scenario in which the negotiations that were supposed to be happening a couple of weeks ago would continue? That latest round that was suspended 2 weekends ago. Do you see the process recommencing?
Yeah, I think Iran's condition to get back to the table was for Israel to stop their bombing campaign in the United States. That's now happened, so I think they do go back to the table. I think both sides have decisions to make. The United States has to decide what the United States is willing to accept in terms of from Iran and what they're willing to offer. If they're looking for an end to enrichment, what inducements are they offering to Iran? What face-saving steps are they offering? And for Iran, what are they willing to accept? There's less than zero trust, given the way that this has proceeded. but there's a lot of desperation. You may need a phased approach where something happens, some kind of freeze to allow for more diplomacy. I would look to the snapback of UN sanctions in October as an important deadline here to talk. I don't like the fact that that's only 90 days because I think we have to get off these very tight timelines. But I do think that that's another important threshold for the success or failure of that diplomacy, when the world will decide whether to restore UN sanctions on Iran.
I mean, you mentioned Qatar just now, which just brings into the conversation last night's attack on what is the biggest US military base in the Middle East, namely in Qatar. And I'm just wondering how you interpret this chain of events, how a strike like last night's on US interests led to such a rapid de-escalation. How did that happen?
Well, I think Iran felt that they had to do something, and I think the US felt that it was likely when we struck that Iran would have to retaliate. The question was whether we could weather that retaliation. And I think that the United States probably saw Iran's telegraphing this strike, making clear to Qatar, which makes clear to us that this was coming, doing it in a way where it could be intercepted by advanced air defenses and was not in an area where there are civilians, doing it in a way that didn't cost any lives, as I think on one end of the spectrum. Look, you never want to see missiles flying across the Gulf at close U.S. partners or U.S. military base. But under the circumstances, this was one of the better scenarios for how this could go. And I think Qatar handled it extremely well and used the fact that this was happening to create an opportunity for diplomacy and demonstrate its value as a U.S. partner.
So do you think that a line has now been drawn after this 12-day war? I mean, would you say this is the end of it and the beginning of a new phase, a phase of renewed diplomacy?
I think there's reason to hope that that's true and to expect that it might be true. I think Israel accomplished its military objectives. The United States achieved a denouement that we could live with and weathered Iranian retaliation. Iran is badly weakened and not looking for a fight in the near term, although I suspect over time they'll look for other ways to find revenge. The question is, having done this, whether we can meaningfully improve on the diplomacy that was available before this war to achieve something enduring on the ground, because I think that without that, it's a matter of time before either you have more conflict or Iran is rebuilding and potentially reconstituting the very threats that this war sought to stop. So what comes now is all important to the success of what's happened over these last 12 days.
And clearly having been compromised in terms of their intel to the extent that they have been, mostly by Israel. I mean, Iran will have to think very carefully, won't it, about even thinking about breathing new life into that nuclear program?
I think that's true. But we've also seen Iran make a series of calculations since October 7th and really for 46 years that would suggest that they view things differently and have a narrative, strategic narrative of resistance and defiance. Another country might conclude that the only thing that would have kept them safe, like North Korea, would have been to have a nuclear weapon this whole time and to race for a bomb rather than to sit at the threshold and see if they could get across it. You know, Ayatollah Khomeini said, "We didn't conduct this revolution to affect the price of watermelons." I think there's an ideological component here, an anti-Western component, a religious component, a nationalist component that are incredibly important. And it's important to the regime to look strong in front of its people. So I wouldn't discount those elements in assessing the calculus of the regime, whereas we might make a different one. But I do think that there is an opportunity for diplomacy here. And it's very important that all countries work together to try to turn a corner and convert what's happened militarily, whether we supported it or not, into something much more useful and a more peaceful Middle East.
So a very basic question. Who, in your opinion, emerges from all of this as the victor?
I think Israel has shown its military capability and intel capability backed by the United States and emerged as a kind of regional heavyweight through this action and a series of actions over the last several months that showed that it had not only the capability, but the will to go after countries that were targeting it. I think the United States showed that they remain an indispensable regional broker. And I think that, frankly, Qatar, in weathering this attack and turning it so quickly into a useful end to this war, showed itself to be a very capable and useful regional player. And I think the other regional states also played an important role in getting us here. I think Iran is badly weakened, but for Iran, it will declare victory in resisting Israel and the United States and surviving to fight another day and try to rely on its propaganda to convince its own people of that, most of whom would be happy to see the government gone.
Sure. I mean, just lastly, I mean, how do you think Iran is adapting to dealing with the Trump administration versus the Biden administration before that? I mean, President Trump's choices of words, his methodology, his comms, the timing of his actions. I mean, he has shown himself, hasn't he, the last couple of days to be the master of surprise, even to people in his inner sanctum.
Yeah, I think surprise cuts two ways. It's useful on the battlefield, and it's a bit harder in diplomacy because it means you can't really position yourself to go in a certain direction. And I think that the drawbacks of that surprise will be evident when we try to convert into a diplomatic picture here. The fact that 2 rounds of diplomacy were a prelude to strikes means that Iran will be looking over its shoulder in ways that may make it harder for it to take some risks. But I think that Trump has a unique role in this because he is the one who destroyed this deal, which incidentally was working at the time, about 7 years ago. That gives him a unique ability to reconstitute a nuclear agreement between the United States and Iran and bring along the parties that were opposed to the last one, or at least some of them. So I do think he has leverage. And the question is, how does he take that leverage and gain sufficient trust to, in a relationship that has zero trust in both directions, really, to achieve something meaningful politically and strategically out of the military steps that it's taken? Because the military can do a lot to change the picture, but the most enduring solutions, I think, here, when it comes to the resolution of Iran's nuclear program, will involve diplomacy backed by the military.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Really appreciate it. Daniel Ben-Naim, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to General Philip Breedlove, who is the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO and former Vice Chief of Staff of the US Air Force. So thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. Let me just start by asking you a basic question. Is this the end of the so-called 12-day war, in your opinion?
Well, I think that's hard to tell. Clearly, the U.S. president is trying to make it the end of the war. What we have to see now is, are both of the protagonists going to accept that status? And we can only hope.
Okay, I mean, who do you think can be declaring victory at any rate?
Wow. I don't think declaring victory is very responsible. Here's how I would describe it. I think that Israel has accomplished most of its goals, and that is good for much of the world, that Iran not become a nuclear nation. So the world wins in that this program may be truncated and or slowed down significantly. But I think that Iran, of course, has suffered huge damage, but they are still intact as a theocracy. And so I'm not sure how the world is going to measure that.
Okay, clearly Operation Midnight Hammer at the weekend was a decisive moment in this 12-day war, perhaps the most decisive moment. I don't know what you think. We think destroying 3 of Iran's nuclear sites. I mean, do you buy into the fact that, as the Trump administration said, Iran's nuclear capability has been essentially obliterated, to use their choice of words?
I'm not going to enter into what I would call a very political point. Let's just say this. The Israeli Air Force, over a matter of days, have established air supremacy over Iran. And their air forces were systematically destroying Iranian military capabilities. But Israel was incapable of doing a few things that the United States could do. And so this operation was incredible. This is what I did for 2/3 of my military career. I was a fighter pilot, and putting together this kind of operation, the immense coordination issues between all involved is incredibly difficult. And what you saw is the United States joint force pulling off primarily via the U.S. Air Force and its bombers, but it was a joint effort, and they pulled off an incredibly well-flown, well-executed, well-planned mission that, for all intents and purposes, should have an incredible effect on the target set. Now, as to exactly what happened to that target set, there will be more analysis done, but the fact of the matter is, because it was weaponeered well and everything went according to plan, we can expect that a lot of damage was done.
Yeah, we were talking to a former Top Gun fighter pilot yesterday who talked us through some of the logistics of an operation like Operation Midnight Hammer, which sounds like one of the most extraordinarily complex and well-coordinated military shows we've seen in many years. What do you think that operation says to the world about U.S. military capabilities?
Well, it says a lot of things. First of all, a lot of people have questioned American resolve. I mean, we have people continually asking, why has America done nothing about Russia running amok in the European land spaces with its army? And so there has been those that have questioned America's resolve and will to do what it needs to do. Well, this was a big message. The President of the United States tried to effect peace. He gave the protagonists time to effect that peace, and Iran chose not to cooperate with that plan. And so the President of the United States did what he said he was going to do, and he did it decisively. And the way he did it, only the United States of America can pull that off.
Yeah, and he did something else as well, didn't he? Because he sort of gave the world and Iran a slight sense of false security, that there were going to be 2 weeks of thinking and then action would be taken. And in fact, it was only 2 days after he said he was going to think about it for 2 weeks or less than, that action actually was taken. And I just want to ask you about that element of surprise and how big of a part did that play?
Yeah, we don't call it surprise. We call it deception. You know, today, in today's world, the whole, and I'm not picking on you, but the whole press thing is to figure out what America is doing and then out it, get it out there for everybody to see and hear about. I mean, how many times have you heard the press talk about Israel having to do a ground assault on photo? There is no surprise when the 24-hour news cycle is talking about what you want to do over and over and over and over. Everybody gets ready. And so I think what you saw here, it was an incredible deception campaign, including the rerouting of some airplanes in the air and the arrival of TLAMs launched from the sea. All of this generated an element of surprise, and the package was not engaged on the way in or the way out. And those aviators did a magnificent job, and the deception plan was a big part of their ability to do that incredible job.
Sure, I mean, took us all by surprise, that's for certain. And let's just say, even yesterday there were fears of escalation towards a global conflict. And yet today, the world seems, a very different place. A lot has happened in the last 24 hours. But would you say the fears of escalation towards a much broader conflict have now subsided, at least to some extent?
I do believe they have subsided. I think that Iran has made some prudent choices on how they responded and what they're doing. Well, and let's just ask ourselves why. Israel has established air superiority over Iran and was flying without hindrance and attacking systematically the military of Iran. It was also, of course, attacking the nuclear forces, but it was beginning to take apart Iran's ability to fight, and Iran has been able to do nothing about it. The Russian equipment in there was destroyed or thwarted, and Israel has won air superiority over the enemy's ground spaces and was defeating him in detail. I think that Iran made a prudent choice to decide to stop before they lost so much more of their military capability.
They stopped, and yet they fired 14 ballistic missiles at the US base in Al Udeid, which is in Qatar. I mean,
and
no damage. What was it?
Well, and they basically told us it was coming, and they said it was going to be proportional, and they fired a proportional volley, of which 13 of the 14 were shot down. The 14th one was determined to be landing in a place that would have no effect. And so I think that, again, this was almost a message of, listen, we have an internal audience we have to deal with. We're going to fire back. It's coming, et cetera, et cetera. And the whole way that was orchestrated, to me, is an Iran who's made a prudent decision that maybe it's time to stop this.
Does it show that we're talking here about a significantly weakened Iran?
Well, clearly, all you have to do is watch the tapes that are even showing on TV, and those are probably a minuscule amount of the tapes that are available to the military analysts. But Israel was beginning to systematically eliminate the surface-to-air threat, the surface-to-surface threat, airplanes. All of these elements of Iranian power were being systematically eliminated.
There was talk not so long ago, although it feels like a very long time ago, about regime change. There was the mention that assassination of the top leader in Iran was not off the table. I don't know if you think it was ever really on the table, but how vulnerable do you think the Iranian leadership looks right now?
Well, I don't have to comment. All you have to do is look at the record of the last 3 or 4 or 5 days of what Israel has done to the leadership of the military and the leadership of the nuclear program. It is very clear that they can reach out and touch these leaders.
Do you think they'll survive?
I don't want to make that judgment. I think that that the world now is going to watch how Iran comports itself, what it does, what it says, etc. And also, you can bet that the U.S. president, if you've watched him in the last several hours, he's watching Israel as to what they're going to do. And there is an expectation that we now find a more peaceful way forward.
It was risky, wasn't it, politically, for President Trump to get involved at all? There were many in the GOP, well, some in the ranks of the GOP, who didn't want him to get involved, and he did, and he's done it in a measured way. Would you say, up until this point, what we've seen is vindication for the president's calculations?
Again, I wouldn't use that word. Here's what I would say. Every president that I can remember has done what this president did and used force to affect a battlefield or an important situation. Yes, you have it exactly right. There was a lot of pressure on this president to maybe not do what he did. He ran on not starting wars. And yes, you have it right again. The president sent a very measured response. I mean, there's only one nation in the world that can do what the United States did with those B-2s and with the MOPS and with all the other supporting cast of characters to include what Israel did to establish air superiority over Iran. All of these things had to be calculated and looked at, and the president made a decision to move forward with a limited reply and send, I think, quite a message, don't you?
Absolutely. And I want to ask you as well about how, there was concern, especially by those people who were against any kind of US involvement, that it was going to draw in other players, that somehow Iran's allies would come to its rescue. That didn't happen. What does that say to us?
Well, I think that those other players, most notably China and Russia, did not want to be associated with what was about to happen to Iran. And I think they knew that they could do all manner of trying to help them in the short term, and the result would have been the same, and they didn't want to associate themselves with a demonstrative result. And so they have kept themselves back. Additionally, as you know, there are some of those nations have a lot of equipment inside Iran that have been systematically thwarted and eliminated by Israel's attacks. And I don't think they want to continue to advertise to the world that their kit performed the way it did.
Do you think that perhaps it would be too hasty to say that there are a few paper tigers out there?
I'm not going to let you put those words in my mouth. There is nothing paper tiger about our superpower enemies in this world. And what we need to do is understand that they are enemies and treat them so. We seem to have some confusion about what Russia is. And Russia is carrying on a theater-level war in Europe. And we have yet to really recognize that Mr. Putin is not an ally. He is not a partner. He is a war criminal and an enemy.
This conflict, which lasted 12 days, and as we've been saying, as we've been agreeing throughout this conversation, the pace of change has been remarkable, especially in the last couple of days. What struck you most about these 12 days, and what have we learned from this?
Well, I'm not sure it's the subject you want to talk about, but you asked the question. There is this view in the world that what is happening in Ukraine is the future of warfare. And the failure of air power in Ukraine has resulted in a drone war and a reversion to World War I attrition, artillery-based, grinding, ugly, uneducated warfare. And what people were beginning to believe is that's what warfare looks like. And what you have seen now in Iran is what happens when a modern, capable air force is turned loose on an opponent. Israel went in and established air superiority over Iran, and then began to exploit that air superiority in disassembling the Iranian military. And that, my friend, is the future of warfare.
Well, General Brilov, that is something I wanted to ask you about, because, of course, you're the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, and President Trump, we saw him boarding the flight for Europe just a couple of hours ago, heading to a NATO summit. 32 countries there assembling in the Netherlands. How united is that alliance looking at this particular moment, and what do you expect to come out of this summit?
Well, my hat's off to the new Secretary General Rutte, because we expect that we'll have 31 out of 32 nations who are ready to adopt what the U.S. president is asking for as far as investments. And so that itself is an amazing feat. Only one country appears to be holding out against that plan, but the fact that 31 of 32 are ready to move forward, that's a good thing. And, we all, including the United States of America, spent almost 3 decades trying to, what I call, hug the bear, make a partner out of Russia, get Russia to become more Western in its approach to world affairs. And we were all fooled. What we now understand and what NATO finally has adopted and written into all of their plans and documents is Russia is an enemy. They are not a partner. They are not going to be an ally. They are not going to move forward for peace. Since 2008, Russia has amassed its army, marched across internationally recognized borders, and invaded its neighbors 4 times. And we now in the West have got to deal with the fact that Russia is run by a war criminal and a person that has no intention of peace in Europe.
Okay, and just lastly, and sort of to go full circle, to what extent would you say that the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, in which the United States participated in a decisive and meaningful way, in what way does all of that, do you think, if at all, set the scene for that summit at The Hague?
Well, I think one of the most important things I would take away is that the American president has said what he was going to do. He gave Iran a long period to find a peaceful way ahead, and Iran chose not to cooperate. And in the end, the President of the United States did exactly what he said he was going to do. I think that in NATO, it shows some resolve. You know, people have questioned because of some of the quote unquote mean tweets and things. People have questioned America's resolve and America's will. And we have been extremely slow to show that will in the face of Russian aggression and non-cooperation in all the peace processes, etc. And I think that the people of NATO will take some solace in the fact that when and if Mr. Putin crosses that line one too many times, America knows what to do.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. A real pleasure talking to you. Really appreciate it. General Philip Breedlove, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tokyo, the world's most populous metropolitan area with 35 million people and one of the most expensive cities, Greater Tokyo. For its crowded places and high cost of living, what makes Tokyo worth the visit? The city is teeming with history, culture, and sights. One of the most popular is the Hachiko statue. a tribute to the dog loyal to his master. Hachiko, who died of a heart infection in 1935, is regarded a national celebrity and has a bronze statue of him outside Shibuya Station in his honor. A lesser-known Disneyland also lies in Tokyo. It first opened in 1983 and would see over 13 million visitors per year, making it the third most popular theme park in the world. Also find the animation studio of Studio Ghibli Inc., often referred to as the Japanese Disney. The studio's Oscar-winning feature Spirited Away is the highest-grossing film in Japanese history. Another frequently visited site is the Imperial Palace. The palace became the official imperial residence in 1869. It remains the main residence of Japanese Emperor Akihito. For historic Shinto sites, most recommended is the Meiji Shrine in Shibuya. Shinto is Japan's dominant religion. It means the worship of the deities of heaven and earth. The Meiji Shrine is the most highly regarded of all and is an immaculate example of Japan's impressive architecture. Sporting events are also popular in Japan. The Tokyo Dome is the 55,000-seater all-weather multi-purpose home of Japan's most famous team, the Tokyo Tomiuri Giants. All over the world, Japanese food is very popular. Japanese fare is favored by many because of their incredible cooking and attention to precision and preparation. The place keeps their menu simple and delicious and is visited again and again because of its classic tonkatsu, cutlets of tender breaded pork slow-cooked to perfection. When it comes to shopping, many visit Tokyo for its haven of electronics and gadgets. For Japanese fashion, visit the hip, edgier Harajuku district. Here, you'll bump into younger individuals cosplaying or adults dressed in very clean minimalist styles. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawiya Alami and this is the Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Not surprisingly, one headline dominated all front pages of newspapers today: the American brokered ceasefire between Israel and Iran that came into effect early this morning after Iran's missile attacks on Al Udeid American military base in Qatar last night. The Iranian attack was deemed by most newspapers as calculated. It is a coordinated retaliation to the U.S. bombing of Iranian nuclear sites on Saturday night. Let's start with the Washington Post, which asked in its analysis report today whether Iran, Israel and the U.S. can now all claim to have won. The report highlights how Iran, Israel and the U.S. each claimed a form of victory after a week of intense conflict. It points out that Iran sought a way to retaliate against U.S. strikes on its nuclear sites without provoking a larger war, eventually targeting the Al Udeid air base in Qatar, but carefully giving advance warning to avoid casualties and future escalation. The analysis notes that President Trump publicly thanked Iran for the warning and soon after announced a ceasefire, which analysts say gives each side a narrative of success. The piece concludes that while the immediate risk of all-out war has lessened, the ceasefire remains fragile and Iran's economic and military challenges may limit its ability to continue fighting. The Wall Street Journal's editorial talked about the Iranian attack on Al Udeid American air base in Qatar, saying the attack was a feeble retaliation that shows how damaged the Khamenei regime is. The editorial actually highlights Iran's missile attack on the U.S. base in Qatar, where all 14 missiles were intercepted with no casualties, and notes that Iran gave advance warning, a move widely seen as an attempt to avoid further escalation. The article points out that President Trump dismissed the attack as very weak and suggested Iran was signaling it does not want a full-scale war. The piece also notes that Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire, ending what Trump called the 12th day war, and that both sides are now signaling a pause in hostilities. The editorial concludes that while Iran's military capabilities have been degraded, the future of its regime remains uncertain, and the region may see new opportunities for peace or further instability. In another analysis, the Financial Times highlights the dramatic and unpredictable shifts in President Trump's approach to Iran over a chaotic 48-hour period, from ordering massive airstrikes on nuclear sites to floating the idea of regime change and finally announcing a ceasefire after Iran's limited response. It points out that Trump's rapid policy swings from threats to sudden diplomacy reflect both his unpredictable leadership style and the high stakes of the conflict. The analysis notes that while Trump's team insists the U.S. is not seeking regime change, his public remarks have increased pressure on Iran's leadership to seek negotiations or risk further escalation. The piece concludes that the ceasefire is fragile and Trump's mixed signals have left both allies and adversaries uncertain about the future of U.S.-Iran relations. To the Times now, where David Charter tried to answer the question of why Trump's Middle East involvement is splitting his loyal MAGA base, saying Trump is breaking his promises and it will cost him supporters. The article highlights President Trump's careful self-portrayal as a peacemaker who avoided further U.S. military casualties overseas, contrasting sharply with the reality of recent American deaths in Afghanistan and the current risks in the Middle East. It points out that Trump's MAGA base, which strongly opposes foreign wars and regime change, is now deeply divided over his decision to strike Iran, with figures like Marjorie Taylor Greene leading a vocal backlash. The article notes that Trump's inconsistent messaging, publicly floating regime change while his officials deny it, has confused and angered core supporters, especially as the risk of U.S. casualties loom. The article concludes that any American deaths in Iran could shatter Trump's image and fracture his loyal base, threatening the unity he claims to have achieved. In an exclusive, The Washington Post published an audio recording that the newspaper obtained of an Israeli warning call to top Iranian general, telling him that he has 12 hours to escape. The Post described the recording as a window into the covert campaign by Israeli intelligence to intimidate and divide Iranian military officials. The report highlights how Israeli intelligence operatives speaking in Persian called senior Iranian officials, including a Revolutionary Guard general, to warn them they would be targeted unless they renounced the regime. According to the piece, more than 20 officials received such threats, with some being warned in person, by phone, or through family members. The goal was to sow fear and confusion among Iran's leaders, making it harder for them to replace those killed in the initial attacks. The report notes that while there is no evidence of major defections, Iranian officials are deeply unsettled. It concludes that Israel's psychological campaign aims to paralyze Iran's decision-making and weaken the regime from within. And we'll stay with the Washington Post, where Glenn Kessler published a news analysis revealing how Israel deceived the United States about its nuclear weapons program. The analysis highlights how Israel's current attack on Iran's nuclear sites are rooted in a long history of nuclear deception. First, by Israel itself. It points out that Israel secretly built its own nuclear weapons program at the Dimona reactor, often misleading even its closest ally, the United States, about its true intentions. Now, the piece notes that Israel went to great lengths to hide its plutonium reprocessing plant from American inspectors, using fake walls and control rooms. The analysis also concludes that while Israel now condemns Iran's nuclear ambition, its own history of secrecy and double standards raises questions about the fairness and effectiveness of today's policies in the Middle East. Patrick Wintour wrote in The Guardian about why is Iran's nuclear program so essential to its identity. The article highlights Iran's deep-rooted commitment to its nuclear program as a symbol of national independence and sovereignty, tracing its origin to the country's history of foreign interference and colonial exploitation. It points out that for Iran, nuclear technology is not just about energy, but it's about asserting control over its own destiny, a principle enshrined by the revolutionary leader Ayatollah Khomeini and later embraced as a source of patriotic pride. The author notes that while the West and the US officials see Iran's uranium enrichment as a cover for seeking nuclear weapons, Iran argues it is responding to broken promises and sanctions. The piece concludes that the nuclear program is central to Iran's identity and sense of security. But this pursuit has come to a high cost to the country and its people. Le Monde published a news analysis by Guy Paris today, concluding that Israel, with U.S. support, has become the dominant military power in the Middle East after recent strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. Paris explains that a Pax Hebraica, or Hebrew peace, is now taking shape in the Middle East. The analysis highlights Prime Minister Netanyahu's vision is to reshape the region, as seen in his UN speech, and the weakening of Iran's axis of resistance. The piece notes that Israel now faces a choice: use its new strength to help rebuild Lebanon and Syria, or keep instability on its borders, as Netanyahu's coalition prefers. And in conclusion, the author contends that while Israel's power is at a peak, long-term peace will depend on how it addresses deep social and political injustices in the region, which Iran once exploited but still remain unresolved. And we'll end with Israel Hayom, which published a video released by the Pentagon on Monday of the first images of the formidable B-2 bombers, which were used in what it called the historic attack on Iran's nuclear facility in Fordo on Saturday night. The newspaper deemed it a carefully timed move following Iran's retaliatory strike on a U.S. base in Qatar. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump says he is still interested in a diplomatic solution to this situation. Well, top officials in Washington have repeatedly insisted that the US goal is not regime change in Iran. But President Trump also says that Iranians should overthrow their government if it refuses to negotiate on its nuclear program. So what diplomatic solution could be negotiated? And what are the chances of a change of leadership there in Iran? Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Edward Jerejian, who's a former US ambassador to Israel, also a senior fellow at the Harvard Belfer Center, who served as Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. He joins us now from France. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Ambassador. President Trump saying today that he is still open to diplomacy. I mean, what form do you see diplomacy taking at this stage?
Well, at this stage, it's very problematic because in the wake of the Israeli attacks and the United States attacks against Iranian nuclear targets, the Iranians are determining now what their response should be. And the Iranian officials, especially the foreign minister, has made the statement that Iran will not enter negotiations under either military pressure or even political pressure. So we're at a standstill for the moment in terms of the initiation of, if you will, diplomatic efforts. But again, the immediate issue is whether or not Iran is going to militarily respond to the United States attacks on its nuclear facilities, and what form that might take, which will then obviously outline what the future options are.
Yeah, I mean, just staying with diplomacy for a little while longer. I mean, the Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, has been meeting today with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. I'm just wondering what they might be seeking to achieve.
Well, there's a traditional relationship, as you know, between Russia and Iran. And Russia, of course, they have this structural relationship with the Bushehr civilian nuclear facility in Iran. And Iran has military, political, and some economic ties with Russia. So it's an important relationship. But how Putin plays that, is going to be quite interesting, because he made a very curious statement the other day that Israel has many Russian-speaking citizens, and therefore Russia has also interest in Israel. So we're going to see what comes out of this this meeting. Of course, Russia has condemned the attacks on Iran, but we'll see whether Putin, given his challenges in Ukraine and the ongoing war there, whether he has the wherewithal to really get, if I could use the word, materially involved in the Iranian crisis.
Right, so you don't seem to be making it sound like it's very likely, in your opinion, that President Putin will decide that now is the moment to step in and help an ally in need.
Right. I think he'll offer some sort of mediation role. I think he's already done that. But how effective that would be, given a Washington stance, we'll have to see.
I mean, obviously, the Trump administration, many in Washington, wouldn't be at all averse to a change of leadership in Iran. But they say that's not the goal. Having said that, I mean, when you look at the president's messages on social media, I mean, the messages are a little bit mixed, aren't they?
They really are. And it's really confusing to anyone who's trying to follow the policy directions from Washington and even in Israel, because both countries have basically stated that the goal of all of this is to focus on Iran's nuclear capabilities and to not allow it to have a nuclear weapons capability. Then you see all sorts of commentary and, if you could say, different themes emerging. And the latest thing on social media that President Trump put out, he said he just coined MEGA, make Iranian great again. If the Iranians want to make Iran great again, they'll forego their nuclear ambitions and sit down and talk. But then he also, in the same message, social media message, used the word regime change. And you see Vice President J.D. Vance, who made it very clear the other day that American policy is not based on regime change in Iran. And yet you have these various interpretations that bring a great deal of ambiguity. And I think this is very, very importantly dangerous, frankly, because we need strategic clarity, especially this is a very dangerous moment in the Middle East and globally. And we need strategic clarity, especially from the United States, on what the end game is. Is the end game the nuclear capabilities alone? Or is the end game regime change? Or is it something else? And the messages that are coming out are confusing. Now, they may be deliberately doing that, but I don't see what good end that serves.
Yeah, I mean, it is confusing. I mean, do you think that toppling the Iranian government is even considered to be a likely scenario by serious Iran observers? Or do you think it's just a bit of wishful thinking by a handful of people, perhaps in Washington, perhaps a handful of people in Israel?
Well, I think there are some who consider a regime change, quote unquote, collateral damage. If you focus on the nuclear capabilities, but if this leads to regime change, that's a good outcome also. But that's flippant. That's not policy. That's gambling. And my personal view is, and having served 8 American administrations and presidents, from John F. Kennedy to Bill Clinton, I think in terms of U.S. national security interests, given our experience, the American experience in Vietnam, in Afghanistan, and in Iraq, for example, in Afghanistan, it was a just war after 9/11, but then we stayed for 20 years. It became a forever war. And what's the outcome? The Taliban is back in power. That is a failure of policy. And then if you look at Iraq in 2003, yes, we did get rid of Saddam Hussein. He was a bad actor, but that led to great disruption in the Middle East and the creation of ISIS and heightened the whole counterterrorism challenge that the region and the world faced. So getting involved in yet another Middle East war, to me, would not serve United States national security interests. And we're on the edge of that now.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you and others are making it sound a bit like this administration is slightly improvising. There's a bit of shooting from the hip going on here. But on the other hand, we're being told that there's a clever game of smoke and mirrors going on here. President Trump looked reluctant to get the US involved at the outset, although perhaps that was part of a smokescreen. We were told there was a bit of a rift between him and Benjamin Netanyahu, although that was, again, potentially part of a smokescreen as well. I mean, how much is this shooting from the hip and how much is this clever smokescreen strategy?
Well, some of it is shooting from the hip. Some of it is very deliberate in the modus operandi of President Trump. As you know, he likes to put out, may we call it extreme positions that sort of have shock value on whoever his interlocutors are, somehow softening them up and then coming in with a compromise proposal after they've been softened up and try to make a deal. So there is in terms of President Trump's modus operandi and how he makes deals, there's some rationale to it. But this is not a real estate deal. This is geopolitics. These are issues of war and peace. These are issues of the stability of a very important part of the world. And therefore, there should be a very coherent policy. And I would think that given what's just happened in the last few days, the military activities we've discussed, I think the focus now should be how do we get the parties to the negotiating table? How do we get the United States and Iran to the negotiating table on a nuclear deal somewhat akin to the JCPOA, but a much better deal? And Trump would insist on that for the obvious reasons. And I think that's the wise thing to do. But to get the parties to a negotiating table for monitoring, surveilling, controlling a much more diminished Iranian nuclear capability today. So I think in all this crisis, there is also an opportunity, despite how bleak things look now. But let me just say this. We may be entering the fog of war. And that's very dangerous. And you don't know where that can go out. And you've seen the speculation what can happen, whether there are attacks on U.S. bases or U.S. personnel, or there are attacks on Iran's Arab neighbors, or Iran blocks somehow the Straits of Hormuz, on and on. But we are on the edge of entering the fog of war, and therefore there has to be strategic clarity. And I don't see that.
Sure. I mean, on the one hand, you and many in America sound like, negotiation should be the next step from here. But I mean, the Israelis, let's face it, and you were U.S. ambassador to Israel, so perhaps you can tell us. I mean, they never liked that Iran deal that was struck by the Obama administration. They don't really seem to want another deal that's not particularly different from that previous 2015 deal. I mean, right. President Trump is being pulled in two directions, isn't he? There'll be those in America who say, look, we mustn't get sucked into another war. Diplomacy has to be the right way to go. And yet the Israelis don't seem to have a huge amount of appetite for that kind of diplomacy, do they?
Well, the Israelis have a very, especially under Prime Minister Netanyahu, we've seen that in Gaza, sort of total victory, the militarization of diplomacy, if I can put it that way. What does that mean? There's been a great debate in Israel on the day after in Gaza. And Netanyahu has never outlined what his concept of the day after in Gaza would be. He just says total victory, eliminate Hamas. And he uses two phrases, demilitarization and de-radicalization of Gaza. Well, that's a tactic. That's not a strategy. What should the day after be? Is anyone talking about the Israeli-Palestinian issue and trying to prepare the groundwork in the future for negotiations to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, which is really at the core of what we're talking about? All of this started on October 7th by Hamas's brutal attack on Israelis. But this led to the conflicts we've seen in Lebanon, with Hezbollah, in Syria, with the Houthis, etc., and now with Iran. as a sponsor of the so-called axis of resistance. So we're forgetting what the strategic framework is of all of this also. Who's talking about Palestine today?
Sure, no one.
And yet, there's no coherent strategy putting all these pieces together. Frankly, if I could put it this way, I would like to see my country, the United States, start playing chess in the Middle East and not checkers.
I mean, you've alluded to the fact that we're in a very dangerous situation right now. I mean, let's help us understand that. What sort of dangers, what sort of worst case scenarios are you envisaging?
Well, I think the worst case scenario is if Iran decides after the American attacks and after the continuing Israeli military operations to respond in some sort of kind and target American bases, target American military officials, or, try to block the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, which provides approximately 30% of the flow of energy to the world. This would raise the price of oil up. I don't know how much, but certainly would be veering toward the hundreds of dollars a barrel. And what impact will that have on various countries and energy security? That's one thing. Will the Iranians try to use some of their surrogates, even though they were weakened, for example, in Iraq, to strike at American personnel bases there, et cetera, et cetera? Or will the Iranians go for a dirty bomb? They still have enriched uranium, and they still have the knowledge, the nuclear physicists, the engineers, the scientists who know how to make a bomb. So will they go for a bomb? Because they still have enough enriched uranium to do that. So these are some of the worst case scenarios that can occur. And then how will that drag in other parties in the region? Our friends and allies in the Middle East, the Gulf countries, our European allies. So again, we're entering we are in a very dangerous threshold. The situation could go in any direction, but that's why I say that there needs to be a sense and a real sense of strategic clarity as to what the end game is here.
Sure. I mean, just lastly, obviously very easy to start wars, not quite so easy to win them or end them. I mean, just lastly, I mean, your final thoughts. I mean, supposing US lives are lost. Let's imagine a scenario in which Iran, like the ones you just described, Iran goes after US interests, whether it's military bases or other targets. What will be the domestic repercussions, do you think, for President Trump in that sort of a scenario?
Well, that's where, when I talk about the fog of war, that's where an American president is really put. His back will be to the wall. If Americans are killed, then he must respond. And the United States will then necessarily get involved more and more into military operations in the Middle East. And where will that lead? Where will that lead? That to me is a very dangerous situation, and I just hope that the Iranians are not that suicidal that they will target American bases or officials, but will do some sort of riposte to show that they're retaliating against being so badly hit, and then start opening up to diplomatic initiatives. I hope that's the way out. But if there are American casualties, the American president will be hard put not to do something even more definitive than what's been done.
All right. Well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. It's been really interesting. Ambassador Edward Jerejian, thank you so much for your time, sir.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise,
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as a guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Incredible affinity for women, and also because I grew up in a family of women who had strong voices and distinct voices, and I really want those voices to be heard, and so I consider myself a worker bee trying to get that done and support and just be here always for as long as I can. So, but thank you for honoring me, and thank you for letting me be here. I think it's very magical, and with that comes, you know, cinema is magical, and seeing people's careers be ignited here or discovered is what makes it so wonderful. All film festivals, but Cannes and Venice, I've been to so many times, so to be able to come back time and time again, it's extraordinary, and I don't take any of that for granted. So I'm dressed in red, ready to go.
Moments like this, you realize how far you've come as well. It's such a legendary space, and it's been here for so long, and yes, it's very glamorous and there's many things going on, but at the core of it, it's just about the love of film. And to be in this space and to be able to celebrate and talk with other peers and celebrate film is just incredible.
I'm having fun, but also I still have a sense of duty. I don't work because I have to. I work because I must. Because I want to be part of the change. And we're like an army of women working really hard for equality and opportunity.
There's a genuine feeling of creativity I've never been before, and you really feel the love of cinema when you're here. And I grew up obsessed with film, and so often this industry can feel like business, and that's very depressing. And at Cannes, it feels like it's really about the art.
Coming from different worlds, you know, our jury is coming from 7 different worlds, like continents, and watching a lot of different films from a lot of different continents. It's really like inspiring and special. So we're having really a nice time.
Part of it is protecting and surrounding the women with almost like a force field of
of protection and support so that they can do their best work, and then at the same time giving them the opportunity to not feel like this is the only chance. Because a lot of it is, okay, you get one shot, which, as we know creatively, is almost impossible. I mean, you need to work rigorously with your art, and sometimes it will be received with enormous applause, and sometimes it will be received not so well, but that doesn't mean that you failed. It just means you're in process, and we need to support the long process of building the female voices, particularly the directors. Invest in us and believe in us, because our voices are so important. We will help change the world, but we will also give you a glimpse of our hearts and our souls and what it means to be a woman. And if you just give us the chance, we are so ready.
A triumph, and it seems to be that wherever we've shown the movie, people are just blown away by it. And I think if we were going to take this on, it was very important that it was really done with pushing the envelope and pushing the boundaries and taking it to new levels where, you know, with the live action you can go more deeply into character. Everything is, it's just a more realistic look to the movie, and yeah, so I feel like they did a great job.
They've killed hundreds of us!
And we've killed thousands of them! Dude, let's go! He's a friend! You all need to see this!
I'm not one of them.
Well, I don't know if I carried the film. There's a couple of young actors there who were phenomenal, but yeah, the pressure was on for sure, but I've had to do that, you know, in roles like 300 or The Phantom of the Opera. You take it on, and there's some, you got to live up to some things. I'm used to that. I take my responsibilities very seriously, but I've lived with this character for so long. So it was a kind of a joy, not only to be the voice, but to actually be able to kind of fill those boots, put on that costume and say, can I really do what I used to always say when I was doing the voice, which was, give me a crack at that, put me in that world, really, and have to pull off stoics.
When you carry this axe, you carry all of us with you.
Dad, I can't kill dragons.
But you will.
That costume, when I had my shield and my axe, which I had for quite a lot of the movie, was 90 pounds. And I was wearing that often for 12 hours a day. So after my first costume fitting, my back was killing me, and I thought, this whole movie is going to fall apart because I couldn't wear the costume. So I started wearing weight vests and kind of getting used to it. But you also inhabit that. That's part of what's great about this character. You put that on, and you have to feel that weight of the costume, of the responsibility, and you know, you feel like a chieftain, like a warrior.
Stick with me. All right, bud, you ready? Come on! Here it comes!
It's rare you get to see movies like this that just, you know, just visually are so breathtaking and stunning with these kind of effects. And I think you've got to see it on IMAX or the biggest screen possible with the best sound system possible, which I believe you guys have quite a lot of here.
It's
such a pleasure to speak to the both of you.
Hey, Ryan, where are you from? Where are you? Yeah.
I am in Cannes at the film festival, and I am from Lebanon originally, covering.
Oh, Lebanon. Taki Arabi?
أكيد بحكي عربي. You speak good Arabic too.
Wine masare. Where's the money?
That's like, show me the money. Well, luckily we're talking about Lilo and Stitch, and it's all about great fun.
All about the money, baby.
Exactly. That too, maybe, but it's about... I just had my daughter interview Stitch, and it's all about the candor of childhood, and I really love that about it. Did the theme resonate when you were shooting it?
Yeah, it's love. It's love, open-heartedness, family pulling together wherever you find it, whether you're blood related or not. I mean, that's at the heart of it for me. And, you know, coming from Honolulu, Hawaii, that's my heart right there that you see on the screen.
And you, Courtney?
I was a newbie. They brought me in.
Yeah.
So it's wonderful to be able to now be a part of this world. So it's a pleasure.
Agent Cobra Bubbles, we have a blue dog to catch.
Basically, it's really great that they kind of created, let's say, an altered version of the original character in this one. So tell us how you work on them and on their connection as social worker and government official.
Well, Cobra has changed a lot from the original to you. It's like, you know, as far as like menacing, and now you like gave him like a heart. And
well, you know, I tried to be a little menacing at the top, but I had to make a decision because you all presented Mr. Stitch as he was such a. When those ears go down, forget about it. So, it's a wonderful story of village and family life.
Yep. I literally completely changed characters, you know, from being the kid that needs the help to the woman that's helping advocate for the kid that needs help. And I can't say enough about Sydney and Maya. They are tremendous young actresses and wonderful human beings. So it's beautiful to see that there's a project like this, that you have, you know, women in it helping each other and advocating for each other, you know, like we do in real life.
Hey. I changed my mind.
What's that?
I like you as a mom, too.
What do you think is the imprint of Stitch in the sense that, you know, this is an enduring, beloved character by gazillion people around the world? What is it about this little fidgety thing that makes him so lovable?
Because we're all fidgety little things. We all want to just go around and do exactly what we want to do. Some of us, you know, still do that. And that's what, you know, changes me from, you know, being someone who was, you know, supposed to be, you know, the adult and, you know, get him and, you know, I got him right. You know, all of that too. Like, oh, please. He's fine. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I think we are Stitch and Stitch is us. Every single one of us holds Stitch within ourselves to varying degrees. And it's nice that we can be crazy and out of control and need some help focusing ourselves, you know, and I think that's why people recognize themselves in Stitch.
True, I do. Thank you so much.
One.
It's a pleasure to speak to the both of you, and I'll start with Anna. This is not only action and stunts, this is choreography and a fusion of a lot of moves. How much dedication are we talking about?
I gave it all. It was a long process of training and learning and perfecting skills and learning about weapons and, you know, all of it. It was a very complex, you know, combination of all of it. It was a good gradient for me. Like, I think we started from the very basics, like literally teaching me how to do a cartwheel to the most difficult stunts I've ever done. So it was a good, I could feel myself improving day by day and feeling stronger and better and more confident and in control. So I could perform what this man wanted.
And we're talking for
me to
months
do.
and months. So it was grueling. It was a lot of, it was about as long as it takes to shoot the movie. Anna was training about that same amount of time before we started shooting. So it takes a lot.
To stop the assassin, you must become the assassin. You will always be weaker. You will always be small. You want to win? Improvise. Adapt.
And it takes a very good sense of balance to know how to dose it all for both of you. I mean, there's the stunts, but there's also the character treatment, and there has to be the perfect recipe of making the characters emotional and physical at the same time, correct?
And I think to do it right, those all, they're all entwined. And I think what people are going to see is that there's so much emotion, passion, rage, all those character traits, you really do see within the action, and it separates what makes like a cool action scene and a really dramatic and kind of impactful one.
Yeah, definitely. I think the action is driven by the emotion of the character. She's as much as she learned at the Roscaroma and how well prepared she is and all her skills and everything is really a very personal journey for her. Yeah. And when emotions get on the way, it gets messy.
This isn't done until they're dead.
Buena suerte, señorita.
When you think of me, you should think of fire.
Ian just described Eve to me as the baby Gaga, Anna. So does that...
Ian.
I think that's cute.
Ian's phrase has traveled.
Yeah.
She is the baby Gaga for sure.
It's of her connection to the John Wick universe, and maybe a little bit your connection to Keanu, having worked with him for such a long time.
I am the baby Yaga to Keanu.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Keanu and I met 10 or 11 years ago when I had just moved to LA, and we did Knock Knock together, and I met him when he had just finished the first John Wick. And now, for me to be doing this movie and have him in our film, kind of blessing this extension of their franchise and the character, and it feels like a very very special and full circle. How do I start doing what you do?
Looks like you already have. That door will lock sooner than you think. You can still leave. You still have a choice.
Who is Eve to you in a few words? I mean, she's got so much backstory to her, and so much more to come in my point of view.
Yes, she's the heart of the movie. And I mean that not just because she's the main character and we discovered this story through her lens. That's who she is to me, someone who wants to know about life, I guess. And
there's such a there's what's different in this film as well is that there is a mystery, a personal mystery in terms of she's going after a kind of goal, but there's within all of that she's really it's a self-discovery, and so it's got a mystery built within it's not so much of an action plot as it is a mystery plot.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. My time's already up, but it's lovely talking to you, and congrats on the film.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
To see her shift into her next gear was really cool. She's like, let's go.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was chief of staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.